Chapter 35-40. The stronger the Saint Devil dynasty was, the happier Lu Ming would be. Anyway, if he controlled the undying demon, it meant that he controlled the Saint Devil dynasty. If the people of the Saint Devil dynasty obeyed the undying demon, it meant that they obeyed Lu Ming. Although the people of the Saint Devil dynasty were curious why the undying demon obeyed Lu Ming, they did not dare to ask. This time after the battle, when we win, I will carve out a territory for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. You don't have to hide here anymore. This was Lu Ming's promise to the Saint Devil dynasty. The people of the Saint Devil dynasty were looking forward to it. It had been 2 months since Lu Ming brought the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to the Hidden Dragon Star. Etion had already sent news that the barbarian army had set off through the wormhole. They would rush to the Taishu dynasty at the fastest speed. At this time, an uninvited guest came to visit Lu Ming. It was the imperial concubine, Kong Shishue. Lu Ming did not blame the imperial concubine. He only sympathized with her. Although Jingyu was indirectly killed by the imperial concubine, Kong Shishue was the victim from the beginning to the end. Senior Kong, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. Kong Shishue was Jingyu's generation. Lu Ming should address her as senior. Lu Ming, given the current situation, what are your plans? If you need my help, I will do my best. Kong Shishue asked. Thank you, Senior Kong, but I have agreed to join forces with the second prince. Lu Ming said without hiding anything. Join forces with the second prince? Kong Shishue's face changed. She said, the second prince is very scheming. He has been hiding for many years. If you join forces with him and defeat the crown prince, I am afraid he will not let you go. I have no choice. My parents are in his hands. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Your parents are in the hands of the second prince? Kong Shishue frowned. She pondered for a while and said, I might be able to help you save your parents. What? Really? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes shining. I haven't been the Sage Emperor's concubine all these years for nothing. Not only have I secretly moved my family away, I've also planted people around the Sage Emperor, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the others. I can mobilize them at any time. Right now, the Second Prince's attention is completely focused on the Crown Prince. When the battle with the Crown Prince begins, all the experts will be transferred away. At that time, my men will be able to rescue your parents. Kong Shishue said. Good. Then I'll leave Lu Ming to Senior Qian. Lu Ming cupped his fists deeply. You're welcome. You're Jingyu's successor, and I owe Jingyu too much. Kong Shishue sighed. There was a complicated look in her eyes, as if she was reminiscing about the past. After a while, Kong Shishue said, I'll go back and make arrangements. You pretend to cooperate with the second prince first. Once I rescue your parents, I'll send you a message. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. After a short discussion, Kong Shishue left. Lan Shu, the Netherworld Mountain is sealed in the small world. How do we unlock the seal and bring it out? After Kong Shishue left, Lu Ming asked Blue Merchant. Now that the truth of Jingyu's case had come to light, it was time to release the Netherworld Mountain. Back then, it was a quasi-emperor who sealed the Netherworld Mountain. Therefore, to break the seal of the Netherworld Mountain, one must be at least at the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, the Netherworld Mountain is in the spirit space. Once its energy leaks, the spirit space will be easily destroyed. Therefore, to successfully bring the Netherworld Mountain out, I'm afraid that one must be stronger than a quasi-emperor. Blue Merchant said. Back then, the Taishu Saint Emperor was really ruthless. He had to find someone stronger than a quasi-emperor to bring the Netherworld Mountain out. Where could he find such a person in the Taishu dynasty? However, there was a candidate now, and that was the Immortal Demon. The Immortal Demon was a divine emperor at his peak, but now he had fallen to a quasi-emperor. Could he do it? Immediately, Lu Ming called the Immortal Demon over and told him about it. Don't worry, leave it to me. Although I've fallen to the quasi-emperor realm, I still have my comprehension and control. I'm not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor. This is a piece of cake. The Immortal Demon was very confident. Okay, let's go, Lu Ming said. Immediately, they went to the chaotic galaxy and the primordial realm of the Heaven Realm. With an existence like the immortal demon leading them, their speed was too fast. They crossed the starry sky at an astonishing speed. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. Demon King, you have to be careful. Don't destroy the spirit space, Lu Ming warned seriously. With the immortal demon's realm, a strand of energy from a random pore could crush the primordial realm of the heaven realm and destroy the spirit space. The primordial realm of the heaven realm was the place where Lu Ming was born. It was Lu Ming's hometown. He didn't want it to be destroyed. Don't worry, I have perfect control of my own power. I won't leak any energy. In fact, not to mention a divine emperor, even a quasi-emperor can freely enter and exit all the spirit space, the immortal demon said. When one reached the quasi-emperor realm, one could perfectly control their own power. They could restrain all their power and enter the spirit space like an ordinary person. It would not cause any harm to the spirit space. Of course, if he went berserk, he might be able to destroy a spirit space with a single breath. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming nodded. Wait here, the immortal demon king said. His figure flashed and directly rushed into the primordial realm of the heaven realm. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant waited. The two of them didn't have to wait for too long. It was only a few minutes before the immortal demon king's figure flashed and reappeared. In his hand, he was holding a small mountain. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw it. It was the Netherworld mountain. Let's go to the starry sky, Lu Ming said. They came to the starry sky. The immortal demon king waved his hand, and the Netherworld mountain flew out. Then it rapidly expanded. In the end, it turned into a huge mountain that floated in the starry sky. Of course, the Netherworld mountain was not particularly big. It was only equivalent to a spirit space. It was far smaller than a planet in the primitive universe. There were also countless countries and cultivators living on the Netherworld mountain. At this moment, countless cultivators on the Netherworld mountain looked at the sky in shock. They felt that the sky had changed, as if the heavens and the earth had been changed. Then, an unbelievably rich divine chi surged into every corner of the Netherworld mountain. The people of the Netherworld mountain were about to go crazy. Oh my god, divine chi! It's all divine chi. Such rich divine chi. Compared to the divine chi in the past, it's like heaven and earth. I feel like I'm about to break through. With this divine chi, I can even break through to the realm of the gods. Shocked roars came from all over the Netherworld mountain. In the depths of the Netherworld mountain, on the Netherworld island, a figure flashed and appeared above the island. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. He was White Fanged. Chapter 3541. Divine Chi. Also, the laws of heaven and earth have changed. This is the primitive universe. Lu Ming has succeeded. Baiya muttered as his body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with excitement. He did not expect Lu Ming to succeed so quickly. Outside Yellow Spring Mountain, Demon King, release the seal, Lu Ming said. Leave it to me. Undying Demon King nodded and waved his hands. Streams of Demon Dao divine power turned into runes and flew into Yellow Spring Mountain. Immediately, Yellow Spring Mountain was filled with light, forming a layer of resistance. This was the seal above. However, this seal had been set up for many years. With Undying Demon King's help, it did not resist for long before it was broken. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the seal was broken, some terrifying auras burst out from the depths of Yellow Spring Mountain. Powerful auras soared into the sky and rushed into the vast starry sky. These are 9th level and 8th level divine lords. Lu Ming was shocked. With his current vision, he could naturally sense the specific realm of these auras. 1 9th level divine lord, 3 8th level divine lords, and 6 7th level divine lords. In addition, there were quite a number of 7th level divine lords. This was an absolutely terrifying force. Lu Ming did not expect that there was such a terrifying force sealed in the depths of Yellow Spring Island. Back then he did not sense it at all. Swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, beams of divine light flew out from Yellow Spring Mountain. The divine light converged and figures appeared. Baiya. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that the person in the lead was really Baiya. The 9th level divine lord was also Baiya. Behind Baya was a lava giant and a snake man. Lu Ming knew all of them. Back when he entered Netherworld Island, he passed a few rounds consecutively. They were the ones who guarded the rounds. However, back then, the cultivation of the lava giant and the snake man were below the divine realm. But now they had reached the 8th level divine lord. Lu Ming. Baya saw Lu Ming at a glance and revealed a look of joy. Then their eyes fell on Blue Merchant. Master Lan. Baya, Naga, and the others were overjoyed. They quickly cupped their fists at Blue Merchant. White Fang, we finally meet after so many years. Blue Merchant was also full of smiles. White Fang. Lu Ming also went over to say hello. Young master, did you succeed? White Fang asked in anticipation. Success. Lu Ming nodded. The smiles on the faces of White Fang and the others became even brighter. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. Now that they heard that they had succeeded, it was hard for them to hide their excitement. After a long while, they finally calmed down. Young master, you are indeed worthy of being the successor of the prince. It has only been a few years, but your cultivation has already reached the peak divine king realm. This is beyond our expectations. White Fang sighed. Don't talk about my cultivation. What's up with your cultivation? When I saw you back then, you didn't have such a cultivation base. Lu Ming asked curiously. Young master, the ones you saw back then were not our true bodies. They were just clones formed by a wisp of divine power. Our true bodies were sealed in the depths of Yellow Spring Island and couldn't come out at all. White Fang explained. Haha, White Fang was one of the 3 great generals under Jingyu back then. He was a 9th level divine lord. Blue Merchant said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder White Fang had such a cultivation base. Moreover, his cultivation base back then was too low. Compared to White Fang and the others, it was a world of difference. Therefore, he felt that the lava giant Naga and the others were just divine transformation realm experts with a wisp of divine power. He couldn't tell the difference at all. Young master, Teacher Lan, what happened back then? Who was the one who framed His Highness? White Fang asked. Immediately, Lan Shang briefly explained the details of what had happened. After White Fang and the others heard it, they were dumbfounded. They never thought that the mastermind behind all this was the Taishu Sage Emperor. Next, there might be a final battle. I will need your help, Lu Ming said. We'll do anything. White Fang and the others looked determined. Lu Ming, come with me. The prince left something for you in Yellow Spring Mountain. Then White Fang said. Something? Lu Ming was curious. Then he flew into the depths of Yellow Spring Mountain with White Fang. In a stone cave, a round ball was suspended. This round ball looked like countless petals stacked together. At this moment, White Fang waved his hand and the petals on the round ball opened up, revealing a drop of blood inside. Yes, it was a drop of blood. Back then, when the prince was heavily injured, he knew that he was going to die. So he secretly sealed his remaining power into a drop of blood, and let me bring it out. This drop of blood is for you. Once you use it, you can stimulate the power left behind by the prince, allowing you to erupt with great power. However, this drop of blood can only be used once. After that, it will completely dissipate. White Fang explained. Prince Jingyu's last power? Perhaps it can be used for the final battle. Lu Ming sighed softly and kept the round ball. At this moment, the Taishu dynasty was in turmoil and was divided into 2 large camps. Countless powerful people gathered in the Taishu holy capital and formed a huge army. The second prince also gathered a huge army and set off for the Taishu holy capital. At the same time, Lu Ming also led his people and set off for the Taishu holy capital. The great illusionary saint capital was an ancient city that floated in space. At this moment, the entire Taishu holy capital was extremely bright, like a sun. This was because countless runes appeared on the walls of the Taishu holy capital. These runes formed a large formation that enveloped the Taishu holy capital. On the main city wall of the Taishu holy capital, the crown prince stood above and looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. Behind him were the Jun Wang, the imperial advisor, the quasi-emperors of the Bone Sword tribe, the quasi-emperors of the Dragon-Human tribe, the bald, black-robed youth, and the commander-in-chief of the annihilating 13 barbarian armies. This person was also a quasi-emperor, and his status was not lower than the Junwang. There were a total of 6 quasi-emperors lined up in a row. Behind them were other powerful people, such as the heavenly kings of the heavenly king palaces, and the family heads of the Taishu holy capital families, such as the Lan family head. These people were all powerful people, and their cultivation was above the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. They were also looking into the distant sky. In the starry sky, there were countless battleships. This was the army that the second prince had gathered. On the right side of the army, there was another army. This army belonged to Lu Ming. He had brought all the powerful people under him. In addition, there were also powerful people from the Heavenly King Palace who had joined Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming had 5 quasi-emperors on his side, including the Heavenly King Qiansheng. Of course, the immortal Demon King was not an ordinary quasi-emperor. However, when Holy Heavenly King saw Undying Demon King and the rest, he was really shocked. After Lu Ming's explanation, he finally understood what was going on. However, he was also extremely shocked. Lu Ming had even subdued the powerful people of the Saint Demon's imperial court. He knew that he had underestimated Lu Ming. Jinglin, you killed the emperor and your father. You tried to usurp the throne. The heavens will not tolerate this. Today is the day you die. The second prince stood at the forefront. His voice traveled hundreds of millions of miles and reached the Taishu holy capital. Only a 7th-level Divine Lord realm cultivator could transmit his voice so far. Ordinary Divine Lords could not do it. Father framed Brother Jingyu. His methods are too despicable. Moreover, he went crazy and wanted to eliminate the various major palaces. I had no choice but to follow the wishes of the people. Now that father has passed away, I am the crown prince. I should be the new sacred emperor. Second brother, you sent people to attack me. Now you have committed treason. The crown prince's voice was also heard. Although everyone knew what they had done, they still had to make it clear that they were not in the wrong. You murdered father. Do you think you are fit to be the new sacred emperor? Today I will suppress you on behalf of father. Attack. The second prince's voice was heard. Then his body flashed and he returned to a warship. Chapter 3542. Rumble. Huge battleships started to move, giving off a bright light. Countless runes appeared on the battleships. Then huge beams of light shot towards the great Void Sage capital. The power of these light beams was extremely terrifying. Every one of them could destroy a planet. In an instant, at least 1,000 beams of light shot towards the great Void Sage capital. At the same time, Lu Ming's battleship started to move as well. Similarly, beams of light shot towards the great Void Sage capital. Boom, boom, boom. More than 1,000 beams of light hit the light shield outside the great Void Sage capital, causing the light shield to shake violently. However, this was formed by the great Void Sage capital's array. The great Void Sage capital had been around for so many years, constantly perfecting the array. The power of the defensive array had also reached a shocking level. These beams of light could destroy 1,000 planets in an instant, but they couldn't break through the great Void Sage capital's array. Continue to attack. The second prince continued to give orders. The battleships continued to attack. Terrifying beams of light shot towards the great Void Sage capital. The light shield outside the great Void Sage capital shook violently, blocking all the beams of light. However, although the light shield blocked all the beams of light, the light shield's brightness was slowly dimming. Although the process was slow, it was indeed dimming. If this continued, the defensive array of the great Void Sage capital would be broken sooner or later. In the middle of Lu Ming's battleship, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Giant Bear, Undying Demon King, White Fanged, and the rest all looked coldly at the crystal screen in front of the battleship. Just like that, the bombardment continued for a full day. Senior Kong, is there still no news? Lu Ming asked Kong Shishue, who was standing beside him. This time, Kong Shishue had brought a group of experts to meet up with Lu Ming. She planned to participate in the final battle. At the same time, her subordinates had already started to rescue Lu Ming's parents. As long as they succeeded, she would receive news. Not yet. They have already started. This time, the second prince has brought all the experts with him. There shouldn't be any problems. Kong Shishue said. Lu Ming nodded and waited patiently. The bombardment continued, and the light of the Great Void Holy Capital's defensive array grew dimmer and dimmer. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this point, the light of the Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive formation was already very dim. No matter how strong the formation was, under such continuous attacks, its power would be slowly depleted. However, with so many battleships constantly attacking, the consumption of energy was also very shocking. After a few days, the second prince and Lu Ming had almost used up all of their divine crystals. Attack! Break their formation! The second prince's voice was heard. Then numerous figures flew out of the battleships. The second prince personally led his subordinates and charged towards the Great Illusionary Divine Capital. "Let's make a move too," Lu Ming said. He also brought the Undying Demon King and the others out of the battleship and flew towards the Taishu Holy Capital. Attack! The second prince's voice was heard. Immediately, countless attacks covered the sky and charged towards the Great Illusionary Divine Capital. Among them, the attacks of the quasi-emperors were earth-shattering. They were so powerful that they covered the entire Great Illusionary Divine Capital, as if they were going to blow it up. Of course, Lu Ming only allowed the Giant Bear and Holy Thousand Heavenly King to attack. The Undying Demon King, the 2 quasi-emperors of the Saint Devil Empire, and the other experts did not attack. It was not time for them to attack yet. They would hide their strength first. With so many experts attacking, the Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive array shook violently and shook even more violently. Get ready! Once the array is broken, charge out and kill all the rebels. The Crown Prince's voice was heard in the Great Illusionary Divine Capital. The Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive array was already about to be broken. Now that so many experts were attacking, the Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive array was even more vulnerable. In just a moment, crack, crack, a crack appeared on the defensive array. Then more and more cracks appeared and covered the entire defensive array. Get ready! The Crown Prince shouted. Bam! In the next moment, the defensive array exploded and dissipated into energy. Kill! Once the defensive array was broken, the Crown Prince's army rushed out and collided with the second prince's army and Lu Ming's army. An intense battle ensued. Kings against kings, soldiers against soldiers. The quasi-emperors from both sides fought fiercely. There were 6 quasi-emperors on the Crown Prince's side. On the other hand, there were only 5 quasi-emperors on the second prince's side. However, with the addition of Holy Thousand Heavenly King and the Giant Bear, Lu Ming's side had 1 more quasi-emperor, and they had the upper hand. The 9th and 8th level divine lords who were below the quasi-emperors were also engaged in an intense battle. With so many experts fighting fiercely, the scene was terrifying. The force of the storm seemed to be able to destroy an entire galaxy. The storm swept across and the planets around the Great Illusionary Divine Capital exploded one after another. However, the living beings on these planets had already been moved to the Great Illusionary Divine Capital, and there were not many casualties. Lu Ming, there's news. Your parents have been rescued and moved to a safe place. At this moment, Kong Shishua transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. They've been rescued. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Don't worry, there won't be a problem, Kong Shishua said. All right, thank you. Lu Ming took a deep breath and then suddenly shouted, Retreat! As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the people he led slowly retreated. They stopped attacking and went into a defensive position. Lu Ming, what are you doing? The second prince shouted when he saw Lu Ming retreating. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he could not be bothered with the second prince. Bastard! Do you not care about your parents' lives? If you want them to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The second prince hollered. His voice was transmitted to Lu Ming's ears through voice transmission. However, Lu Ming ignored him and led his people to retreat from the battlefield. Seeing this, the Crown Prince was overjoyed and ordered, Ignore Lu Ming and the rest. The Crown Prince's subordinates stopped pursuing Lu Ming and the rest, and turned their attention to the second prince. Originally, with Lu Ming and the rest, the Crown Prince's side was already at a disadvantage. However, with Lu Ming's departure, the Crown Prince's strength increased. In an instant, the Crown Prince's side had turned from defeat to victory. The battle was too intense. There were continuous screams and blood splattered across the starry sky. Every moment, there were people dying. Divine kings and even divine lords were being hunted down. Boom. A quasi-emperor on the second prince's side was surrounded by two quasi-emperors from the crown prince's side. He could not hold on and retreated while coughing up blood. Second brother, today will be the day you die. The crown prince's eyes were cold as he said coldly. He did not know why Lu Ming had helped the second prince at the beginning, and then suddenly retreated. However, he did not care about that. He only wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate the second prince. As long as the second prince was eliminated, Lu Ming would not be a concern. After all, Lu Ming only had 2 or 3 quasi-emperors. That was what the crown prince thought. Chapter 35-43. Jinglin, do you really think you can defeat me? What a joke. The second prince sneered. At this moment he had calmed down. His face was ferocious. A voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand, and he sent out a message. In the next instant, a bright light shone in the north of the great void holy capital. The void there trembled continuously and rippled like water. Then one figure after another appeared. Sir gods. All of them were Sir gods. This was because they were sent from afar through the teleportation formation. Only Sir gods could do this. Their numbers added up to a shocking 5,000. 5,000 Sir gods. This was a terrifying force. For example, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion only had about 100 Sir gods. Of course, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion was the weakest among the 27 Heavenly King Mansions. The strongest Heavenly King Mansions had more than 1,000 Sir gods. There were at least tens of thousands of Sir gods in the Taishu dynasty. However, these 5,000 Sir gods had shocking auras. Every one of them was an expert. Some of the leaders had earth-shattering auras. They were all boundary emperors. Tianyi Holy Emperor. The crown prince shouted in shock. These people were all experts from the Tianyi Holy dynasty. Even Tianyi Holy Emperor had come personally. Haha, it's so lively. Let's join in the fun. Tianyi Holy Emperor laughed. He led his experts and rushed towards the crown prince. They formed an encirclement with the second prince to surround the crown prince. The crown prince was shocked. He shouted, Jingyuan, you have defected to the Tianyi Holy dynasty. Jingyuan was the second prince's name. What defection? We are just cooperating. Tianyi Holy Emperor, kill Jinglin. I will fulfill my promise to you. The second prince said. Don't talk to me like that. Tianyi Holy Emperor glanced at the second prince unhappily. Then he led his men to attack the crown prince. Tianyi Holy Emperor, what did Jingyuan promise you? I can give you double. The crown prince shouted. His face was ugly. He did not expect the second prince to hook up with Tianyi Holy Emperor. This way he was in danger. Tianyi Saint Emperor had brought a lot of experts. There were at least 6 or 7 quasi-emperor realm experts. They were too strong. Together with the second prince's men, he couldn't fight against them at all. I'm sorry, but I'm a man of my word. Since I agreed to work with Jingyuan first, I won't go back on my word. Kill. Tianyi Saint Emperor sneered. Then he led his men to attack the crown prince from behind. Miserable shrieks rang out as the crown prince's forces were besieged. His formation was thrown into chaos, and it was impossible to say how many experts were killed. Kill. The second prince roared and took the opportunity to surround him. At the same time, the quasi-emperors of both sides were also engaged in an intense battle. However, the crown prince's side was completely at a disadvantage. He was no match for them at all, because it was almost 2 against 1, especially Tianyi Holy Emperor, who was comparable to Taishu Holy Emperor. He was half a step into the godly emperor realm. The Tianyi Holy Emperor and another quasi-emperor surrounded a bald, black-robed old man on the crown prince's side. The bald, black-robed old man was no match for him at all. All he could do was defend and not fight back. Puff. After blocking a few moves, he was hit by Taishu Holy Emperor's battle sword. With a miserable shriek, he was split into 2 halves. However, he was not dead yet. He controlled his broken body to retreat frantically, trying to escape. Tianyi sword formation. Tianyi Holy Emperor said coldly. Countless battle swords flew out of his eyes, forming a sword formation that surrounded the bald black-robed old man. Then the sword formation rolled up, and the bald black-robed old man was reduced to ashes before he could even scream. He was completely dead. This was the first quasi-emperor to be killed. In this way, the crown prince's side was left with only 5 quasi-emperors, and he was even more at a disadvantage. In the distance, Lu Ming and the others were also shocked. This scene was also beyond their expectations. The second prince's scheming was deeper than they had imagined. It could be said that he was fully prepared. In the beginning, not only did he rely on Lu Ming's strength, but he also left a backup plan and the strength of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. The crown prince was no match for him at all. The outcome has been decided, Blue Merchant said. The crown prince's defeat was already decided. There was nothing he could do. Retreat, retreat. The crown prince roared. He wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, they were completely surrounded. The remaining 5 quasi-emperors, such as Lord Jun, the state preceptor, and the experts of the Bone Sword tribe, were surrounded by the second prince and the quasi-emperors of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. Not long after, the quasi-emperor of the Bone Sword tribe screamed, and was killed by several quasi-emperors. The state preceptor's hair was disheveled, and his divine power was burning fiercely. He wanted to rush out. His combat strength was very strong, not weaker than the Holy Emperor. Unfortunately, it was useless in the end. Tianyi Holy Emperor had joined forces with 2 quasi-emperors to deal with the state preceptor. No matter how strong the state preceptor was, he was powerless. In the end, he was cut in half by Tianyi Holy Emperor's sword. I surrender. At this moment, Lord Jun roared. If this went on, they would all die, so he chose to surrender. I surrender too. The quasi-emperor of the dragon human race roared. They helped the crown prince because they wanted to obtain a higher status, not to die. In the face of such a situation, they directly abandoned the crown prince. I allow you to surrender. The second prince said. They were quasi-emperors. In the future, when he inherited the sacred emperor's throne, they would be useful. He did not want to kill them all. Unfortunately, Tianyi Holy Emperor did not agree. It's best to kill these people. Don't you understand that you have to remove the roots? Tianyi Holy Emperor sneered, and his attacks became even more violent. The second prince gritted his teeth. How could he not know what Tianyi Holy Emperor was thinking? He wanted to weaken the power of the Taishu dynasty as much as possible now. Then, in the future, the Taishu dynasty would be restrained by the Tianyi Holy Emperor. However, at this time, the second prince wanted to borrow the power of the Tianyi Holy Emperor. He had no choice but to agree and continue to attack. Lord Jun and the others were even more desperate. Second prince, you are inviting a wolf into the house by cooperating with Tianyi Holy Emperor. Lord Jun roared. However, the second prince was determined. No matter how he shouted, it was useless. Instead, Tianyi Holy Emperor targeted him. The sword formation crushed down, and Lord Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other quasi-emperors attacked. Lord Jun screamed, and his body exploded. Under the destructive power, his body and soul were destroyed. The situation was clear. It was completely one-sided. The experts on the crown prince's side were constantly killed, and the quasi-emperors fell one after another. Soon, the crown prince's 6 quasi-emperors were all killed, and those 9th level and 8th level divine lord existences also perished in large batches. It was useless even if they surrendered. Tianyi Holy Emperor was determined to take the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Taishu dynasty. The second prince could only cooperate. The crown prince's face was pale. He stood in the starry sky, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. After a while, the crown prince's subordinates who were above the 7th level divine lord realm were almost all killed. Only then did Tianyi Holy Emperor allow the crown prince's subordinates to surrender. This was because those below the 7th level divine lord realm could not change the overall situation. Chapter 35-44. In the end, the crown prince was surrounded by countless people, leaving him all alone. Jinglin, it's over for you. Kill yourself. The second prince said coldly. Jingyuan, fight me to the death if you have the ability. The crown prince roared. His eyes were red as he stared at the second prince. He found it hard to accept that he had been defeated. He had sacrificed so much, but in the end, the second prince had taken advantage of him. He couldn't accept it. Fight to the death. I don't think it's necessary. If you don't kill yourself, I'll have to get someone to do it. Sixth uncle, I'll leave him to you. The second prince said to the sixth prince. All right. The sixth prince stepped out and a violent aura pressed down on the crown prince. The crown prince was a 9th-level divine lord. He was very strong, but compared to a boundary emperor, there was still a huge gap. Jingyuan, don't think about it. You won't succeed. I curse you to die a horrible death. The crown prince roared crazily and then rushed to the back. I'll die a horrible death? Haha, then I'll let you see how I become a sage emperor. Sixth uncle, don't kill him. Destroy his star core. I want him to watch helplessly. The second prince shouted. Boom. The sixth prince made his move. His palm covered the sky and blocked the crown prince's escape route. The crown prince roared and tried his best to resist. But it was useless. There was a huge gap between a 9th-level divine lord and a boundary emperor. After a few moves, the crown prince coughed out blood. Then the sixth prince's fist landed on his dantian. The crown prince let out a roar of rage and despair. Cracking sounds could be heard from his dantian. Then a powerful wave of energy surged out. His star core was destroyed and he was now a cripple. An ordinary person's soul wasn't as strong as Blue Merchant's. With his star core destroyed, he had lost all his divine energy. He couldn't use most of his techniques, not even his secret physique technique. Secret physique techniques required divine energy to activate. At most, he could only rely on the strength of his divine body. The crown prince probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary divine king. He was completely crippled. The crown prince fell to the ground in despair. The second prince ordered people to bring him chains and lock him up. Then, the second prince looked in the direction of Lu Ming and the others, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Holy Emperor Tianyi, can you do me another favor and eliminate that group of people? The second prince said to Tianyi Saint Emperor. Of course. Tianyi Saint Emperor smiled. If he could weaken the strength of the Taishu dynasty, why not? If he could weaken the Taishu dynasty to a certain extent, he might be able to destroy the Taishu dynasty in one fell swoop. Swish. Swish. The second prince and the others moved and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. They formed a fan shape and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you didn't expect this, did you? Before the second prince's men arrived, his voice came from afar, full of pride. He thought he had guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. He thought that Lu Ming had retreated just now because he wanted to let him and the crown prince fight. Both sides would be injured and Lu Ming would be able to take advantage of the situation. Then, when he saw Tianyi Saint Emperor's men appear and eliminate the crown prince in one fell swoop, Lu Ming was probably scared out of his wits. That was why Lu Ming did not escape. Because Lu Ming knew that he could not escape. The second prince thought that he had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming's face was calm. He stood there and watched as the second prince and the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty slowly approached. They formed a fan shape and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. The second prince did not attack immediately. He looked at Lu Ming and the others calmly. Kong Shishua, I didn't expect you to be here. Now come over. Come to my side. And I can spare your life. The second prince's gaze fell on Kong Shishua. His eyes were burning with passion. Jingyuan, just give up. Even if I die, I won't have anything to do with you. Kong Shishua said coldly. Swordsman. Kong Shishua's words seemed to stab the second prince. His face twisted. After a while, the second prince recovered and smiled. He said, Kong Shishua, do you know why father went to your family? Let me tell you, it was all arranged by me. Ha ha ha. What? It was you. Kong Shishua's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Kong Shishua was originally from a small family in the Taishu sage capital. She met Jingyu by chance and fell in love with him. However, the Taishu sage emperor had never seen Kong Shishua. When Jingyu was in seclusion, the Taishu sage emperor suddenly came to Kong Shishua's family and saw Kong Shishua. That was how the Taishu sage emperor forced Kong Shishua to marry her. She had always thought that it was a coincidence that the Taishu Sage Emperor came to the Kong residence. She did not expect that it was all arranged by the second prince. I met you at the same time as Jingyu. I pursued you bitterly, but you fell in love with Jingyu. If I couldn't have you, neither could Jingyu. I might as well let father destroy the both of you. At the same time, father can also deal a blow to Jingyu. Ha ha ha. Also, I knew that father was jealous of Jingyu. That was why I always sent people to tell father about Jingyu. I told him that all the officials in the Taishu Sage capital believed that Jingyu was the chosen one, and was the most powerful person in the Taishu dynasty. He was the uncrowned king. That was why the old man became even more jealous. In the end, he found a chance to kill Jingyu. Haha, what do you think? What do you think of my plan? I killed many birds with one stone by getting rid of Jingyu. The second prince laughed heartily. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were all shocked. They had never thought that there would be so much inside information. Back then, the second prince had also pursued Kong Shishue. However, she ended up falling in love with Jingyu. Furthermore, the Taishu Sage Emperor had killed Jingyu because of his jealousy. Another reason was because of the second prince. The second prince had sent people to sow discord and provoke the Taishu Sage Emperor. There were two reasons why the Taishu Sage Emperor had killed Jingyu. One was because he was jealous of Jingyu. The other was because he had snatched away Jingyu's lover, Kong Shishue. Both of these reasons were related to the second prince. It could be said that the second prince was the main culprit behind Jingyu's death. It turned out that the second prince was the mastermind behind all of this. Jingyuan, you're despicable. Kong Shishue trembled. Despicable? This is called strategy. I was unlucky to have Jinglin. He was only born earlier than me, but he was already crowned as the crown prince. There was also Jingyu. He was so talented. If I didn't get rid of the two of them, how could I become the Sage Emperor? Didn't I succeed now? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. Kong Shishue, I'll give you one more chance. Come here, and be my woman. I can let you go. The second prince said loudly. Dream on. I'd rather die. Kong Shishue's face was cold. She looked at the second prince with disgust. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The second prince roared, his face ferocious. Chapter 35-45. The second prince looked ferocious, and was about to send someone to attack. In his opinion, Lu Ming only had 3 quasi-emperors, while he had 5. Together with the people from the Tianyi Holy Dynasty, he could easily crush Lu Ming. Today is the day you die. Before the second prince could do anything, a cold voice was heard. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's murderous intent was extremely cold. It was directed at the second prince. He must kill the second prince. It could be said that the second prince was behind everything that happened in the Taishu dynasty. Without him, even if the Holy Emperor was jealous of Jingyu, he might not have killed Jingyu. It could be said that Jingyu's real enemies were the Taishu Holy Emperor and the second prince. This person was despicable and cunning. Leaving him alive would cause endless trouble in the future. You want to kill me? Ha ha. The second prince laughed and looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a fool. You want to kill me with your strength? It seems that you can only do so in your next life. The second prince was full of disdain. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked behind the second prince and the rest. Because in the starry sky behind them, the void fluctuated and flashed continuously. Tall and burly figures appeared there. The experts from the barbarian tribe had arrived. Obviously, the second prince, Tianyi Holy Emperor, and the others also sensed it. They quickly looked behind and their expressions changed. The barbarian tribe. Someone exclaimed. Swish. Swish. As soon as the experts from the barbarian tribe appeared, they rushed toward the second prince and the others at an amazing speed. Damn it, it's Etion. The second prince saw Etion in the barbarian tribe army at a glance. Etion was Jingyu's general, and had defected to Lu Ming. Now Etion had led the experts from the barbarian tribe to attack. Obviously, the experts from the barbarian tribe were on Lu Ming's side. Damn it, why is Lu Ming with the barbarian tribe? The second prince roared in his heart. There were many experts from the barbarian tribe. The current barbarian emperor obeyed Etion. Hence, when Etion spoke, the barbarian emperor would not refuse. The barbarian emperor had given the order. It turned out that the barbarian tribe's foundation had been mobilized. In addition to the other quasi-emperors of the barbarian tribe, the number of experts they had was no less than that of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Emperor Tianyi's expression changed swiftly, and he said, "Jingyuan, leave the barbarians to me. I'll stop them while you deal with Lu Ming. End the battle quickly, and then we'll join forces to repel the barbarians." "All right." The second prince nodded. Then Tianyi Saint Emperor led the masters of the Tianyi sacred dynasty and rushed toward the barbarians. Boom boom, the experts of both sides hadn't even come into contact with each other yet, but the terrifying chi had already collided in the void. Terrifying rumbling sounds rang out as the void continued to explode. In the end, the two armies clashed and slaughtered each other. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be able to invite the barbarian tribe. But it's still useless. Die. Kill." The second prince yelled and gave the order to attack. Immediately, the 5 quasi-emperors under his command took action. They targeted Giant Bear and Holy Heavenly King. They thought that in Lu Ming's army, only Giant Bear and Holy Heavenly King were quasi-emperors. As long as the 2 of them were killed, the others were not worth mentioning. "Demon King, make your move." Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. "Are you finally going to make your move? I can't wait any longer." The undying Demon King revealed a ferocious look. He laughed grimly and took a step forward. Boom. Overwhelming demonic chi burst out, shaking the starry sky. The demonic power was boundless. He threw out a palm strike, and an incomparably huge palm print covered the starry sky, clashing with the second prince's 2 quasi-emperors. Terrifying rumbling sounds rang out, and terrifying cracks appeared in the starry sky. The undying Demon King was unscathed, and the 2 quasi-emperors retreated rapidly. At the same time, Giant Bear, Holy Heavenly King, and the other 2 quasi-emperors of the Saint Demon Imperial Court also made their moves. The raging aura surged toward the second prince. The second prince's eyes widened rapidly, and his eyeballs were about to explode. He was in disbelief. He had never thought that there would be so many quasi-emperors in Lu Ming's army. "You're from the Saint Demon Imperial Court. How dare you collude with the Saint Demon Imperial Court?" The second prince roared hysterically. "Kill." The undying Demon King responded with a roar. "Saint Demon Wheel." The undying Demon King waved his hand, and a huge wheel appeared. It seemed to be formed by countless demon blades, and crushed toward one of the quasi-emperors under the second prince. The quasi-emperor shouted and took out a Monarch-grade divine artifact, but the moment it collided with the wheel, the Monarch-grade divine artifact shattered into pieces. The quasi-emperor's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed all his attacks. He used his origin secret technique and blasted it toward the undying Demon King. But it was all in vain. The quasi-emperor's attack was vulnerable under the Saint Demon Wheel of the undying Demon King. The black wheel crushed all the quasi-emperor's attacks and defenses in an instant. "This is impossible." The quasi-emperor opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. They were both quasi-emperors, but he was so much weaker than his opponent. He was completely vulnerable. Bang. As soon as he shouted, the Saint Demon Wheel crushed down. The quasi-emperor's body instantly exploded and turned into ashes. A quasi-emperor was almost killed in an instant. This was the strength of the undying Demon King. At his peak, he was a true divine emperor. Even if he had lost most of his cultivation, and was only at the quasi-emperor level, a quasi-emperor of the same level would be vulnerable in front of him. How is this possible? The second prince was the most shocked. He was almost scared out of his wits. That quasi-emperor was killed just like that. It was hard for him to accept. Trash. After killing that quasi-emperor, the undying Demon King shouted coldly and charged toward the next quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor was the 6th prince. The 6th prince's expression changed drastically, but he was firmly entangled by the heavenly saint. Buzz. The undying Demon King waved his hand, and another Saint Demon Wheel came crashing down on the 6th Wangya. "No." The 6th prince shouted and resisted with all his strength. He was slightly stronger than the previous quasi-emperor, but he could not change the outcome. As the saint demon will crushed down, he screamed and died on the spot, following in the footsteps of the previous quasi-emperor. This time, not only were the second prince's people shocked, but the heavenly saint and the others were also shocked. Ha ha ha, Jingyuan, you won't succeed. You'll end up like me, a loser. The crown prince laughed wildly. Seeing the second prince's experts killed, the crown prince was extremely excited. You're courting death. The second prince roared and killed the crown prince with a slap. Everyone attack. Kill. Lu Ming ordered, and the rest of his subordinates charged toward the second prince's side. Roar. 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 It was the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members all used their primitive divine bodies and turned into King Kong raging apes. They're all primitive divine bodies. Someone on the second prince's side exclaimed in shock. After the quasi-emperors were killed one after another, the morale of the second prince's army plummeted. Seeing so many primitive divine bodies, their morale was even lower. When the two sides clashed, a large portion of the second prince's army was killed. Chapter 35-46. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, the second prince roared, wanting to gather his men to retreat and meet up with Saint Emperor Tiany's men. However, how could Lu Ming's side let him retreat? The Undying Demon King was extremely powerful. After killing 2 quasi-emperors in a row, the Undying Demon King charged toward the third quasi-emperor. Lu Ming's side already had the upper hand in terms of quasi-emperors. In addition, the Undying Demon King's speed was astonishing. The remaining 3 quasi-emperors on the second prince's side could not retreat even if they wanted to. When the Undying Demon King arrived, their fate was already sealed. Kill, kill, ha! The Undying Demon King was not a kind person. Back then, he had caused the Saint Demon Imperial Court, which was at its peak, to decline quickly. His hands were stained with blood. After being sealed for so many years, he was already full of hostility. If Guemo had not used the anti-demon seal, he would not have been able to control the Undying Demon King. At this moment, the Undying Demon King erupted. His killing intent was extremely cold, and his attacks were like a storm. Although he had not recovered to the Saint Emperor realm, the quality of his divine power and the power of his origin source secret technique were there. Ordinary quasi-emperors were completely suppressed. The Saint Demon will crushed down, and the third quasi-emperor was killed. Then it was the fourth and the fifth. Without any suspense, the last few quasi-emperors were firmly entangled by the holy old heavenly king, the giant bear, and the others. They could not escape at all. In a short while, the 5 quasi-emperors under the second prince were all killed. The second prince was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He knew that he was done for. The quasi-emperors were the foundation of his hegemony. With the quasi-emperors dead, he was completely finished. A retreat. Run quickly. With the death of the 5 quasi-emperors, the second prince's army completely fell apart, completely collapsing. They no longer had the will to fight. They turned into birds and beasts jumping around. The second prince reacted and wanted to escape too. Stop him, don't let him escape. Lu Ming shouted. The holy old heavenly king and the others flashed, surrounding the second prince. Tiany, save me. The second prince shouted, asking Tiany Saint Emperor for help. However, Tiany Saint Emperor was almost scared to death. He had seen the Undying Demon King's demonic might just now. Tiany wanted him to save the second prince? What a joke. Retreat. Retreat. Holy Sovereign Tiany roared and led his people to charge forward with all their might. They no longer lingered in the battle and retreated to the side. Etian and the others' target was not Tiany Saint Emperor and the others. They pretended to chase for a while, but did not continue. Instead, they led their men to encircle the second prince's subordinates. The second prince's face was pale. He knew that he had completely failed and could not escape. Lu Ming, I didn't think that I would lose to you in the end. Ha ha ha, the heavens are unfair. The second prince smiled bitterly. You've done so many bad things, yet you've only died now. This is the injustice of the heavenly Tao. Kong Shishue said angrily. Her and Jingyu's lives could be said to have been ruined by the second prince. Kong Shishue, come on, kill me and avenge Jingyu. It's not bad to die in your hands. The second prince looked at Kong Shishue and shouted. At the same time he was thinking. Now if he wanted to live, there was only one way, and that was to take someone as a hostage. Kong Shishua was not bad. As long as he took Kong Shishua as a hostage, he might be able to escape. Senior Kong, don't be rash. I want to take you as a hostage so that I can escape. Lu Ming said, seeing through the second prince's thoughts. Damn it. The second prince roared in his heart. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. He might not be able to take me down. Kong Shishua said. She was also a 9th level divine lord like the second prince. If this person wants to die, he must die in the hands of Prince Jingyu. Leave him to me. Lu Ming said. What? Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Leave the second prince to him? How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the 9th level divine king realm. He was a whole realm away from the second prince. It was impossible to cross. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person who could cross so much distance. Lu Ming, with just you? The second prince sneered. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He was really hoping that Lu Ming would take action. This way he could take Lu Ming down and use Lu Ming as a hostage to escape. Of course not with just me, but with Prince Jingyu. Lu Ming said. In the next moment, a metal ball appeared in his hand. It looked like petals wrapped together. He injected his divine power and the petals opened, revealing a drop of blood. This is... Kong Shishua saw it and her body trembled. She immediately sensed Jingyu's aura. This was left behind by Jingyu. Blue Merchant said. That's right. This is the last of Prince Jingyu's strength. Let Prince Jingyu leave his last battle in the Taishu dynasty and kill Jingyuan. Lu Ming said. According to White Fang, when Jingyu was seriously injured, he sealed his remaining strength in this drop of blood. As long as Lu Ming fused with this drop of blood, he would be able to borrow Jingyu's strength. However, he could only use it once. This was a great killing weapon. If he used it in a dangerous situation, it could definitely save his life and turn the situation around. However, Lu Ming still planned to use it now. Jingyu's life was too tragic. And the second prince could be said to be Jingyu's true enemy. Lu Ming planned to leave Jingyu's last battle in the Taishu dynasty and kill the second prince with his own hands. This way, Jingyu leaving behind this drop of blood would be meaningful. This would be the end of Jingyu's life. With a thought, Jingyu's blood flew toward Lu Ming's body and fused with Lu Ming's body. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying power erupted from Lu Ming's body. At the same time, a figure appeared above Lu Ming. It was a handsome young man with an invincible aura. Jingyu. Prince. At this moment, Blue Merchant, Kong Shishue, Etian, Yuan Huan, and the rest trembled as they looked at the figure in a daze. This figure was none other than Jingyu. Fight! Jingyu's figure shouted. Then in a flash he fused with Lu Ming's body. At this moment, the power in Lu Ming's body skyrocketed. In an instant he reached the Divine Lord Realm. Then he reached the 1st level Divine Lord Realm, 2nd level Divine Lord Realm, and 3rd level Divine Lord Realm. He only stopped when he reached the 9th level Divine Lord Realm. Back then, Jingyu was seriously injured and was not at his peak. He sealed his remaining strength, and could only reach the 9th level Divine Lord Realm. However, it was enough. Jingyuan, let's fight! Lu Ming roared. At this moment, he felt endless power. It was as if he could destroy a galaxy with a wave of his hand. Of course, this was an illusion. A 9th level Divine Lord Realm was not that powerful. Lu Ming stepped out and the Tyrant God Spear appeared. He whipped the spear toward the second prince. The Tyrant God Spear expanded rapidly and filled the starry sky. The starry sky exploded continuously, forming a terrifying energy that blasted toward the second prince. Kill! The second prince roared. A fiery red spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. 2 incomparably huge spear lights collided. Chapter 35-47. 2 huge spear lights collided, erupting into a shocking explosion. The universe's starry sky was constantly exploding. Wang. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging towards him. The Tyrant God Spear kept vibrating and almost exploded. He retreated for tens of thousands of miles before coming to a stop. Hehe, with just this bit of strength, what's the use of borrowing Jingyu's strength? You will still be crushed by me. Kill. The second prince roared and became one with his spear, turning into a resplendent spear light that charged towards Lu Ming. Divine power of origin factor, 5 awakenings? Lu Ming muttered. In the collision just now, he discovered that the second prince's divine power was incomparably strong and condensed. It was due to his cultivation, but it was also due to the quality. The second prince's divine power of origin factor had already reached 5 awakenings. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation, the easier it was to comprehend divine power and awaken the divine power of origin factor. The second prince himself was a peerless genius and had cultivated to the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, he was much older than Jingyu and had cultivated for at least 2 stellar years. It was not surprising that his divine power of origin factor had awakened 5 times in such a long time. Although Lu Ming had the power of a 9th level Divine Lord, he was still not a match for the second prince. All strength erupt for me. Lu Ming roared and activated the battle character formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times and the primordial divine body. However, he was depressed to discover that the battle character formula was only effective on his own cultivation and had no effect on the borrowed strength. The primordial divine blood was easy to enter Lu Ming's body and had some effect. At least his physical body would become incomparably strong, and his control over Jingyu's strength would be stronger. However, it was very useful for the secret technique of origin. Jingyu's strength poured into the secret technique of origin, allowing it to erupt with shocking power. Wang. The tyrant god spear vibrated, and the power of severing a shackle was released. In addition to Jingyu's strength, the tyrant god spear's power was extremely shocking. Swoosh. Lu Ming stabbed out again, turning into a resplendent spear light and colliding with the second prince's spear light. When the spear tips collided, it was as if a star had exploded. Powerful qi overflowed, and energy swept in all directions. Then Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying again. This time his body trembled and he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming, you don't have to do anything. Let me slap him to death. Blue Merchant Etion and the others were very worried. Very clearly, even though Lu Ming borrowed Jingyu's power and had 9th level Divine Lord cultivation, he was not second prince's match. The second prince's divine power of origin had been awakened 5 times, and he had also mastered the secret arts of origin. Don't come over. Leave him to me. Lu Ming shouted, his eyes shining brightly. This was Jingyu's final power. After fusing with Jingyu's power, it seemed to have really crossed the bottleneck of the Divine Lord realm, reaching the 9th level Divine Lord realm. Although this power would dissipate very quickly, Lu Ming had a feeling that his path to becoming a Divine Lord had been paved. As long as he cultivated for a period of time, he would be able to successfully step into the Divine Lord realm. In addition, Jingyu's power contained Jingyu's comprehension of the divine power of origin, especially the sovereign's divine power. This was because Jingyu mainly cultivated the sovereign's divine power. Lu Ming's sovereign's divine power had already been awakened 4 times. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have seen the path of the sovereign's divine power of origin. This was a great opportunity for Lu Ming. Only by fighting to his heart's content could he transform this opportunity into his own strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The second prince continued to attack Lu Ming. Streaks of spear light filled the universe and enveloped Lu Ming, completely enveloping Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, different secret arts of origin appeared on his body. Sovereign's Gate, wind-extinguishing boots, void-shattering sword. A total of 11 secret arts of origin floated around Lu Ming's body. At the same time, violent power poured into the 11 secret arts of origin, causing each secret art of origin to emit a dazzling radiance. Their power was pushed to the extreme. The stronger the divine power used, the more powerful the origin source secret technique would be. 11 secret arts of origin. Apart from a few people who knew Lu Ming's background, everyone else couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The same was true for the second prince. Back when he had fought against the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, Lu Ming had not used his full strength. Swoosh. The wind-extinguishing boots merged with Lu Ming's feet, causing his speed to increase dramatically. He rushed out and flashed rapidly, avoiding the second prince's attack. Then, the other secret arts of origin blasted towards the second prince. The sovereign's gate became hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and pressed down on the second prince. The void-shattering sword and the heavenly demon blade slashed at the second prince from both sides. The moon of Taiyin and the sun of Taiyang shone brightly and filled the sky. Every ray of light had destructive power. The eye of doomsday, like a stone eye, burst out with an ancient radiance. It was terrifying and could destroy everything. Don't think that having many secret arts of origin is useful. You can't withstand a single blow. The second prince roared. The long spear in his hand burst out with even more terrifying power. He had severed a shackle. Lu Ming could see that the long spear in the second prince's hand was also a secret art of origin. Moreover, it had already severed a shackle. In the second prince's hand, its power was terrifying. The long spear in the second prince's hand shook and burst out with terrifying spear radiance. It collided with Lu Ming's various secret arts of origin. Clang! Clang! A series of explosions. All of Lu Ming's secret arts of origin were sent flying, including Lu Ming himself. I already said you can't withstand a single blow. The second prince's attacks became even more berserk. He didn't give Lu Ming any time to breathe. He wanted to take Lu Ming as a hostage. This was his only chance to survive. However, Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He continued to control his 11 secret arts of origin to attack the second prince. That was because when Lu Ming had been controlling his secret arts of origin, Lu Ming had discovered that shackles had appeared on all of his secret arts. With Jingyu's power pouring in, Lu Ming's secret arts of origin began to show their shackles. Of course, other than the Tyrant God Spear, his other secret arts all had a shackle. Lu Ming felt that he could borrow Jingyu's power to sever those shackles. This was an excellent opportunity. He could break through in the middle of a battle. Fight, fight! Lu Ming roared and controlled his 11 secret arts to attack Jingyu. Boom! After another series of collisions, Lu Ming was forced back. But this time, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the God's Gate. It was several times stronger than before. I severed it. Lu Ming was delighted. Just now, he had successfully severed the God's Gate's shackles. Although it was just one, it was enough to increase the God's Gate's power. Chapter 35-48. In the battle, Lu Ming had successfully severed one of the shackles on the Gate of Domination. Whoosh! A vortex appeared above the Gate of Domination. It spun continuously, and emitted a terrifying suction force. In the vortex, a loud roar could be heard. It was similar to Wan Shun's roar back then. You have severed the shackles. The second prince was shocked. Haha, let's continue. Lu Ming laughed and continued to attack the second prince. In the battle with the second prince, Lu Ming could borrow Jingyu's power more smoothly. He pushed his power to the extreme, and then severed the shackles of the origin secret skill. Otherwise, even if he borrowed Jingyu's power, it would not be so easy to sever the shackles. It was not easy to sever the shackles of the origin secret skill. This could be seen from all the young geniuses of the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Other than Di Jianyi, no one could sever the shackles. The second prince had cultivated for so many years, and had only severed one shackle. So what if you have severed the shackles? Kill. The second prince was furious and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming wants to borrow the prince's power to sever the shackles. By the side, Lan Shang, Yi Tian, and the rest could also tell Lu Ming's motive. What a monster! The immortal demon king exclaimed. Even he could not help but sigh. Boom! Boom! Jingyu and the second prince were engaged in another battle. Lu Ming was still defeated. He kept retreating, but he had achieved great results. Boom! The lunar moon exploded with a terrifying aura. Rays of light filled the sky. The second prince's spear radiance was enveloped by the rays of light. It was as if ice had met fire and melted. The lunar moon had also successfully severed one of the shackles. Following closely behind the lunar moon was the solar moon. It also exuded a terrifying aura and severed one of the shackles. Damn it, impossible! The second prince roared. His eyes were full of jealousy. After cultivating for so many years, he had only severed a single shackle. But now, Lu Ming had severed the shackles of 3 origin source techniques in such a short time. Furthermore, he had contributed greatly to this. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Jingyuan again. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to attack the second prince. Damn it, go to hell. The second prince roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. So what if Lu Ming had many secret techniques? So what if he had severed his shackles? He was still no match for him. However, the second prince could not achieve his goal. As the two fought, Lu Ming severed more and more shackles with his origin secret technique. Next were the boots of extinguishing wind, the sword of void shattering, and the demonic blade. One by one, the shackles were severed. About 10 minutes later, all of Lu Ming's secret arts had severed a shackle. Everyone fell into a state of shock. Lu Ming was only a 9th-tier divine king at such a young age. However, he had severed one shackle with each of the 11 secret skills of origin. His combat prowess was most likely nature-defying. The second prince was in despair, unwillingness, and fear. Yes, because he realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was no longer weaker than his. With the combination of his secret techniques, Lu Ming's combat strength was above his. The lunar moon and the solar sun hung high in the sky and shone down rays of light. They were like two mobile turrets that bombarded the second prince. The heavenly demon blade, the void-shattering sword, and the immemorial divine dragon horn were extremely fast. They flashed and slashed around the second prince. The gate of domination was huge and came down from above. The most special thing was a bell, the bell of heavenly evildoer. Ding-ling-ling, the bell of heavenly evildoer rang. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread toward the second prince and shrouded him. At that moment, the second prince's body trembled and his glabella glowed. He was weaker than before. The bell of heavenly evildoer could attack one's soul directly. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectation. This was a function that he had discovered after he had severed a shackle. Lu Ming controlled the overbearing god spear and stepped on the wind destroyer boots to attack the second prince. The combination of his secret techniques was flawless. The second prince tried his best to defend himself, but he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming is going to win. Blue Merchant exhaled and his eyes shone brightly. He did not expect Lu Ming to defeat the second prince, even though he had borrowed Jingyu's strength. The others nodded and were excited. At that moment, they seemed to have seen Jingyu come back to life and defeat the second prince. Lu Ming's path is vast and far beyond Prince Jingyu's. I'm afraid he won't be limited to the Taishu dynasty. Blue Merchant exclaimed. Ah! At this moment, the second prince let out a long howl. He could not accept that he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. Therefore he was careless and was swept by Lu Ming's tyrannical god spear. His body almost exploded. Lu Ming, die. Die. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The second prince went crazy. The divine power in his body burned fiercely. He knew that he could not take down Lu Ming. If he could not take Lu Ming as a hostage, he would definitely die today. Therefore he went all out and burned his divine power. Boom. Boom. The spear gleams erupted and the entire sky was filled with spear gleams. They actually pushed back Lu Ming's various origin secret skills. Suppress. Lu Ming hollered. A steady stream of divine power surged into the gate of domination. Roar. There seemed to be a giant beast roaring in the gate of domination. In the next moment, a beast claw reached out from the gate of domination and slapped at the second prince. Boom. The second prince retreated. At that moment Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he pushed the gate of domination to the extreme, the gate of domination changed. At the same time, Lu Ming saw the road ahead. The road to the fifth awakening. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't miss it. Breakthrough. Lu Ming roared. At that moment, his mind was fully immersed in the sovereign's divine power. Boom. All of a sudden, his sovereign god's god force underwent a strange change. A stronger and more ancient aura burst out from it. This is the fifth awakening of the origin divine power factor. Blue Merchant, Etienne, and the others were dumbfounded. At this critical moment, Lu Ming broke through again. His sovereign's divine power had successfully awakened 5 times. The fifth awakening of the origin divine power factor had increased Lu Ming's combat strength greatly. The gate of domination had also become stronger. Boom. The gate of domination continued to press down. It roared like thunder and contained destructive energy. The second prince's body shook violently. Then, the beast's claw reached out and grabbed at the second prince. This time, the second prince screamed and retreated frantically, vomiting blood. After Lu Ming's sovereign's divine power had awakened 5 times, his combat strength had surpassed the second prince's. Chapter 35-49. Lu Ming had fused with Jingyu's power, and it was as if he was standing at Jingyu's height, looking at the various origin secret techniques. Then he used Jingyu's power to sever the shackles of all the origin secret techniques. Of course, the Tyrant God Spear was an exception. Because the Tyrant God Spear had already severed one shackle, it wouldn't be that easy to sever the second shackle. At the same time, Jingyu cultivated the Sovereign's God Force. Lu Ming used Jingyu's Sovereign's God Force to awaken the Sovereign's God Force for the 5th time, greatly increasing his battle strength. Under the pressure of the Sovereign's Gate, the second prince roared and coughed up blood. "No, this is impossible." The second prince roared, his hair disheveled. He couldn't accept it. Lu Ming had actually broken through continuously in the battle. He was only in the 9th level of the God King realm, but his origin God Force had already awakened 5 times. The second prince had cultivated for more than 2 stellar years, but he had only managed to awaken 5 times. He was extremely jealous and unwilling to accept it. "I won't lose to you." The second prince roared, and he fought back with all his might, wanting to kill Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming represented Jingyu at this moment. He couldn't lose to Jingyu, especially when it was just a little bit of Jingyu's remaining power. However, all kinds of origin secret techniques responded to him. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of origin secret techniques rained down on the second prince like a storm. The second prince trembled violently, and he realized that he couldn't withstand the attacks. In the end, the spear in his hand was struck by the Sovereign's Gate, and it shattered inch by inch before finally exploding. This was the second prince's origin secret technique. With his origin secret technique broken, he screamed in pain as his body flew back. At this time, Lu Ming rushed over with the wind-extinguishing boots, and the Tyrant God Spear stabbed out. Pooh! The Tyrant God Spear pierced through the second prince's body. The terrifying destructive power had already exploded in the second prince's body, destroying his bodily functions. It had even shattered the second prince's stellar core. The second prince's cultivation was crippled. The second prince screamed in agony, filled with unwillingness and despair. "What's the use of scheming? Now I'll send you on your way," Lu Ming said coldly. The Tyrant God Spear trembled, and an even more violent power burst forth. The second prince's body directly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. After killing the second prince, Lu Ming focused his attention on the various origin secret arts and divine powers. This was a rare opportunity. He wanted to see if he could borrow Jingyu's power to make another breakthrough. Unfortunately, at this time, Jingyu had already consumed a lot of energy. The remaining energy was constantly leaking into the air. There was not much energy left, and it was difficult to help Lu Ming break through. Lu Ming's aura slowly descended. 8th level Divine Lord, 7th level Divine Lord. In the starry sky, the battle continued. Lu Ming's men and the barbarian tribe's men were working together to kill the second prince's men. At this moment, the battle was slowly coming to a stop. Almost all of the second prince's trusted subordinates had died in battle, and the rest had surrendered. When Lu Ming's aura returned to normal, and he regained his 9th-tier Divine King cultivation, the battle came to an end. "Lu Ming, how do you feel?" "Lu Ming." Blue Merchant and the rest flew towards Lu Ming. "I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's not delay any longer. We have control of the great illusionary sage capital. I'm afraid there are many of the Crown Prince's henchmen inside," Lu Ming said. "All right." Everyone nodded and headed towards the great illusionary sage capital. The great illusionary sage capital still had the Crown Prince's henchmen. Naturally, there would be a huge battle. In the end, the great illusionary sage capital was completely under their control. At the same time, Kong Shishua had sent out a message, asking his men to bring Lu Ming's parents over. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. Kong Shishua's men brought his parents to the great illusionary sage capital. Fortunately, his parents were fine. They were healthy, and their cultivation had increased significantly. Evidently, the second prince had not made things difficult for his parents in the past 100 years. This was normal. The second prince wanted to use Lu Yintian and Li Ping to threaten Lu Ming. If anything happened to Lu Ming and Li Ping, Lu Ming would not help him. He would probably kill the second prince. Seeing that Lu Yintian and Li Ping were fine, Lu Ming was relieved. After chatting with the two elders for a long time, Lu Ming asked someone to bring them to rest. Great Illusionary Sage Capital, in the Palace Hall. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, Kong Shixue, and the rest sat together. They were discussing their future. Now the Great Illusionary Sage Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the second prince were all dead. When the Crown Prince rebelled and assassinated the Emperor, many of the royal family members were implicated. Only a few of the princes were left. However, the country could not afford to be without a ruler. Everyone, how should we deal with the Taishu dynasty? The country can't afford to be without a ruler. Blue Merchant was the first to speak, breaking the silence. I feel that we should just let Lu Ming be the Saint Emperor, Yi Tian said. He wanted Lu Ming to take charge of the Great Illusionary Sage Capital. I think so, Yuan Huan said. Then Lu Ming's subordinates spoke one after another, supporting Lu Ming to take charge of the Taishu dynasty. Many of them were Jing Yu's subordinates. In their opinion, the Taishu dynasty should belong to Jing Yu. Now that Jing Yu was dead, Lu Ming was Jing Yu's successor. Naturally, Lu Ming should take charge of the Taishu dynasty. The Undying Demon Lord and a few experts from the Saint Demon's dynasty sat aside, not saying a word. Kong Shixue did not say a word. The Holy King did not say a word either. At this time, Lu Ming raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. I'm not interested in the throne, Lu Ming said. Indeed, he was not interested. Now that his horizons were broadening, he saw more and more things. He knew that the Eldritch universe was huge, and the Taishu dynasty was just a small part of it. His goal was the Eldritch universe and the Sea of Stars. He did not want to stay in the Taishu dynasty and be the emperor. Blue Merchant smiled. He was not surprised by Lu Ming's answer. With Lu Ming's talent, he would not stay in the Taishu dynasty for long. Then, who will take charge of the Taishu dynasty in the future? Blue Merchant asked. Let's choose one of the remaining princes to take charge of the Taishu dynasty. Of course, it's best if he doesn't have too big of an ambition, Lu Ming said. He had reached the peak of the 9th layer Divine King realm. And by borrowing Jing Yu's power, Lu Ming had touched the Divine Lord realm. The Divine Lord realm was not difficult for him at all. He felt that as long as he calmed down and cultivated in seclusion for a while, he would be able to break through smoothly. Once he reached the Divine Lord realm, he would be able to open the jade talisman left by Xian Yinqing to find Xian Yinqing and the mid-autumn moon. He would not stay in the Taishu Holy Court for too long. However, he hoped that his family and friends could cultivate in the Taishu Holy Court. Therefore, the new Taishu Holy Emperor had to be easy to control. Only then would his family be safe. At this time, Lu Ming saw that Kong Shixue was hesitant to speak. Senior Kong, if you have something to say, please speak. Lu Ming looked at Kong Shixue. Chapter 3550. To tell you the truth, Jing Shu and I once gave birth to a son, Kong Shixue said. Oh. Everyone's eyes lit up. Kong Shixue and Great Void Sacred Emperor had a son, who was also a prince. Kong Shixue meant that she wanted her son to take over the position of Great Void Sacred Emperor. Why haven't I heard of it before? Blue Merchant asked. That's because he looks too much like Jingyu, Kong Shixue said. Like Prince Jingyu? Blue Merchant, Yi Tian Baiya, and the others looked at each other. Blue Merchant said, why don't we invite him in? All right. Kong Shixue nodded and left. They didn't have to wait long before a young man stepped into the hall. As soon as the young man walked into the hall, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, and the others couldn't help but stand up with a stunned expression. This young man looked too much like Jingyu. It was as though they were cast from the same mold. Junior Jingma greets all the seniors. Jingma cupped his fists and bowed. He was neither humble nor arrogant. He was natural and unrestrained. No need for formalities. Blue Merchant waved his hand. His eyes were still fixed on Jingma. He wasn't the only one. Yi Tian Baiya and Yuan Huan did the same. Their stares made Jingma a little embarrassed. Emo, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with the seniors, Kong Shishua said. Yes, mother. Jingma cupped his fists and left the hall. Similar, too similar. Too similar. Even their temperament is similar. Blue Merchant, Etion, and the others couldn't stop muttering. Shishua, why haven't I heard that you have a son with the sacred emperor? Blue Merchant asked curiously. Because he looks too much like Ji Jingyu, Jingshu doesn't like him, so he hasn't made it public. Moreover, he doesn't let him out or wander around, which is equivalent to putting him under house arrest in one place. Kong Shishua said with a gloomy look in her eyes. Everyone fell silent. They knew that Jingmo resembled Jingyu too much, and had incurred the displeasure of the Saint Emperor. At this time, Blue Merchant, Etion, White Fang, and the others looked at each other again. Ahem, Shishua, I would like to ask you a question. Please don't take offense. Blue Merchant coughed dryly. Teacher Lan, please ask. Kong Shishua said. Is Jingma Jingshu's son or Jingyu's son? Blue Merchant asked. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. Well, I'm not too sure. Kong Shishua's face was completely red as she fidgeted. Blue Merchant's and the others' eyes lit up. If Kong Shishua wasn't too sure, it meant one thing. Something must have happened between Kong Shishua and Jingyu back then. Otherwise, how could Kong Shishua not be clear about it? Not long after Jingshu made me marry him, I found out that I was pregnant. Kong Shishua explained again. Blue Merchant and the others increasingly felt that Jingma might be Jingyu's son. After all, a Divine Lord's pregnancy was very long. It was normal for it to reach tens of thousands of years. Moreover, Jingma and Jingyu's appearance and temperament were so similar. However, if Jingma was the son of Kong Shishua and Taishu Saint Emperor, it wasn't impossible. In that case, Jingma and Jingyu were brothers. It wasn't impossible for brothers to look alike. Blue Merchant, Etion, and the others were a little confused for a while. Even Kong Shishua, the mother, couldn't figure it out. How could they figure it out? How about this? The Saint Emperor's position will be taken by Jingma. How about you all support him? Lu Ming said. Kong Shishua had helped Lu Ming a lot this time. It wasn't a bad idea to push Kong Shishua's son to the position. After all, Kong Shishua was forced to do that back then. I have no objection. I have no objection either. Blue Merchant, Etion, and the others nodded. Holy Thousand Heavenly King naturally had no objection. As for the Undying Demon King, he had been set up by Bone Demon with a demon sealing array. Naturally, he would follow whatever Lu Ming said. However, the other two quasi-emperors of the Saint Devil dynasty were a little unwilling. The Taishu dynasty had suffered heavy losses, and there weren't many experts left. If the Undying Demon King led them to attack, they would definitely be able to destroy the Taishu dynasty in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the Undying Demon King seemed to be obedient to Lu Ming, and they didn't dare to resist. With the Undying Demon King's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. Thank you, Lu Ming. Thank you, everyone. Kong Shishua was overjoyed and thanked Lu Ming and the others. In addition, the Taishu dynasty will allocate a few star regions for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. Lu Ming said. Everyone naturally agreed to Lu Ming's request. Now in the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming had the final say. Kong Shishua and the others naturally didn't have any objections. Everyone discussed for a while, and Lu Ming took his leave. Next, the Taishu Saint Emperor needed to reorganize. The Taishu dynasty had suffered heavy losses in this internal strife. Almost most of the quasi-emperors had died in battle, and 70 to 80% of their top combat strength had been lost. In the entire Taishu dynasty, to be precise, only the Holy Heavenly King and Etion were left. The losses were too great. In the beginning, the Taishu dynasty could be said to be the strongest force among the barbarian tribe, the Taishu dynasty, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Now it had become the weakest force. Whether it was the barbarian tribe or the Tianyi sacred dynasty, it wouldn't be difficult for them to annex the Taishu dynasty. Of course, the barbarian tribe had Etion, so they definitely wouldn't attack the Taishu dynasty now. However, it was hard to say about the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Therefore, Lu Ming had allocated a part of the territory for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. With the undying Demon King around, the people of the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty wouldn't dare to attack. In fact, Lu Ming could let the undying Demon King and the others attack the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. With the undying Demon King's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to secretly kill the Tianyi Sacred Emperor and the others. However, Lu Ming didn't do that. He would leave sooner or later. Destroying the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty was meaningless to him. Only by leaving the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty behind could the various forces restrain each other. Lu Ming would leave soon. What he needed was an environment where his family and friends could cultivate in peace. Soon he would bring his family and friends to the Taishu dynasty to live and cultivate. Therefore, he needed the stability of the various forces to restrain each other. With the undying Demon King around, this could be achieved. With the undying Demon King around, the barbarian tribe and the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty wouldn't dare to attack the Taishu dynasty. This way there would be a balance. Only the undying Demon King himself could break the balance. However, the undying Demon King was controlled by Lu Ming and could only obey. In this way, the barbarian tribe, the Taishu dynasty, and the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty would have a long-term period of stable development unless someone's strength surpassed the undying Demon King. In this way, Lu Ming could leave this place with peace of mind. After that, it was time to reorganize the various territories and armies of the Taishu dynasty. After this battle, the structure of the Taishu dynasty had completely changed. Most of the Heavenly King's mansions and marquee mansions had surrendered to the Crown Prince or the Second Prince. There were too many casualties in that battle. Many Heavenly Kings and top experts of the Heavenly King's mansions were almost wiped out. Chapter 35-51. There was a huge change in the Taishu dynasty, and the various factions would be reshuffled. Among them, some were quite lucky, such as the Ninju Heavenly King Mansion. Although the Ninju Heavenly King Mansion had sought refuge with the Second Prince, Lu Ming did not lay a finger on them in the end. However, those who had a grudge against Lu Ming were not so lucky. For example, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Palace, the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Palace, and the War God clan. During the war, Lu Ming did not show any mercy and killed them. It was the same for the Lan family of the Taishu Sage capital and the Imperial Advisor residence. Almost all of their experts had been killed. In addition, the Heavenly King palaces that had been destroyed in the war had left a lot of empty territory. The entire Taishu dynasty would be reshuffled. Of course, Lu Ming could not be bothered with that. He left it to Kong Shishue, Blue Merchant, and the others. He cultivated in peace and sent people to the chaotic astral river to bring his family and friends over to cultivate. Just like that, after a busy year, the Taishu dynasty finally settled down and order was restored. At this time, Jingma had ascended to the throne and became the new sage emperor. Naturally, there were rewards for the new emperor. Lu Ming was conferred the title of Hidden Dragon Heavenly King of the Taishu dynasty as the first Heavenly King. Half of the Taishu dynasty's territory was under the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Palace's name. This area was almost the size of more than 20 Heavenly King palaces in the past. Lu Ming accepted it calmly. He knew that this was Jingma. Kong Shishue wanted to win him over. He did not care about himself, but it was good that Lu Shenhuang and the others could cultivate here in the future. Lu Shenhuang did not like to take risks and liked to be with his family. Although his cultivation progress was slower, it was stable. Moreover, Lu Ming did not have time to accompany Lu Yintian and Li Ping. It was good that Lu Shenhuang and the others accompanied him. Apart from that, Thousand Holiness Old Heavenly King Manor had also expanded by several times. Blue Merchant was conferred the title of the new Imperial Advisor. Yi Tian became the new general of the Taishu dynasty's army. After the enfeoffment, the Taishu dynasty was on the right track. As for the new Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Palace, Lu Ming left to Yuan Huan and the others to build it. Young Master Lu Ming, we are leaving. On this day, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others said goodbye to Lu Ming. Back then, they had promised Lu Ming that they would help Lu Ming complete the Taishu Sacred Court's matters. Now that the Taishu Sacred Court's matters had been settled, they could leave. After all, they had been trapped in the Lost Galaxy for too long, and had long wanted to go back. All right, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Lu Ming smiled. Young Master Lu Ming, I come from the Sacred Bear Tribe. The Sacred Bear Tribe is a big tribe on the 10,000 primordial tribe list. If you have the chance in the future, you can look for me at the Sacred Bear Tribe, Giant Bear said. During this period he had seen Lu Ming's talent. It was amazing. Even the Sacred Bear Tribe did not have such talent. It was not that he was weaker than Lu Ming in combat strength. In terms of combat strength and cultivation, there were many people in the Sacred Bear Tribe who were stronger than Lu Ming. What he was comparing was talent. He felt that there was no one in the Sacred Bear Tribe who was more talented than Lu Ming. He naturally wanted to befriend such a genius. Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Lu Ming was surprised. He did not expect Giant Bear to be from a powerful tribe on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. There were millions of tribes and factions in the primitive universe. However, those who could enter the Primitive 10,000 Tribe role were all extremely powerful. They were far from what the Taishu Sacred Dynasty or the Barbarian Tribe could compare to. The Wu people he met were also a powerful tribe on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. They were overbearing and killed the Barbarian Emperor for some unknown reason. Okay, I'll definitely pay them a visit if I have the chance, Lu Ming said. He would not miss the chance to befriend someone on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Young Master Lu Ming, I'm Zhu Tai from the Celestial Swine Tribe. I'm also a member of the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. You can come and find me if you have the chance, Zhu Tai said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the others introduced themselves, hoping that Lu Ming would meet them when he was free in the future. Of course, only Giant Bear and Zhu Tai were from the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Lu Ming nodded and agreed for the time being. He might need to use them in the future. After exchanging some pleasantries, Giant Bear and the others took their leave. Not long after Giant Bear and the others left, Lu Ming's family and friends in the chaotic galaxy also came. Naturally, it was lively again. Soon a few months passed. It's time to break through, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Now everything in the Taishu dynasty was on the right track, and there was no need for him to worry. He planned to go into seclusion and break through to the Divine Lord realm in one go. Then he would open the jade talisman left behind by Xian Yanqing. With a wave of his hand, a large number of primordial divine crystals appeared. Old Liang refined them for me, Lu Ming said. This time, he took out at least a few 100,000 primordial divine crystals. To break through from the Divine King realm to the Divine Lord realm, one needed to consume an astonishing amount of energy. Leave them to me. I can refine the primordial divine crystals very quickly. A suction force erupted from the measure formula, absorbing the hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals, and then began to refine them. Not long after, waves of pure energy began to pour into Lu Ming's body. They were absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into his own divine power. Lu Ming did not immediately break through to the Divine Lord realm. This bit of energy was far from enough. He needed to accumulate energy, and wait until the energy accumulated to a certain extent before he began to break through. The Divine King realm cultivated the Star Core. At the Divine Lord realm, it was still the Star Core. However, there were also differences. To break through to the Divine Lord realm, one needed to condense a star ring outside the Star Core. A star ring surrounded the Star Core. Condensing one star ring was considered a first-level Divine Lord realm. Condensing 2 star rings was a second-level Divine Lord realm. At the 9th-level Divine Lord realm, there would be 9 star rings surrounding the Star Core. In the end, the 9 star rings and the Star Core would burn completely and fuse together to form a star. Then one would enter the Divine Emperor realm. In fact, the Divine Emperor realm had another name, which was the Eternal Star realm. When the Star Core in the body burned and turned into a star, that was the Eternal Star realm. Of course, this was very far away from Lu Ming. What Lu Ming needed to do now was to accumulate enough energy to condense a star ring around the Star Core. However, Lu Ming had 11 star cores. To condense a star ring, the energy required would be very shocking. Time passed slowly day by day, month by month. The divine power accumulated in Lu Ming's body became more and more robust. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. In 30 years, the hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals had been completely refined by the measure formula. Refining hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals in 30 years was also because he relied on the measure formula. If he had refined them himself, he did not know how long it would have taken. The divine power accumulated from hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals was already unbelievably robust. Lu Ming began to break through. Chapter 3552. Actually, the Divine Lord realm wasn't difficult for Lu Ming at all. There were many conditions to breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. First, one's origin divine power factor had to awaken 3 times. Only then could one condense star rings. If one's origin divine power factor hadn't awakened 3 times, it would be impossible to condense star rings. However, Lu Ming's various divine powers had already awakened 4 times. His sovereign divine power had even awakened 5 times. Condensing star rings wasn't difficult at all. In addition, he had borrowed Jingyu's power to temporarily enter the 9th level Divine Lord realm. He already had some understanding of the Divine Lord realm. The bottleneck that blocked him no longer existed. He had already comprehended it. Therefore, as long as he had enough energy, Lu Ming would enter the Divine Lord realm. It was a matter of course. As Lu Ming began to break through, the aura emitted from Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger. Soon, it reached a critical point. Wang, wang. At this time, a buzzing sound came from Lu Ming's dantian. The 11 star cores were violently vibrating. Each star core emitted a resplendent radiance. Their divine power was condensed to the extreme. Suddenly, the star cores with sovereign divine power shone brightly. A star ring appeared around them. The star ring's radiance was still somewhat dim, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was very beautiful, like the star rings of some planets in the universe. However, the star ring's beauty was filled with terrifying energy. The sovereign divine power was the first to break through. Following that, the other star cores also trembled. One by one, they condensed star rings. Overlord Spear Force, Sun Force, Sun Force. Soon, there were 11 star cores. Each star core was surrounded by a star ring, which looked incomparably beautiful. Boom. Shocking energy fluctuations erupted from Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming quickly restrained them. He had broken through. Lu Ming had officially broken through to the Divine Lord realm. He had become a Divine Lord. Lu Ming was delighted. After experiencing so much, he had finally become a Divine Lord. He had reached the realm above the Divine King realm. Before Xian Yanqing left, she had said that Lu Ming could only look for her after he reached the Divine King realm. At that time, the realm above Godly King was incomparably distant to Lu Ming. But now, with Lu Ming taking one step at a time, he had finally realized it. While Lu Ming was breaking through, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from a barren planet in a galaxy that was extremely far away from the great illusionary stage. Then, a sword soared into the sky and pierced through the depths of the starry sky. Before long, a figure charged into the sky and stood in outer space. Dense streaks of light constantly erupted from his body, slicing open vicious cracks in space. It was a young man and he was Di Jianyi. Lu Ming, now that I've entered the Divine Lord realm, I only need one move to kill you. Emperor Sword let out a long roar. His long hair fluttered, and his aura soared. Now, I'm afraid that even if you reach 9th level Divine Lord, you might not be able to kill Lu Ming either. A clear voice rang out as a figure stepped through the air and arrived. Dark night rose. Di Jianyi muttered as a tinge of fear flashed past the depths of his eyes. How do you know where I am in seclusion? Di Jianyi asked as he revealed a tinge of wariness. Everyone else thinks that this is a barren planet, but I know that there is a sword origin pool here. It is extremely beneficial for sword cultivators, especially for someone like you who has an elemental spirit sword body. It is even more beneficial. Dark Knight Rose smiled. It's a pity that you're late. I've already absorbed all the sword origin pool. Also, you said that even if I reach 9th level Divine Lord realm, I won't be able to kill Lu Ming. What do you mean? Di Jianyi asked. When you were in seclusion, the Taishu dynasty had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Taishu Sage Emperor, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the Grand Tutor are all dead. Dark Knight Rose said. What What exactly happened? Dijini was shocked. Dark Knight Rose immediately told Dijini what had happened in the Taishu dynasty in detail. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be the successor of Jingyu. Moreover, there are so many people helping him. Hee, it's really unfair. Dijini sneered and quickly regained his composure. However, the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. It seems that I have misjudged. Lu Ming's talent is beyond my imagination. However, isn't it interesting? The stronger he is, the more useful he is to me. Sooner or later I will eat him. Dark Knight Rose's eyes were glowing with a strange light. Dijini shivered inexplicably. He looked at Dark Knight Rose with more and more fear. Dijini had sided with the Crown Prince. Hence, he naturally knew Dark Knight Rose and knew how terrifying Dark Knight Rose was. He couldn't afford to offend this woman. Now that the Taishu dynasty is in Lu Ming's hands, why are you looking for me? Dijini asked. Of course, I am looking for you to fight against Lu Ming. Lu Ming is a peerless supreme talent who has great luck. However, he is not invincible. In my opinion, you are a supreme talent who is at the same level as him. Hence, you can fight against him. You also have great luck. If you had not secluded yourself in this barren land, and continued to stay by the Crown Prince's side, I am afraid you would have died. It is your luck that saved you. Dark Knight Rose said. I am more powerful than him. Dijini said coldly, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Now that he had stepped into the Sir God realm, he had recovered from the blow of being defeated by Lu Ming. Hence, he was more confident. Come with me. The Taishu Sacred Dynasty is just a small place. Come with me to a bigger place. I will make you stronger. Don't talk about Lu Ming. Why can't you compete with the most powerful geniuses in the primitive universe? Dark Knight Rose stared at Dijini, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Dijini's body tensed up and he subconsciously retreated. He looked at Dark Knight Rose cautiously and said, Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Don't worry. I will not take advantage of you. I will stimulate your talent and make you a supreme talent who will be famous in the primitive universe. Dark Knight Rose said, and she was filled with confidence. Who are you? I have inquired about you. You came from a remote star region in the Taishu dynasty, and your father is only a supreme being. However, it is impossible for a supreme being to have a daughter like you. Dijini stared at Dark Knight Rose. You are not qualified to know who I am. In short, you only need to know that I can help you. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is more powerful than you think. He controls 11 types of divine powers, and has cultivated 11 types of secret skills of origin. Moreover, he has already severed one of the shackles of each of the 11 secret skills of origin. Perhaps he has already broken through to the Sir God realm. Dark Knight Rose said. She knew Lu Ming's situation like the back of her hand. What? Dijini was shocked, and he fell into deep thought. After a while he said, All right, I will go with you. Correct choice. Dark Knight Rose smiled, and the two of them disappeared. Chapter 3553. Now can I open the Jade Talisman? After Lu Ming broke through to the Divine Lord realm, he stabilized himself for a few days before taking out a Jade Talisman. This Jade Talisman was given to him by Xian Yanqing under Hong Yang's instructions. It sealed the whereabouts of Xian Yanqing. 1. When Lu Ming injected his divine power into it, the Jade Talisman vibrated slightly before glowing. Runes appeared on it. Lu Ming continued to increase the input of his divine power. Back then, Hong Yang said that as long as one was above the Divine King realm, one would be able to open it. In other words, one would be able to open it when one reached the Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming was no ordinary Divine Lord. He controlled 11 types of divine power, and had awakened more than 4 times. Therefore, when Lu Ming continued to inject his divine power, he easily broke the runes on the Jade Talisman. Those runes slowly dissipated. Finally, the Jade Talisman shone brightly and a map appeared in the air. A star map. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. On the map, there was a red line. The starting point was the Taishu dynasty, and it meandered forward, extending into the distant starry sky. Finally, it reached a destination. The light at the destination was very bright. Where does this lead to? Lu Ming pondered. Although he was not very clear about the starry sky map, he could see that it was extremely far away from the Taishu dynasty. There should be many star maps in the Taishu dynasty. Let's compare them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Taishu dynasty, there was a wormhole that led to the distant starry sky of the universe. It could lead to other powerful forces in the universe. In the history of the Taishu dynasty, there were also some quasi-emperors who felt that there was no hope of breaking through, and would go to other places to look for opportunities. They would only return when their time was up, but they would also bring back some star maps. Lu Ming immediately set off. He found Kong Shishue and the others and told them the purpose of his visit. With Lu Ming's current status, it was easy for him to obtain a large number of starry sky maps. These starry sky maps were all marked. Lu Ming looked at them one by one, and compared them with the map left behind by Xian Yanqing. This way, he could clearly see where the map left behind by Xian Yanqing led to. It took a few days for the comparison to be completed. Lu Ming had an incredulous look on his face. After some comparison, Lu Ming discovered that the destination of the map that Xian Yanqing had left behind was actually the draconic mother planet. Yes, the mother planet of the divine dragons. This was too much of a coincidence. There was a high possibility that the autumn moon had gone to the divine dragon mother planet. Originally, Lu Ming was very conflicted about whether to find the autumn moon or Xian Yanqing first. In the end, he decided to take a look at the clues left behind by Xian Yanqing and see where it led to. If it was on the way, he would go to the dragon mother planet first. He never expected that the starry sky map left behind by Xian Yanqing would lead to the dragon mother planet. In this case, he didn't have to be conflicted. His destination was already set. It was the divine dragon mother planet. Lu Ming couldn't wait to fly to the dragon mother planet immediately. Of course, there were still some things to be arranged before he left. Now most of Lu Ming's friends and family had arrived at the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming had established the hidden dragon Heavenly King residence, and was now living in it. Lu Ming first met his parents, Lu Shenhuang and the others. Then he told them his plan and left behind a large number of cultivation resources. After that he went to meet Blue Merchant, Etian, Kong Shishue, and the others and told them his purpose. Blue Merchant sighed. He already knew that Lu Ming wouldn't stay in the Taishu dynasty. However, he didn't expect Lu Ming to leave so soon. Lu Ming, the primitive universe is huge. There are countless forces and experts. After you leave, you must be careful. Blue Merchant warned him seriously. Yes, especially those races on the primitive 10,000 races list. They are extremely terrifying. The sky prides of those races are also extremely strong. When I was young, I went out for a while and almost died outside. Then I came back. Holy King Thousand Heavenly King said. He seemed to recall the scene in the past and showed a fearful expression. Thank you everyone. I will be careful. Please take care of my family. Lu Ming said. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone touch your family. Etian said. Then I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fist and left the Taishu dynasty. Then he went to the territory where the Saint Devil Empire lived, and met the Undying Demon King. Now that the Saint Devil Empire had occupied several star regions, they were recruiting disciples in large numbers. You're leaving the Taishu dynasty? Do you need me to go with you? The Undying Demon King said, his eyes flashing a few times. No, you'd better stay in the Saint Devil Empire. However, you have to ensure the safety of my family. Lu Ming reminded him. The Undying Demon King was very strong. It would be a great help to him to bring him along. However, compared to this, it was better to leave the Undying Demon King in the Taishu dynasty. The Undying Demon King in the Taishu dynasty. It could maintain the balance of the Taishu dynasty. If the Undying Demon King left, the Saint Devil Empire and the Taishu dynasty might go to war. Even the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and the Barbarian tribe might invade the Taishu dynasty. After all, the Taishu dynasty was extremely weak now. The Barbarian tribe would be better off. However, the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty would be different. If the Undying Demon King stayed, these forces would have to behave themselves. Only by maintaining balance and stability could he ensure the safety of his family and friends. Only then could he cultivate in peace. Only then would he be able to leave with peace of mind. When everything was ready, Lu Ming went to an area in the south of the Taishu dynasty. This was because the only wormhole in the Taishu dynasty that led to the distant starry sky was here. However, when he was about to reach the wormhole, he bumped into someone unexpectedly. Lan Ling. Needless to say, Lan Ling knew that Lu Ming was leaving and deliberately waited for him here. Lan Ling, what a coincidence. Lu Ming deliberately pretended to be confused and smiled. Are you going to leave the Taishu dynasty? Lan Ling asked with a complicated look in her eyes. Yes, but I will come back. We will see each other again in the future. Lu Ming smiled. He always had a special feeling when facing Lan Ling. In the beginning, Blue Merchant was determined to marry Lan Ling to him, and tried his best to matchmake them. Of course, Lan Ling was desperately against it at first. However, as time passed, Lan Ling gradually stopped objecting. She found that the gap between her and Lu Ming was getting wider and wider, and the gap between their cultivation levels was getting bigger and bigger. Slowly, Lan Shang didn't mention this matter anymore. Although you are far ahead of me now, one day, I will catch up with you. Lan Ling looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look and gritted her teeth. Of course I believe that. Lu Ming smiled. Of course he was just being polite. With the speed of his improvement, no one could catch up with him. Lu Ming thought proudly. The two of them were silent for a while. It was Lu Ming who spoke first. All right, I should go. I look forward to the day when you catch up with me. Lu Ming smiled, waved, and left without looking back. Chapter 3554. In the south of the Taishu Sage capital, a huge wormhole was floating. This place was not heavily guarded, and only a few people were sent to guard it symbolically. This was because this wormhole led to a distant galaxy. It was said that it led to a powerful universe-level force, the Sacred Fire Saber sect. This was a sect, but it was a true universe-level force. It had immortal emperors, and not just one or two. It was said that there were many immortal emperors, and they were extremely powerful. They could easily destroy the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, there was not much meaning in setting up a large army to guard this wormhole. If someone from the Taishu dynasty wanted to leave for the Sacred Fire Saber sect, they could not interfere. Under normal circumstances, people from the Sacred Fire Saber sect wouldn't come here. To them, this place was just a corner of the sect. When Lu Ming arrived, the guards did not dare to stop him. Goodbye, Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming looked back, and then stepped into the wormhole without hesitation. This was not the first time Lu Ming had entered a wormhole, but this wormhole was exceptionally huge. It was like a void passage. As soon as Lu Ming entered the wormhole, he felt that he was rapidly traversing the void. His speed was so fast that it was as if there were endless stars flying around him. In an instant, he was probably far away from the Taishu dynasty. After a while, there was light in front of him. He found that he had appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. What a dense divine aura. It's much denser than the Taishu dynasty. Is this the territory of the Sacred Fire Saber sect? Lu Ming whispered. Someone came through this wormhole. I don't know how many years it has been since someone came through. At this moment, Lu Ming heard a voice. Lu Ming came to his senses. He swept his gaze across the room and sized it up. Behind him was the entrance of a wormhole. In front of him were a dozen people. Among the dozen people, there were elders and middle-aged men. All of them carried long sabers and exuded powerful auras. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that these people were all in the Immortal Lord realm. Kid, where did you come from? Oh right, it's the Taishu dynasty. Are you from the Taishu dynasty? An old man carefully sized up Lu Ming and asked. Yes, I'm from the Taishu dynasty. Seniors, is this the Sacred Fire Saber sect? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked politely. Since he was new here and was unfamiliar with the place, he had to be polite. He really is from the Taishu dynasty. At such a young age, he already has a Divine Lord realm cultivation. It seems that he is a top genius of the Taishu dynasty. The old man sized up Lu Ming a few more times before saying, That's right, this is the Sacred Fire Saber sect. The wormhole is really fast. According to the map, the Taishu dynasty is at least a few thousand star areas away from the Sacred Fire Saber faction. But we've arrived in such a short time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and then asked, Senior, I want to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Where is the wormhole to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? Lu Ming asked. The distance to the Dragon Clan's mother planet was incomparably far. There was no wormhole directly to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. One had to transit several times. The Sacred Fire Saber sect had a boundless territory. It was at least 100 times larger than the Taishu dynasty. It also had many long-distance wormholes. However, these wormholes were distributed in different places and led in different directions. There might not be many wormholes to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. You also want to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I didn't expect that even a place like the Taishu dynasty would receive the news. The old man was a little surprised and muttered. What news? Lu Ming asked curiously. Listening to the old man's words, could it be that many people wanted to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I'm not very sure. You have to go to the wormhole to inquire about the news. There are only 2 wormholes to the Dragon Clan's mother planet in the Sacred Fire Saber sect, and they are distributed in different star fields of the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Do you want the Sacred Fire Saber sect's starry sky map? If you do, I can sell it to you cheaply. The old man smiled. Yes, how much for one? Lu Ming asked directly. He definitely wanted the starry sky map. Otherwise, it would be 10,000 times harder to find a wormhole than to find a needle in a haystack in the vast territory of the Sacred Fire Saber sect. 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals, or a Monarch elixir, the old man said. So expensive? Senior, it's just a starry sky map. Is there a need to be so expensive? Lu Ming frowned. 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals was not a problem for Lu Ming. However, it was just a starry sky map. There was no need for such a price at all. The old man obviously wanted to rip him off. As for the Monarch elixir, it was a kind of divine elixir that was of great help to Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, and could speed up their cultivation. At the Divine Lord Realm, the cultivation speed would be even slower. Any casual cultivation would take millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. As for the Monarch elixir, it could greatly speed up the cultivation speed of the Divine Lord Realm. Therefore, its value was also very high. 1 Monarch elixir was equivalent to 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals. It's not expensive. My starry sky map is very detailed, the old man said with a smile. No need, I'm not buying it. Lu Ming shook his head. Although he did not care about 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals, he did not want to be a fool and be ripped off by the old man. It was very simple to buy a starry sky map. He believed that it would be easy to buy it. After saying that, Lu Ming flew to the side. Want to leave without buying? Stop right there. The old man shouted coldly. His figure flashed and blocked in front of Lu Ming. A powerful aura erupted. 3rd-level Divine Lord Realm. This old man was a 3rd-level Divine Lord Realm existence. At the same time, the other dozen figures also flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. One after another, their auras erupted and shrouded Lu Ming. However, the strongest one was the same as the old man, 3rd-level Divine Lord Realm cultivation. The rest were 2nd-level and 1st-level Divine Lords. Thinking about it, this wormhole only led to the Taishu dynasty. Sacred Fire Saber sect did not put the Taishu dynasty in their eyes at all. Therefore, those who were sent to guard here were also casually sent away by a few people with low cultivation. There were no powerhouses. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. They wanted to buy and sell by force. What are you doing? Lu Ming asked coldly. Boy, I gave you a chance just now. Unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. Now hand over your storage ring. The old man said coldly. Now it was not the problem of selling the starry sky map. He directly wanted Lu Ming's storage ring. He had already seen that Lu Ming was just a 1st-level Divine Lord Realm. Even if he was very young and was a genius, how strong could a mere genius of the Taishu dynasty be? He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with a slap. Are you sure you want my storage ring? Let me leave, and I can forget about what happened just now. Lu Ming said coldly. When he first came to Sacred Fire Saber sect, he did not want to cause trouble. He just wanted to borrow the wormhole here to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, he took a step back. Chapter 3555. But Lu Ming took a step back. The other party thought that he was scared. Haha, forget it just like that. This kid has such high-sounding sentiments. Reckon that this kid is used to being arrogant in that corner of the Taishu dynasty. Makes sense, in that place of the Taishu dynasty, reaching first-level Divine Lord at a young age is probably one of a kind. He's definitely arrogant. But this place is the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Kid, you don't understand anything here, right? In the Sacred Fire Saber sect, those who reach the Divine Lord realm among the younger generation are plentiful. By the side, the others laughed loudly, revealing thick mocking looks. Kid, hurry up and hand over the storage ring, we can spare your life. Otherwise die. The old man at the beginning yelled coldly. Get lost. Lu Ming finally lost his patience. The strongest was merely third-level Divine Lord. Furthermore, it looked like it was also the most ordinary third-level Divine Lord. Honestly speaking, Lu Ming really did not place him in his sights. When he was at the 8th-level Divine King realm, he could contend with a second-level Divine Lord existence of the barbarian race. Now he reached first-level Divine Lord. Moreover, his sovereign divine power awakened 5 times. The other source secret arts all severed a shackle. His combat strength was goodness knows how many times stronger than back then. Even though the disparity between each level of the Divine Lord realm was very great. But ordinary third-level Divine Lords, Lu Ming really did not place them in his sights. Even if it was a 4th-level Divine Lord, Lu Ming had the confidence to kill him easily too. Lu Ming's get lost stunned the old man, making the others also stunned. A mere 1st-level Divine Lord brat. Furthermore, it was even a brat who came from that corner of the Taishu dynasty. He actually told him to get lost? Courting death. The old man was enraged at once, his eyes bursting with shocking killing intent. Clang. The battle saber on his back was unsheathed. Terrifying saber light was incomparably dazzling, slashing toward Lu Ming. A 3rd-level Divine Lord attacking. The power was very strong, able to split a planet in half. But to the current Lu Ming, it was nothing. Bang. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle formula, increasing his combat power by 5 times. Right now, Lu Ming had a 100% success rate in triggering the Zhan Sutra's 5-fold combat strength. Lu Ming began to study the Zhan Sutra's 6-fold combat strength. Unfortunately, 6 times combat strength was at least 10 times more difficult than 5 times combat strength. Lu Ming still didn't have the slightest clue. Lu Ming's battle symbol art increased his combat strength by 5 times. At the same time, he circulated all 11 types of divine powers. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and the Tyrant God Spear appeared. Then he pressed down with the force of Mount Tai. A gigantic spear light pressed down on the old man, causing the void to explode continuously. The moment the old man's saber light collided with the spear light, the saber light shattered immediately. Then, the spear light continued to press down on the old man. Ah! The old man screamed in fright. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. He was almost scared to death. It was too terrifying. The power of Lu Ming's spear completely surpassed his, and by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, the old man desperately set up layers of defense around his body. Bang! The Tyrant God Spear fell. The old man's defenses completely collapsed. He screamed miserably, his body flying out backward like a meteor, flying hundreds of thousands of miles away, smashing into a huge meteor. He lay in the starry sky, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He had already suffered heavy injuries. By the side, the others were dumbfounded. They were scared silly. That old man was a 3rd-level Divine Lord, while Lu Ming was just a 1st-level Divine Lord. He actually instantly killed the old man in one move, severely injuring him. This combat strength was also too horrifying. Divine Lord realm, the gap between each level was very shocking. It was not casually said. Wanting to jump levels to battle was very difficult. Because those who could reach the Divine Lord realm were not weak. Their source divine power factor was at least 3 awakenings. As for being able to jump 2 levels to battle, that was even rarer. It could be said to be rare. But Lu Ming, a young man who came out of the Taishu dynasty, actually jumped 2 levels of cultivation, and severely injured the old man in one move. This combat strength was truly shocking. Do you all still want my storage ring? Lu Ming opened his mouth coldly, sweeping a glance over everyone present. Now everyone was trembling, and their faces were pale. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all that old man's greed. We didn't have any ideas about Sir. That's right. The moment I saw Sir, I felt that Sir must be extraordinary. Reaching the Divine Lord realm at such a young age in the Taishu dynasty. How can you be immortal? Those people by the side immediately flattered. Although they had the numbers, they felt that even if they attacked together, they were also not Lu Ming's match. How could they still dare to have any ideas about Lu Ming's storage ring? They wished that they could immediately send Lu Ming away. I need a starry sky map. Lu Ming said coolly. I have it. Sir, I'll give it to you. Immediately, a middle-aged man took out a jade talisman and injected divine power. A starry sky map appeared in the air. The markings on it were very detailed. Lu Ming looked carefully, and indeed saw some markings of wormholes. Good, not bad. Lu Ming nodded and unceremoniously put it away. Then his figure flashed and he turned into a beam of light and left the place. Old Lu, are you all right? After Lu Ming left, everyone hurriedly looked at the old man. I was almost crippled. Sigh, this time I really kicked an iron plate. I originally wanted to make a fortune, but I didn't expect that the Taishu dynasty would have such a freakish genius. Truly unlucky. The old man sighed, his face full of misfortune. In the future, it's best not to look down on people from small places. Who knows if some freak will appear? A middle-aged man said. That's right, that's right. This time, I've really gained experience. The others nodded. Lu Ming transformed into a beam of light and flew at high speed. Very soon he had flown far away. I wonder how my current strength compares to Wan Shen in a battle of the same level? Lu Ming could not help but compare himself to Wan Shen. In the end, he concluded that Wan Shen was definitely not as strong as he was now when he was a first-level Divine Lord. He now had 11 origin secret techniques that had severed their shackles. Moreover, he still had the primordial divine body. Wan Shen was extremely powerful when he was a first-level Divine Lord. Needless to say, his primordial divine body was shockingly strong. His various origin secret techniques were even more terrifying. His divine power was unbelievably robust. However, Lu Ming's greatest advantage was the battle character art, the measure character art, and the universe myriad Dao art. With all of these added together, Lu Ming was stronger than Wan Shen when he was a first-level Divine Lord. However, Lu Ming felt that Wan Shen's potential was far from being fully developed. When he first met Wan Shen was a peak god king. Although Wan Shen was strong, he was not overly strong. He was able to jump levels and fight a first-level god lord. He could even kill one, but he was most likely not a match for a second-level god lord. Later on, as Wan Shen's cultivation increased, his combat strength also increased. His ability to fight those of a higher level also increased. Chapter 3556. As myriad gods' cultivation increased, it was as though his potential was constantly being unlocked. His ability to fight above his level also became stronger and stronger. A first-level Divine Lord myriad god's ability to fight above his level was definitely stronger than a 9th-level Divine Lord. A 3rd-level Divine Lord myriad god's ability to fight above his level was even stronger than a 1st-level Divine Lord. Myriad God was born from the blood essence of dozens of primordial gods. His potential was too great, and could be said to be limitless. As myriad God's cultivation increased, his potential would be unlocked and he would become stronger and stronger. Lu Ming was confident that he could surpass myriad God in terms of combat strength at the first-level Divine Lord realm. However, as his cultivation increased, it was hard to say. I still have to work hard. I wonder what realm myriad God has reached. Also, Bubbles, how are those two fellows from Dandon? World Divine Turtle and Spacetime Spirit Rat. They are extremely powerful existences even in the primitive universe. They are ranked very high on the primitive universe's 10,000 races list. With the support of resources from these two large races, their cultivation should have skyrocketed. They are probably above me now. When I find Autumn Moon and Little Qing, I'll pay them a visit. As he thought about it, Lu Ming thought of Dandon and Bubbles. It had been many years since he last saw them. Right, I haven't carved a teleportation array on my body. Flying like this is too slow. Lu Ming suddenly recalled that once he broke through to the Divine Lord realm, he could carve a teleportation array on his body. By carving a teleportation array, he could activate the teleportation array's power and directly teleport himself out. Although it couldn't be compared to riding a wormhole, it was still many times faster than flying. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of chopping firewood. I'd better find a place to carve a teleportation array before heading to the wormhole entrance. With this in mind, Lu Ming flew towards a barren planet. After landing on the planet, Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. "Qiu, protect me." Lu Ming waved his hand and Qiu flew out. During the War of the Taishu dynasty, Qiu had devoured countless divine artifacts. Now, it had successfully evolved and reached the first level of the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, it was still in the process of constantly improving. After all, the War of the Taishu dynasty had been too brutal. Countless people had died, and countless divine items had been left behind. Moreover, Qiu couldn't digest a large number of Monarch-grade divine artifacts easily after devouring them. Currently, it had only digested a portion of them. In the future, Qiu would continue to refine divine artifacts, and its strength would continue to increase. "Alright, don't worry and cultivate," Qiu said. Immediately, Lu Ming calmed his heart and began to cultivate. In his mind, he carefully went over the details of the teleportation formation. When he had recovered to his peak state, his fingers began to move rapidly. Numerous runes appeared in his hands. One rune after another flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming's body was covered with runes that intertwined to form a large formation. This process lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, Lu Ming's body was covered with runes as if he was covered in rune armor. "Rise!" At this time Lu Ming shouted. The teleportation formation had reached the final step. When the last rune flew into Lu Ming's body, the runes on Lu Ming's body emitted a resplendent light like a small sun. After a while, all the light dimmed and disappeared. Lu Ming didn't look any different. All the runes were hidden under his skin and couldn't be seen from the outside. "Let's give it a try." Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. "Qiu, let's go," Lu Ming said. Qiu turned into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Then Lu Ming activated his divine power and poured it into the teleportation formation on his body. Then there were ripples in the void. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the place. In another part of the starry sky, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared. "I don't know how much distance I crossed in one teleportation. It should be much faster than flying. However, the amount of divine power consumed is really shocking." Lu Ming carefully felt the divine power in his body. His divine power was already very strong, and he had 11 star cores. However, the teleportation just now had used up about 1/20th of his divine power. If it was an ordinary first-level divine lord, he would probably only be able to teleport twice before his divine power was exhausted. Moreover, the activation time is slow and it needs time. It's really useless in a big battle. Lu Ming pondered. This teleportation formation could only be used to travel. Then Lu Ming continued to use the teleportation formation to teleport. After several experiments, Lu Ming realized that each teleportation could cross a few galaxies. This speed was already hundreds of times faster than flying. Lu Ming had the measure word formula and could teleport continuously. However, the sacred fire saber sect's territory was too vast. Even if Lu Ming kept teleporting, he still couldn't reach the next wormhole after a few days of continuous teleportation. In fact, the divine power stored in the measure word formula was almost exhausted. Lu Ming had to stop and find a place to replenish the divine power in the measure word formula. Lu Ming absorbed the divine crystals, refined them, and converted the energy of the divine crystals into divine power. He then injected the divine power into the quantifier formula. When all the divine power was injected, he continued to refine the divine crystals to replenish his energy. This process lasted for a month. Lu Ming felt that the divine power in the measure word formula was very strong and could support him for a period of time. Only then did Lu Ming set off again. After another 3 days of continuous travel, Lu Ming finally arrived near a wormhole. This wormhole was one of the 2 wormholes from the Sacred Fire Saber sect to the direction of the Divine Dragon clan's mother planet. Of course, it wasn't a direct route but only in that direction. Stop, this wormhole is not open to the public now. Outside the wormhole, there were experts from the Sacred Fire Saber sect guarding. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he was blocked. The people guarding this wormhole were not like those who guarded the wormhole that Lu Ming came from the Taishu dynasty. Each of the people guarding this wormhole had a strong and terrifying aura. Even the leader had a mountain-like aura, not weaker than Etion, Giant Bear, and the others. He was a quasi-emperor. Senior, why is this wormhole not open to the public? Lu Ming asked. He had inquired before and found out that these wormholes were open to the public. Are you asking the obvious? The quasi-emperor glared. Senior, I really don't know. Lu Ming said with a sincere face. This wormhole is one of the paths to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet has recovered, the protective formation is lax. I heard that those below the 3rd level Divine Lord realm can already enter. During this period, many people want to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, the 2 wormholes in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet are closed and no one can pass through. The Quasi-Emperor explained. Chapter 3557. The Quasi-Emperor's words stunned Lu Ming. The revival of the dragon race's mother planet? What did that mean? And it had attracted a large number of experts, which made Lu Ming frown. The more people there were, the more unforeseen events. Also, the wormhole leading to the dragon race's mother planet was actually closed. How should he get there? Senior, when will the wormhole open? Lu Ming asked. I don't know when it will open, but I know that 3 months later, the Sacred Fire Saber sect will send a group of experts to the dragon race's mother planet. They are all 3rd layer divine lords and below. The Quasi-Emperor explained, looked at Lu Ming, and continued. If you really want to go, I can point you in the right direction. This time, there is a limit to the number of people going to the dragon race's mother planet. Therefore, the Sacred Fire Saber sect has sent out 3 outstanding 3rd layer divine lords and recruited experts to form a team to go to the dragon race's mother planet. If you are confident, you can go and join one of them. Oh, where is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. On the nearest wood star, there is an outstanding disciple recruiting. You can give it a try, but let me remind you that the revival of the dragon race's mother planet is a great opportunity. Countless people want to get a share of it, but the number is limited. This quota will definitely go through fierce competition. Your cultivation is only 1st layer divine lord. It won't be that easy to succeed. The Quasi-Emperor continued. I know what I'm doing. Thank you for telling me. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left for the wood star. After Lu Ming left, these people guarding the wormhole began to discuss. You let him compete for the quota to go to the dragon race's mother planet. You're sending him to his death. How can a 1st layer divine lord pass? Yes, the rule this time is that 3rd layer divine lords and below can go, but it will definitely attract a lot of 3rd layer and 2nd layer divine lords. It's impossible for a 1st layer divine lord to pass. Several of them spoke with faint disdain. 1st layer divine lord, of course he can't pass. I just casually sent him away. What does it have to do with us whether he can pass or not? The Quasi-Emperor from before smiled faintly. The wood star was not very far from here. Lu Ming took out a map of the stars and easily found it. He then teleported towards the wood star. Not long after, a huge planet appeared in front of Lu Ming. This planet was several times larger than the planets Lu Ming had seen before. The divine aura was extremely rich. Looking from afar, the surface of the planet was dotted with huge cities. The planet did not have any defenses, so Lu Ming flew directly towards one of the planets. So many experts. Strolling on the streets of a city, Lu Ming secretly sized up his surroundings and was shocked. There were too many experts on the streets. The streets were filled with god kings. A casual glance would reveal a god monarch. There was even no lack of 7th level divine lord and above characters among them. Although the wood star was a very important planet for the Sacred Fire Knife sect and ranked in the top 5, the number of such experts was still shocking. One had to know that in the Taishu dynasty, a 7th-level divine lord could command an army or become a heavenly king of a heavenly king's residence. But here Lu Ming strolled for a while and found no less than 10 7th-level divine lords. One could imagine how many experts there were in the vast Sacred Fire Knife sect. The Sacred Fire Knife sect was indeed a true universe-level force. They even had several saint emperors, and their strength was amazing. It was far from what sub-universe-level forces like the Taishu dynasty, the Tianyi Sacred dynasty, and the barbarian tribe could compare to. After strolling for a while, Lu Ming casually asked around and found out the information he wanted. An outstanding genius of the Sacred Fire Knife sect called Man Ning was recruiting experts in the Sky City on the Wood Star to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. This was because the next stop on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was a powerful race on the primitive 10,000 races list, the Sacred Sparrow race. After setting off from the Sacred Fire Knife sect, the next stop was the Sacred Sparrow race. The Sacred Sparrow race had a wormhole that could directly reach the Star Sector, where the Dragon Clan's mother planet was. However, the Sacred Sparrow race only gave the Sacred Fire Knife sect a quota of 39 people. The Sacred Fire Knife sect could only send 39 people. The rest were not allowed to leave. The Sacred Sparrow race was a race on the primitive 10,000 races list. Its strength was extremely terrifying and far from what the Sacred Fire Knife sect could compare to. Since the Sacred Sparrow race had spoken, the Sacred Fire Knife sect could only comply. Therefore, the Sacred Fire Knife sect sent out 3 outstanding 3rd-level divine lords. Each of them was to lead 12 experts and split into 3 teams to head to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, during this period, the 3 outstanding disciples of the Sacred Fire Knife sect were recruiting experts everywhere. One could imagine that a large number of experts would gather on the Dragon Clan's mother planet this time. Therefore, the stronger the experts recruited, the safer the trip to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, and the more opportunities one could obtain. After Lu Ming heard the news, he immediately set off for the Sky City. The Sky City was bigger than the previous city and had more experts. Lu Ming casually asked around and found out where Man Ning was recruiting. Lu Ming headed to the north of the Sky City. There was a huge square, and in the middle of the square, there was a huge battle stage. At this time, the square was surrounded by Man Ning's people. There was only one entrance and there were people guarding it. Those who wanted to head to the Dragon Clan's mother planet had to sign up there. Ming only had 12 people and there were many people signing up. Naturally, there would be competition. Let me tell you, don't think that you can take advantage of the Dragon Clan's mother planet just because it has recovered. That's impossible. This time, countless experts from large factions will be heading there. The competition will be extremely fierce. Those who are not strong enough had better know their limits and not send themselves to death. The person in charge of the registration was a red-skinned old man. At this time, he was shouting and warning those who were weak and not strong. However, not many people listened to the old man, and there were still a large number of people signing up. Of course, those who were below the Divine Lord realm naturally knew that they had no chance. Those who signed up were basically Divine Lords, ranging from 1st level to 3rd level Divine Lords. I've already warned you. Whether you listen or not is your business. The red-skinned old man shook his head and signed up one by one. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Kid, 1st level Divine Lords better not sign up. Didn't you see so many people signing up? They are all 2nd level Divine Lords and 3rd level Divine Lords. Even if you sign up, it's also impossible to get a spot. The red-skinned old man swept a glance over Lu Ming and said coolly, "Senior, there's no rule that 1st level Divine Lords can't sign up, right?" Lu Ming said, "There's indeed no rule. But even if 1st level Divine Lords sign up, it's also impossible to get a spot. Why bother wasting time?" The red-skinned old man said, his disdain growing thicker. In fact, 1st level Divine Lords signing up were indeed fewer. The majority were 2nd level Divine Lords, with a few 3rd level Divine Lords. Chapter 3558. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Senior, I know what I'm doing." "Humph, don't listen to the advice of an old man. You'll suffer a loss. There will be a competition later. If you're killed, don't blame me for not reminding you." The red-skinned old man's voice was somewhat cold, He looked down on this kind of people who overestimated their own ability the most. He had already advised the other party and gave Lu Ming a chance, but Lu Ming did not know how to cherish it. In his view, Lu Ming, this kind of person who overestimated his own ability, was arrogant and conceited, and did not have a clear understanding of his own strength, was destined to not go far. Sooner or later, he would fall and be killed. This was the experience he had along the way. Take care of yourself. In the end, the red-skinned old man left a sentence coldly and registered Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming received a jade token, then walked into the square. I'll say it again, if your strength is not enough, don't sign up. Don't overestimate your own ability, like some people. When you're killed later, it'll be too late to regret it. The red-skinned old man roared. Lu Ming smiled faintly, too lazy to bother, and walked toward the middle of the square. In the middle of the square, there was a huge battle platform. On one side of the battle platform, there was a staircase extending upward. At the end of the staircase was a platform. On the platform, one could see the situation in the square or the battle platform clearly. At this moment, there were a few people on the platform. To be precise, there were a total of 7 people. In the middle was a woman. She was very beautiful, wearing silver armor, valiant and formidable. On her back, she carried a battle saber. The battle saber was constantly emitting flames, burning fiercely, causing the temperature in the air to rise. Presumably, this person was the sacred fire saber sect's outstanding disciple, Man Ning. Beside the woman, there were also 6 young men and women. All third-level divine lords. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now his eyesight was no longer what it used to be. Moreover, the other party did not deliberately hide their cultivation. Therefore, he could easily see the other party's cultivation. The 7 young men were actually all third-level divine lords. The Sacred Fire Saber School was indeed worthy of being called the Sacred Fire Saber School. Its strength was far beyond that of the Taishu dynasty. Back then, among the Taishu dynasty's junior generation, the strongest was just a first-level divine lord. Moreover, there were only 2. But here, they saw 7 third-level divine lord young heavens chosen all at once. Many people had already stepped onto the fighting ring. They were all people who had signed up. Lu Ming also stepped onto the Colosseum. He blended into the crowd and waited. Humph, a first-level divine lord also came to join in the fun, truly have no idea of death or danger. A gloomy voice sounded. It came from a young man with a cold expression. This person was also a person who registered for the competition. His gaze swept over Lu Ming and the other few first-level divine lords, his face full of disdain. This youth did not conceal his cultivation, emitting his aura unceremoniously. He was shockingly also a third-level divine lord existence. The other first-layer divine lords had ugly expressions. They did not dare to utter a word. They turned their heads away, purposely not looking at the stern youth. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was even a faint smile on his lips. So what if third-level divine lords? He really did not place them in his sights. Unless the other party was a freakish heavens chosen like Di Jiani or Murong Qiushui, only then would they bring pressure to Lu Ming. Ordinary heavens chosen. Even if their cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, Lu Ming did not feel any pressure too. But how could Di Jiani and Murong Qiushui, this kind of heavens chosen, be so easy to encounter? One was in existence who walked out of a small kiliacosm, possessing a great lucky chance and great destiny, obtaining the origin ancient character. In many aspects, he was very similar to Lu Ming. And the other was a heavens chosen who obtained the acknowledgement of a life soul essence stone fragment. The 2 people could both be said to be top-notch freaks. How could they be so easy to encounter? But Lu Ming's faint smile landed in the eyes of the stern youth. It made his gaze turn frosty. Kid, what are you laughing at? The stern youth said in a cold voice. What am I laughing at? What has it got to do with you? Lu Ming casually shot a glance at the stern youth. What has it got to do with me? Hoo-hoo, it'll be related to me very soon. You, a first-level divine lord trash, also want to get a spot. Really indulging in the wildest fantasies. Now I'll give you a chance, scram off the battle stage yourself. Otherwise, if you meet me at the start, it'll be your death date. The stern youth said with a cold smile, his killing intent chilling, making people feel a chill. The other few first-layer divine monarchs shuddered as they felt a chill run down their spines, giving birth to a sense of fear. There was even one person whose gaze flickered a few times and directly jumped off the battle stage, running out of the plaza, directly forfeiting. No one felt surprised. First-level divine lords had no chance to begin with. This time, third-level divine lords were capped. Therefore, third-level divine lord existences were the most powerful. Clashing with a third-level divine lord expert was undoubtedly seeking death. Third-level divine lord is very impressive? Lu Ming said it casually, but it drew a wave of jeering laughter. Haha, what nonsense is this kid talking about? When a third-level divine lord faces a first-level divine lord, of course he's impressive. Looking at his appearance, it seems like he doesn't place third-level divine lord people in his sights. This kid wouldn't have run out from some corner, right? Doesn't have any common sense? By the side, the others snickered, carrying thick disdain. Third-level divine lords were indeed nothing impressive. Fourth-level divine lords, fifth-level divine lords and above could all be said so. But first-level divine lords could not. Because third-level divine lords could smack a bunch of first-level divine lords to death with one slap. These words coming from the mouth of a first-level divine lord person was very laughable. Indeed nothing impressive. Then you just pray that you don't meet me at the back. The stern youth's voice was icy cold, his killing intent frosty, not concealed at all. Many people observed a moment of silence for Lu Ming. Clearly, the stern youth already had killing intent toward Lu Ming. If Lu Ming really met the stern youth at the back, there was probably only a dead end. This minor episode that happened on the battle stage, Man Ning's 7 people on the platform did not pay attention to it in the slightest. Their objective was to select suitable candidates. These people's conflicts had nothing to do with them. Time passed day by day. To Divine King and Divine Lord people, several days, even several months' time was no different from ordinary people's several seconds. In a blink, half a month passed. All right, registration ends now. At this time, Man Ning finally opened his mouth. Then, his gaze swept across everyone on the battle stage and said, I believe that everyone also knows that I need to recruit some people this time to head to the Dragon Clan's homeworld together. More than 30 stellar years ago, the Divine Dragon Clan was annihilated by the other major clans in the universe. The experts of the Divine Dragon Clan were almost wiped out. However, at the last moment, the strongest group of existences of the Dragon Clan used their lives as the price to cast the forbidden technique, 10,000 dragon seals, and sealed the Dragon Clan's homeworld. Outsiders were unable to set foot on it. Since then, the Dragon Clan's homeworld has completely fallen into desolation. But now, the 10,000 dragon seals of the Dragon Clan's homeworld have shown signs of loosening, and a flaw has appeared. Moreover, the Dragon Clan's homeworld has also begun to recover and various treasures have appeared. This is a great opportunity for everyone. Man Ning said. Chapter 3559. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. The Divine Dragon Clan was extremely powerful back then. They were definitely ranked in the top 10 in the entire primitive universe. They were a true overlord. Sacred Fire Saber Sect or Sacred Sparrow Clan were all trash in front of the Dragon Clan back then. They were not worth mentioning. It could be seen how many treasures existed on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. If they could obtain some treasures, they might be able to soar and rise quickly. Who would want to miss out? Man Ning continued. Although the 10,000 dragon seals have loosened, it is said that the strongest can only allow third-level divine lords to enter. If stronger people want to force their way in, they will be blasted into ashes by the 10,000 dragon seals. Moreover, this time, the Sacred Sparrow tribe only gave our Sacred Fire Saber sect 39 spots. We are divided into 3 teams, and each team has 13 people. However, I already have 6 candidates in mind, so this time, I will only recruit 6 people. 6 people. Many people were taken aback as they looked at the 6 youths beside Man Ning. These 6 youths were most likely the prodigies of the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Although the Sacred Fire Saber sect ruled over a vast territory, not all of the territory belonged to the Sacred Fire Saber sect. There were many affiliated sects and dynasties under them. There were also many sub-universe level forces like the Taishu dynasty. That's right. This time, there will definitely be prodigies from various major forces entering the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, if you want to obtain opportunities, you must have powerful combat strength. This time, I want to select the strongest 6 to join my team. Therefore, you will compete. Only the strongest 6 can join my team and head to the Dragon Clan's mother planet with me, Man Ning said. Many people looked at each other with solemn expressions. They originally thought that there would be 12 spots, but now they realized that there were only 6 spots. The pressure of competition increased sharply. Miss Man Ning, I don't think there is a need to go through so much trouble. With so many people competing, how long will it take? I suggest that we directly let 3rd-level Divine Lords compete and decide the top 6 spots, and that will do. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was the cold youth from before. The moment these words came out, the expressions of those 1st-level Divine Lords and 2nd-level Divine Lords changed. This way, they did not even need to compete. Wouldn't they be eliminated? I also feel that this is for the best. 1st and 2nd-level Divine Lords, even if they participate in the competition, there's no meaning to it. Another young man said. Divine Lord Realm. The disparity between each level was very great. People who could cross realms to battle were all extremely few. Moreover, most of those who could participate in the registration this time were geniuses with strong combat strength. It was even more impossible for them to fight someone of a higher level. Man Ning revealed a thoughtful expression, as if he was also considering the other party's suggestion. I don't think that's appropriate. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. What a joke. If he didn't let them compete and eliminated them, wouldn't he not be able to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? This was impossible. He had to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon could both be on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He was determined to get this spot. As soon as Lu Ming said that, many people turned to look at Lu Ming. It's you, this 1st-level Divine Lord trash. Seeing Lu Ming, a wisp of cold light flashed across in the cold youth's eyes and he said, You say that it's inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Combat strength has never been measured by cultivation, Lu Ming said. Hearing your meaning, your combat strength is very strong. You can contend with a 3rd-level Divine Lord with 1st-level Divine Lord cultivation? The cold youth said with a look of ridicule. That's right. Lu Ming nodded his head very seriously. Ha ha ha. The cold youth laughed exaggeratedly, laughing until his entire body trembled, laughing until tears flowed out. All around, many people were also snickering, looking at Lu Ming like looking at a fool. A 1st-level Divine Lord person said that he could contend with a 3rd-level Divine Lord? Was this possible? Crossing 2 levels in the Divine Lord realm? If crossing 1 level, there was still a little possibility. But crossing 2 levels, this was simply impossible. There was no possibility at all. Such a heaven's pride. Even the sacred fire saber sect did not have it. This nameless brat who ran out from God knows which corner actually said that he could cross 2 levels, contending with a 3rd-level Divine Lord existence with 1st-level Divine Lord cultivation. Joke, truly a colossal joke. This brat overestimates his own ability too much. I've long seen through that he's a fool, really disgusting. The red-skinned old man who was in charge of registration previously revealed a disdainful smile, a look of disgust on his face. He hated this kind of person who ran his mouth the most. Too unreliable, only knowing how to boast. On the platform, Man Ning, as well as the other 6 youths, also shook their heads. As the sacred fire saber sect's heaven's pride, it was also not that they had not seen before terrifying monsters. For example, Man Ning himself was a top monster in the sacred fire saber sect. But wanting to cross 2 levels to battle in the Divine Lord realm? Man Ning shook his head. Blindly arrogant, overestimating his own ability, such a person isn't fit to take part in this competition at all. If we let him head to the dragon race's homeworld, he'll probably cause everyone's death. A youth beside Man Ning said coldly. Brat, you'd better go down. Yes, don't take part in it. On the platform, several youths berated, wanting Lu Ming to go down. Wait a minute. At this time the cold-faced youth shouted. Since this brat is so confident, why don't we let him show us? If we don't let him show us, he'll think he's invincible. We didn't give him a chance. Brat, don't you think so? In the end, the cold-faced youth looked at Lu Ming. Of course, he was not so kind as to help Lu Ming. He wanted to embarrass Lu Ming, and even find a chance to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to talk back to him before, so he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ming. You're right, if you don't let me show you, I won't be convinced. Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he nodded seriously. Haha. This caused another round of disdainful laughter. Man Ning, did you hear that? He said he wants to show us, then give him a chance to show us. The cold-faced youth looked at Man Ning. Man Ning mused for a moment, then nodded. Brat, Miss Man Ning agreed to let you show us. Now say, who do you want to challenge? The cold-faced youth said. Don't you want to kill me? Then I'll give you a chance. Now fight with me. At this moment, Lu Ming became serious, staring at the cold-faced youth. What? The scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming actually really wanted to challenge the cold-faced youth, a third-level Divine Lord existence. Whoosh. The next moment, the scene was in an uproar. This brat is really crazy, to actually want to challenge Kadao. This is courting death. Too ignorant, I even wonder how this brat lived until now. No matter how he lived until now, I know that he definitely won't live until tomorrow. Chapter 3560. Ridiculous. You're courting death. The red-skinned elder waved his sleeves, his eyes filled with disgust. On the platform, Man Ning and the other 6 youths shook their heads with a sneer. In their opinion, Lu Ming was courting death. However, they wouldn't stop him. If he was courting death, why should they stop him? Moreover, killing wasn't prohibited in today's competition. It was normal for someone to be killed. On the other hand, Kadao was taken aback. The surprise came too suddenly. Originally, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. However, given his cultivation, it was really embarrassing for him to challenge a first-level Divine Lord. However, Lu Ming had taken the initiative to challenge him. If that wasn't a surprise, then what was? All right. Since you're so confident, if I don't accept, then I won't give you a chance to show off. I accept your challenge. Ku Dao said hurriedly, afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his word. Then let the first round begin. Man Ning spoke and waved his hand. The figures of the people in the fighting ring flashed, and all of them left the fighting ring to watch the fight. Only Lu Ming and Ku Dao were left in the fighting ring. Kid, I'll give you a chance to make your move. I'll let you make 3 moves. If you have any trump cards, feel free to use them. You won't have a chance to use them later. Ku Dao looked at Lu Ming with an arrogant expression. I wanted to say that to you. Since you're so confident, then forget it. I'll make my move first. Lu Ming said. Many people almost laughed out loud. The reason why they did not laugh was that Lu Ming had already made his move. Afterward, the expression on their faces changed from sneering disdain to shock and deep fear. Boom. Lu Ming made his move. He activated the battle character manual and increased his combat strength by 5 times. Then the 11 types of divine power in his body exploded. He even used the power of the Sovereign's divine power after the 5th awakening. Then the Sovereign's gate formed and became 10,000 feet tall. It pressed down on Ku Dao. After all, Ku Dao was a 3rd-level divine lord. To be able to reach this realm at such a young age, he must be very talented. He was a proud son of heaven. Lu Ming would not underestimate him. He used a powerful force right from the start. Only the primordial divine body hadn't been used. Of course, the power of the primordial divine body hadn't been activated either. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. The boundless power of the Gate of Domination caused everyone's expression to change. As for Ku Dao, his expression changed drastically. He felt as if a planet was crashing down on him. He knew that he had misjudged Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a terrifying expert. Then with a furious roar, he unleashed all of his power and slashed out. A vast and resplendent saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. Ku Dao wasn't weak. He had awakened his origin divine power factor 4 times, and had mastered origin secret arts. He was much stronger than the old man who had tried to rob Lu Ming. However, the result was still destined. There was no way he could compete with Lu Ming. Boom. Under the suppression of the Gate of Domination, Ku Dao's saber gleam vibrated violently before it exploded with a loud bang. A violent force bombarded Ku Dao's body. Ku Dao screamed and retreated rapidly, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. The scene fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, there was no longer any ridicule on their faces. There was only shock, and confusion. One move. In just one move, Ku Dao had coughed up blood and been forced to retreat. How was that possible? That was a first-level Divine Lord. How could he defeat a third-level Divine Lord in one move? The red-skinned old man's eyes bulged. His mouth was so wide that he could swallow a goose egg. His old face had already turned purplish-black from shame. Before, he had said that Lu Ming was overestimating himself and was arrogant. He was disgusted by Lu Ming's performance. But now Lu Ming had used his actions to show him that Lu Ming was truly confident. That was because he had the strength to back it up. It was him who had been short-sighted, a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see. At this moment he wished he could buy a block of tofu and kill himself. This was too embarrassing. On the platform, Man Ning and the other 6 young men rose to their feet with astounded expressions. A monster. After a while Man Ning spat out those 2 words. She was pleasantly surprised. For Lu Ming to be able to defeat Ku Dao in one move meant that he was probably on the same level as her. Even if he was weaker, the difference wouldn't be by much. This would be a great help in their journey to the dragon race's mother planet. First move. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke slowly. Then his divine power continuously surged into the gate of domination, preparing to launch a second attack. Damn it. Run. Run. Ku Dao roared inside. He knew that he definitely wasn't a match for Lu Ming. The only way to survive was to run. He turned into a ray of saber light and retreated down the stage. You want to leave now? Too late. Let's talk after 3 moves, Lu Ming icily said. Following this, the wind extinguisher boots appeared and merged with his feet. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and chased after Ku Dao. An essence secret art. A second essence secret art. As soon as the wind extinguisher boots appeared, the crowd went into an uproar. Lu Ming actually had a second essence secret art. Ancient cultivation method. He is cultivating the ancient cultivation method. No wonder he is so powerful. Someone roared, thinking that he had seen through Lu Ming's secrets. However, before he could finish his words, there was a loud clang. Lu Ming waved his hand and the void-shattering sword flew out. It tore through the air and instantly caught up with Ku Dao. A third essence secret art. Everyone was stunned. The red-skinned elder's face had already turned into an eggplant. His body was trembling, and he wished he could find a crack to hide in. Of course, Lu Ming's essence secret art did not activate the power to sever the shackles. Otherwise, everyone's eyes would have popped out. Poochie. The Voidbreaker slashed out and directly cut Ku Dao in 2. Then the gate of domination came crashing down. Spare me, spare me. Ku Dao screamed in horror. But Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and he was unmoved. The gate of domination came crashing down with the force of 10,000 caddies, bringing with it a destructive force. Boom. Ku Dao screamed, and his body exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. As for the interspatial ring, Lu Ming grabbed it and put it away. The crowd was silent as they stared blankly at Lu Ming. A monster. A word appeared in their minds. Yes, a monster. Lu Ming was definitely a monster. Otherwise, how could he kill an opponent who was 2 levels higher than him? Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. Only the word monster could describe Lu Ming. I want one of the 6 spots. Anyone who's not convinced, come up and fight. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd. No one said a word. Ku Dao had been crushed. Who would dare to go up? Ku Dao was considered strong among third-level divine lords. He had mastered an essence secret art, and his essence divine power factor had awakened 4 times. Many third-level divine lords had not only not mastered an essence secret art, but their essence divine power factor had also only awakened 3 times. If Ku Dao was no match for him, wouldn't they be courting death? Chapter 3561. Lu Ming waited for a long time, but no one went up to fight with him. Since there's no one, then I'll take this spot. Lu Ming spoke, looking at Man Ning on the platform. Brother, with your combat strength you should get a spot. Man Ning nodded, very satisfied with Lu Ming's combat strength. Although he was only a first-level Divine Lord, his combat strength was astonishing. Going to the dragon race's mother planet together, he believed that it would be of great use. Lu Ming nodded, his figure moved, landing on the platform. Alright, there are still 5 spots left. For the sake of fairness, let's fight one-on-one and choose the strongest, nameless. Man Ning spoke. With Lu Ming's example, he did not dare to underestimate first-level and second-level Divine Lords. What if there was another person like Lu Ming? After some discussion, the competition began. On the battle platform, intense battles broke out. It was very tragic, and people were killed from time to time. However, it was naturally impossible for someone like Lu Ming to appear again. Almost no one could cross levels to fight. Some third-level Divine Lords defeated other opponents in a crushing manner. 10 days later, the competition ended, and the final 5 spots were all out. Lu Ming also saw the battles in these few days and more or less had an idea in his heart. Some proud sons of heaven were generally like Ku Dao. Their origin divine power factor had undergone 4 awakenings, mastering origin secret techniques, and some other powerful secret techniques. However, no one had severed the shackles using origin secret techniques, nor did he see the origin divine power factor undergo 5 awakenings. It seemed that even in the sacred fire saber sect, it was very difficult for those below 3rd-level Divine Lord to undergo 5 awakenings, or sever the shackles of origin secret techniques. You all come with me, rest for a few days, then set off. Man Ning said. After that, Man Ning arranged accommodation for Lu Ming and the others. Soon 2 days passed. 2 days later, they set off and came to a planet not far from the wormhole, meeting up with the other 2 groups of people. However, as soon as Man Ning and the others arrived on this planet, Man Ning received the news and asked her to bring them for a gathering. Soon Lu Ming saw the other 2 groups of people in a large open space. Just like them, there was an elite disciple of the Sacred Fire Saber sect leading 12 experts. Lu Ming swept a glance over, and discovered that the other 2 groups of people were all 3rd-level Divine Lord existences. The 3 sides sized each other up, their eyes flickering. Although they were from the same sect, once they entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet and encountered fortuitous opportunities, it was very likely that they would become competitors and snatch resources from each other. Wong. At this moment, ripples appeared in the space, and a few figures suddenly appeared in the air. A powerful aura filled the air. Quasi-Emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The people who suddenly appeared were a white-haired old man and 2 burly men. What made Lu Ming's expression turn grave was that these 3 were all quasi-emperors. In the Sacred Fire Saber School, the Divine Emperor Realm Warriors were the top warriors. Normally, they wouldn't come out. If the Divine Emperor didn't come out, the Quasi-Emperor Realm was the strongest. Greetings to the 3 elders. Man Ning and the others bowed. No need to be so courteous. The white-haired old man in the middle waved his hand and said, There is still more than a month before the departure time. I have called you here at the last minute, because I have bad news to tell you. Bad news? Everyone's heart sank and their expressions changed. They stared at the white-haired old man, waiting for his answer. The Sacred Sparrow tribe originally gave us 39 places, which is just enough to form 3 small teams. However, not long ago, the Sacred Sparrow tribe sent news that there are not enough places. They can only send 26 people. The white-haired old man said. 26 people. Everyone's heart sank and their expressions turned ugly. There were originally 39 people, but now there were only 26 people left. This meant that 1/3 of the people would be eliminated. Elder, why did you suddenly reduce the number of places? Man Ning asked. They are afraid of competition. By reducing our number, the Sacred Sparrow tribe will face less competition. Humph, they have received benefits from us, and yet they are playing such tricks. The white-haired old man snorted coldly, and was very unhappy. However, the Sacred Sparrow tribe was a powerful tribe on the Eldritch 10,000 tribe list. No matter how unhappy they were, there was nothing they could do. Since you have already formed a team, we will not split you up. Our opinion is that only 2 of the 3 small teams can go. The other team can only stay, the white-haired old man said. Everyone's heart sank again. Only 2 of the 3 small teams could go, and one of them would be eliminated. The 3 small teams sized each other up. At this moment, they were emitting a strong sense of hostility. None of them wanted to give up. The dragon race's mother planet was the mother planet of a huge tribe. It had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. Now that it had recovered, the opportunity was unimaginable. If they seized this opportunity, they might be able to soar into the sky and compete with the top elites of the Eldritch universe. Elder, I think that only the 2 strongest teams can go to the dragon race's mother planet. The stronger one is, the more opportunities they can seize and obtain. At this moment, a young man in a purple robe said. He was wearing a purple feather coat and looked rich. Ziying, which team do you think is the weakest? The white-haired old man asked. It's obvious that Man Ning's team should be eliminated. Ziying pointed at Man Ning's team. Ziying, what did you say? My team is the weakest? Which eye did you use to see that? Man Ning said coldly. Like Man Ning, Ziying was also one of the 3 elite disciples of the Sacred Fire Saber sect, and the leader of a team. Which eye did you use to see that? I can see with both eyes that the strength of your team is uneven. Even a first-level Divine Lord trash is in it. It can be seen that your team's strength is really not that good. Ziying revealed a disdainful smile and glanced at Lu Ming. The others were almost the same. They looked at Lu Ming and revealed a disdainful smile. Even a first-level Divine Lord could be selected. It could be seen that Man Ning's team was very weak. Ziying, do you think you can judge a person's strength by cultivation alone? Although Lu Ming is only a first-level Divine Lord, his battle strength is very strong and won't lose to anyone. Man Ning said. Ha ha ha, very strong battle strength. Man Ning, you really know how to stick gold on your face? Ziying laughed loudly, the disdain on his face becoming even thicker as he said. A first-level Divine Lord, how strong can he be? Man Ning, you wouldn't want to say that he's comparable to a 3rd-level Divine Lord, right? If that's really the case, then it's not that he's strong, but that your people are too weak. Then you all don't need to participate anymore. Going is also courting death. You're talking nonsense. Man Ning had a furious look on his face. Elder, it's very clear that there's even a first-level Divine Lord in Man Ning's team. It can be seen how weak her team is. This way it's very simple. Excluding her, our 2 teams can head to the dragon race's mother planet. Ziying said. The reason why he targeted Man Ning was that the other team's strength was very shocking. He did not have confidence. Chapter 3562. The white-haired old man frowned. His thoughts were also biased towards Ziying. There was even a first-level Divine Lord in Man Ning's team. It could be seen that his strength was really not much. Going to the dragon race's mother planet was also a waste of the quota. Strength is never based on words. At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. Everyone's eyes gathered on Lu Ming. Kid, what do you mean by this? Ziying's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Ming. Looks like your ability to understand is really not good. My words are already so clear, but I don't mind explaining it again. Strength can never be judged by words. Only by fighting can one judge strength. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming would not miss the opportunity to go to the dragon race's mother planet. If the other party wanted to exclude him, then he could only use his fist to fight his way in. You want to fight? Do you think you can compete with us with your first-level Divine Lord cultivation? Haha. Ziying let out a disdainful sneer. He did not believe that a first-level Divine Lord could be that strong. Divine Lord realm was not God King or Celestial God realms. One could casually fight across realms. He was very clear about how difficult it was to fight across realms in the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, the people here were all considered geniuses. It was even more difficult to fight across realms. Elder, I think Lu Ming is right. Strength is not based on words, but through fighting. I request a battle to determine which team is the weakest. Man Ning cupped his fists toward the 3 elders. Alright, this elder also has the same intention. Then let's have a team battle. The 3 teams will fight each other and have a team battle. The weakest team won't have to go to the dragon race's mother planet. Also, remember not to kill. The old man instructed. As the old man spoke, he slammed his palm on the ground. Rumble. The ground rumbled, and a huge stone battle platform emerged from the ground. This battle platform is about 1,000 miles long and wide. You guys go up and fight. Those who fall off the battle platform lose. The old man said. Ziying, let's fight. Man Ning looked at Ziying with high fighting spirit. With a swoosh, Man Ning stepped onto the battle platform first. Then Lu Ming and the others stepped onto the battle platform one after another. They were very confident because they knew Lu Ming's combat strength. They could not use an ordinary first-level Divine Lord to measure Lu Ming's combat strength. Ziying and the rest dared to underestimate Lu Ming. They were destined to suffer a great loss. Just like Ke Dao. Ziying shouted and rushed to the fighting ring. Ziying said coldly. He was full of confidence. As soon as his words left his mouth, he dashed out and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Ziying, your opponent is me. Man Ning shouted coldly and also rushed out, charging toward Ziying. 2 rays of saber light flashed and tore the void apart. They collided fiercely and the saber light swept out in all directions. Ziying and Man Ning's figures trembled as they retreated repeatedly. But in the next moment they fought again. The sky was filled with saber light, and the powerful aura formed a terrible pressure that spread in all directions. They are stronger, but their strength is still limited. Lu Ming observed for a while, and had a rough idea of Ziying and Man Ning's strength. Although the 2 of them were stronger than the others, they were not much stronger. The origin divine power factor was still 4 times awakened, and the origin secret technique had not severed the shackles. It was not easy to sever the shackles of the origin secret technique. The second prince of the Taishu dynasty had cultivated for 2 stellar years, and reached the 9th level Divine Lord realm. But he had only severed 1 shackle. Back in the primordial divine spirit world, although they were all below the Divine Lord realm, those who entered the primordial divine spirit world were all geniuses of various races who cultivated the primordial divine body. Some of them were very talented, but only a few of them had severed the shackles of the origin secret technique. Moreover, in the primordial divine spirit world, in those famous mountains, whether it was cultivating the origin divine power factor or the origin secret technique, it was easier than outside. However, only a few people could do it. If Lu Ming had not had a series of fortuitous encounters, it would not have been so easy to sever the shackles of the origin secret technique. Boom. Ziying and Man Ning were fighting, and Lu Ming and the others were also fighting. More than 20 people on both sides were fighting. Kid, a first-level Divine Lord trash, get down. A black-faced youth sneered and rushed toward Lu Ming, slashing his saber at Lu Ming. This youth had a 3rd-level Divine Lord cultivation, and was very strong. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, it was not enough. Looks like I have to show some of my strength. Otherwise, if I keep being looked down upon, it won't be good for me when I go to the dragon race's mother planet. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He realized that sometimes it was not good to be too low-key. When it was time to be high-profile, it was time to be high-profile. In an instant, the battle character art was activated. 11 types of divine power erupted, and the Tyrant God Spear appeared in his hand. Wang. The Tyrant God Spear vibrated. At this moment, Lu Ming directly activated the Tyrant God Spear's power after severing the shackles. A terrifying aura erupted from Lu Ming's body, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Then the spear swept out. Bang! Without any surprise, the black-faced youth's saber light shattered. The spear did not stop, sweeping toward the black-faced youth. Your origin secret technique severed the shackles. The black-faced youth let out a horrified roar. He had almost been frightened to death. At the critical moment, he used his saber to block. His saber was a Monarch-grade divine artifact. Moreover, his origin secret technique was also a saber that was fused into the Monarch-grade divine artifact. However, when the Tyrant God Spear struck the saber violently trembled and shattered. The black-faced youth's body flew out of the stage like a cannonball. He continued flying for over 10,000 miles before crashing into the ground. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He had been heavily injured. One move. In just one move, the black-faced youth had been instantly killed. Of course, the black-faced youth hadn't died because Lu Ming had shown mercy. There was a rule before that stated that he could not kill. What? Seeing this scene, the others were greatly shocked. It wasn't just Zi Ying's people. Man Ning's people, the other team, and the white-haired elders group all widened their eyes. He had severed the shackles. Lu Ming's origin secret technique had actually severed the shackles and activated a terrifying power. Scram! Before anyone could react, Lu Ming had already charged over. He was invincible. No one could block one move from Lu Ming. The tyrant god's spear swept out, and one figure after another was sent flying out of the stage. Chapter 3563. Almost in an instant, Lu Ming swept out 11 spears. Then 11 figures flew out of the fighting ring. No one could block Lu Ming's move. 11 people flew out almost at the same time and smashed onto the ground. The 12 people brought by Zi Ying were sent flying just like that. Only Man Ning's people were left on the fighting ring. Zi Ying and Man Ning were fighting in the air. Seeing such a situation, Zi Ying's eyes almost popped out. He was dumbfounded and stunned. Thereafter he was slashed by Man Ning's saber, and was sent flying with severe injuries. He had yet to come back to his senses. His eyes were widened and he stared intently at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with puzzlement, horror, and other emotions. Man Ning's heart also trembled violently a few times. She knew that she still underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was stronger than she imagined. Taking a few deep breaths, Man Ning calmed herself down. First level Divine Lord, so what? Man Ning stood in the air and stared at Zi Ying. His disdainful voice came out. Puff. Zi Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, his face burning. Didn't he look down on first level Divine Lords before? He thought that Man Ning's divine power was uneven. What was the result? It was a slap in the face. His people were all killed by Lu Ming in an instant. With such strength, he could easily crush him. He looked down on Lu Ming. Was he qualified? Amazing. The 3 elders of Sacred Fire Saber sect were also full of amazement. Lu Xian, it's our turn next. At this time, Man Ning looked at the leader of another team and issued a challenge. At this moment, Man Ning was in high spirits and full of confidence. With Lu Ming here, what was there to be afraid of? Directly crush. The leader of the other team was called Lu Xian. At this moment his face was ugly. He forced a smile and said, Junior sister Man Ning, I didn't expect that there was such a genius in your team. I was wrong. I admit defeat in this battle. Lu Xian was straightforward and directly admitted defeat. What a joke, to go up and be defeated. He was not so stupid. In any case, 2 out of the 3 teams could go, as long as they defeated Zi Ying's team. Previously, Lu Xian's team had always been considered the strongest of the 3 teams. He still had some confidence in defeating Zi Ying. Alright, the first team to win is Manning's team. They have earned the right to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The white-haired old man announced. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally settled. Now Lu Xian and Zi Ying, it's your turn to compete. Whichever side loses will be eliminated. Zi Ying, for the sake of fairness, I'll give you time to heal your injuries. Hurry up and heal your injuries. The white-haired old man said. Zi Ying's expression was unsightly. The overall strength of Lu Xian's team was above his. This was also the reason why he provoked Man Ning in the beginning. As long as he defeated Man Ning, even if he couldn't defeat Lu Xian, he would still be able to obtain the opportunity to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. But now he could only face Lu Xian. Focus on healing. Zi Ying shouted loudly. She took out a divine pill and swallowed it, focusing on healing her injuries. He was unwilling to give up just like that. He still wanted to give it a try. Zi Ying and his people focused on healing their injuries. Since there was still some time before they set off, everyone waited quietly. After a few days, Zi Ying and his people finally recovered from their injuries and returned to their peak condition. Of course, this was also the reason why Lu Ming didn't hit them too hard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recovered in a few days. After their injuries were healed, the 2 sides stepped onto the battle platform and the battle broke out. Although Lu Xian's team was stronger overall, there was a limit to their strength. The battle between the 2 sides was very fierce. If it weren't for the rule that no killing was allowed, someone would have died. The 2 sides fought for more than half an hour before the outcome was decided. In the end, Lu Xian's team was slightly better and defeated Zi Ying's team. In the end, Man Ning and Lu Xian's teams obtained the opportunity to go to the wormhole. There was still more than a month left. They would stay nearby and wait for the time to come. After that, everything was calm. There were no accidents. More than a month passed quickly. Outside the wormhole, Lu Ming and the others gathered. Remember, when you enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, you must keep a low profile and be careful. This time, countless forces in the primitive universe will send people there. It is a great opportunity and also a great danger. You must grasp it well. The white-haired elder warned solemnly. Yes, elder. Everyone nodded. Go. The white-haired elder waved his hand. Lu Ming and the others set off and entered the wormhole. After entering the wormhole, they soon arrived in an unfamiliar starry sky. People of the sacred fire saber sect, follow us. Lu Ming and the rest had yet to size up their surroundings when they heard a voice. They looked forward and saw a group of more than a dozen people. These people were all wearing wings. Their eyes were sharp and their auras were terrifying. They gave off an unfathomable feeling. Quasi-emperors. Are these people all quasi-emperors? Lu Ming was shocked. He understood that this should be the territory of the sacred sparrow tribe. However, he was still shocked to see more than a dozen quasi-emperors at a glance. Lu Ming, the sacred sparrow tribe is a large tribe on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. For such a force, quasi-emperors are nothing. Even divine emperors are nothing. Bone Demon's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Even divine emperors are nothing? Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. The only divine emperor he had seen so far was the immortal demon lord. Moreover, he was a severely injured divine emperor. In the sacred sparrow tribe, divine emperors were nothing. It was terrifying. But soon Lu Ming felt relieved. After all, they were a powerful force on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. The primitive universe was vast and there were countless forces and races. Those that could be listed on the primitive 10,000 tribes list were the top races in the primitive universe. It was normal for them to be powerful. Seniors, we are from the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Man Ning and Lu Xian nodded hurriedly, trembling with fear. Although the Sacred Fire Saber sect was a powerful force, they were like ants in front of the Sacred Sparrow tribe. It was normal for Lu Xian and Man Ning to lose their composure in front of the elites of the Sacred Sparrow tribe. I know that you are from the Sacred Fire Saber sect. We are waiting for you here. Come with us. There are also some people from other forces. When everyone is here, we will set off for the dragon race's mother planet. A middle-aged man from the Sacred Sparrow tribe said calmly. However, Lu Ming saw disdain and arrogance in his eyes. The large tribes on the primitive 10,000 tribes list had the right to be arrogant in front of some small forces. They would only speak with the same attitude when facing other tribes that were also on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. Lu Xian, Man Ning, and the others trembled with fear. Lu Ming did not mind. The group followed the Sacred Sparrow tribe and arrived at a small wormhole. The Sacred Sparrow tribe was a huge force and occupied a huge territory. Even if they used teleportation to travel, it would take a long time. Therefore, the Sacred Sparrow tribe basically used wormholes to travel. Chapter 3564. For a major force like the Sacred Sparrow tribe, they would even pay a huge price to invite the space-time spirit rats to open a wormhole for them. The almighty among the space-time spirit mice had the ability to revert to their ancestors and could open fixed wormholes. In the regions of these great forces and races, the wormholes were like intersecting networks that connected the various regions. Otherwise, just traveling alone would take an unknown amount of time. With the wormhole, transportation was much more convenient. Through the wormhole, they soon arrived at a bustling planet. They settled down on the planet and waited. Without a doubt, the planet of the Sacred Sparrow tribe was even more bustling with true experts. There were all kinds of treasures that Lu Ming had never seen before. Lu Ming was extremely envious. Lu Ming went out for a stroll and bought some things. Brother Lu. When Lu Ming returned to his residence after buying some things, he bumped into Man Ning. Man Ning seemed to be looking for him. Miss Man Ning, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, do you know about the dreamy sacred jade? Man Ning asked with a smile. Dreamy sacred jade? What's that? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was his first time hearing about the dreamy sacred jade. This is it, Man Ning said. The next moment, her glabella lit up. A translucent, palm-sized jade token flew out from her glabella. This is the dreamy sacred jade. What's so special about it? Lu Ming asked. He could feel that the dreamy sacred jade was special, but he couldn't tell what it was. The dreamy sacred jade is refined by the dreamy heavenly palace. Man Ning explained with a smile. Dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming was shocked. The current primitive universe was in the era of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace ruled the primitive universe and all races submitted to it. Legend had it that there wasn't only one heavenly palace, but many different heavenly palaces. Obviously, the illusory heavenly palace was one of the heavenly palaces. The treasures refined by the dreamy heavenly palace were definitely extraordinary. As expected, Man Ning continued to explain, as long as it is bound to the Dream Jade token, anyone who has the Dream Jade token, no matter where in the universe, will be able to exchange information. What? Lu Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. No matter which corner of the universe they were in, they could exchange information. This function was too heaven-defying. Compared to the voice transmission Jade token, it was many times stronger. In fact, the desolate universe was too big. No matter what grade the voice transmission Jade talisman was, it was useless. The distance was too far, and it was impossible to send a message directly. However, this dreamy heavenly jade was actually able to directly communicate with one another. It was truly heaven-defying. In the Taishu dynasty, he had never heard of such a thing. The Taishu dynasty was still too backward. Brother Lu, this is only one of the basic functions of the dreamy heavenly jade. The dreamy heavenly jade has many other functions. For example, there is a public area on the dreamy heavenly jade. If you send a message there, other people who have the dreamy heavenly jade will be able to see it. For example, there are various secret techniques, divine skills, and cultivation experience on the dreamy heavenly jade. Man Ning explained. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. This kind of treasure was really mysterious. He couldn't wait to have one. Miss Man Ning, where can I buy this dreamy heavenly jade? Lu Ming asked. The dreamy heavenly jade is very rare even in the sacred fire saber sect. It is a precious treasure and not many people have it. However, you can still buy it in the sacred sparrow tribe. However, I happen to have one left. Why don't I give it to Brother Lu? After saying that, Man Ning's hand shone and another jade token appeared. It was indeed the dreamy heavenly jade. It was emitting a dreamy light. Give it to me? Lu Ming was surprised. A treasure like the dreamy heavenly jade was rare even in a big force like the sacred fire saber sect. However, no one had heard of it in the Taishu dynasty. One could imagine that it was very valuable. Man Ning actually gave him a piece directly? Brother Lu is very talented and powerful. When we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, I am afraid we will need Brother Lu's help. Man Ning smiled and said directly. She was very direct and spoke her mind. Obviously, she wanted to befriend Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable. Alright, when we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, if there is a need, Lu Ming will definitely not sit back and do nothing. Of course, if it is too dangerous, please forgive Lu Ming for not being able to help. Lu Ming said. He was also very direct. If he had the ability, he would help. If he didn't, there was nothing he could do. Of course. Man Ning smiled and handed the dreamy heavenly jade to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it without hesitation. To be honest, such a treasure was really tempting. How do I use it? Lu Ming asked. Just drip a drop of blood on it, and it will be bound. In this way, no one else can use it except you. Man Ning said. Lu Ming nodded and squeezed a drop of blood from his finger. He dripped it on the dreamy heavenly jade. Immediately, the dreamy heavenly jade absorbed the blood completely. At this time, Lu Ming and the dreamy heavenly jade had a strange connection. With a thought, the dreamy heavenly jade flew into his glabella and floated in his sea of consciousness. Then Lu Ming's mind moved again, and an invisible picture appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Please name it. 3 big words appeared on the picture. Huh. Name it. Lu Ming was surprised. Brother Lu, the dreamy heavenly jade will form a dreamy space. The public area on it can be seen by everyone, so basically no one will use their real name. They will use a fake name to avoid their information being exposed. As if she knew what Lu Ming saw, Man Ning explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Then, what name should he give it? Along the way, I have an affinity with dragons. Let's call it Dragon Emperor. But now that the Divine Dragon clan has been exterminated, the name Dragon Emperor is too arrogant. It will probably be targeted. Forget it, let's change it. Let's call it Bamboo Moo. Several thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The name Bamboo Moo was purely a flash of inspiration. There was no other reason. Then Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to write the 2 words Bamboo Moo on the picture. Name successful. The scene immediately changed, and different diagrams appeared one after another. These were different areas, such as the public area, the secret technique area, the divine pill area, the secret area, and so on. Let's look at the secret technique area. Lu Ming's mind moved, and then the small picture in the secret technique area rapidly enlarged and turned into another picture. Secret technique, meteor flying moon. The arrow is like a meteor, piercing through the starry sky. Secret technique, phoenix burning heaven. The fire attribute secret technique can burn the starry sky. All kinds of secret techniques appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. However, each secret technique had a price behind it. If you wanted to see it, you had to buy it. And the price was shockingly high, and it was measured in Monarch pills. Lu Ming looked at it briefly and was not interested. Now that he had mastered 11 kinds of secret techniques, he had no interest in cultivating other ordinary secret techniques. Chapter 3565. Miss Manning, these secret techniques need to be purchased. How do I buy them? How do I pay for them with divine crystals or Monarch pills? Lu Ming asked curiously. The dreamy heavenly palace has branches in many places. You can go to those branches to pay for some divine crystals or Monarch pills, then you can spend them in the dreamy space of the dreamy divine jade. Manning said. Lu Ming suddenly realized that this was a bit like the contribution points of the sections. Many sects' identity tokens had contribution points in them, and they could be used to pay for them directly. Then Lu Ming activated his spiritual sense and entered the public area. Suddenly, messages appeared one after another. We have arrived at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but the seal is strong. We still have 5 years before we can enter. Analysis of the weakness of the seal on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. A series of messages appeared. This is amazing, really amazing. With this dreamy divine jade, won't I be able to know the big news and events in every corner of the primitive universe in an instant? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was definitely a supreme treasure. The Heavenly Palace's methods were really shocking. The primitive universe is vast and endless, and there are countless races. It is said that some races have developed a method called technology, which is quite mysterious. I heard that the refinement of the dreamy divine jade was inspired by technology. Man Jean explained with a smile. Thank you, Miss Manning. Lu Ming cupped his fists, expressing his sincere gratitude. With the dreamy divine jade, he would soon be able to integrate into the vast universe. He would no longer be clueless and ignorant. He wanted to go back to his room immediately and study it carefully. Brother Lu, you can study it first. If you don't understand anything, ask me. By the way, let's add each other's information. This way, we can communicate with each other. Man Ning said. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming understood this point. For example, the communication jade talisman had to leave messages with each other before they could communicate. The two of them added each other's information, and then Man Ning left. Lu Ming couldn't wait to go back to his room, and began to study the dreamy divine jade. In this way, they waited for a few months, and Lu Ming finally understood the usage of the dreamy divine jade. It was time to set off. A sacred sparrow race expert led them to a huge wormhole. This wormhole was the wormhole to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming saw a large number of young experts. There were at least 10,000 people. These youths had cultivation levels at or below the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm. They were all universe-level factions like the Sacred Fire Saber sect that needed to borrow the wormhole of the Sacred Sparrow race. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. This group of young people was wearing feather clothes of various colors. There were both men and women. Some of them looked cold and arrogant, while others looked calm. However, all of them had powerful auras. There were several hundred of them. Swoosh divine swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Swoosh 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 swoosh. These youths were all elites of the sacred sparrow race. There were actually several hundred third-level divine lords. One had to know, back then in the Taishu dynasty, there were only 2 people who reached level 1 divine lord. As for the sacred sparrow race, there were hundreds of third-level divine lords. How many first-level and second-level divine lords were there? And how many were third-level divine lords and above? There was no comparison at all. Any prodigy from the sacred sparrow race would be a top prodigy in the Taishu dynasty. It's said that some powerful races have the blood of primitive gods flowing in their veins. They have powerful talents and rich resources. With the accumulation of resources, their cultivation is naturally stronger. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The geniuses of the sacred sparrow tribe were certainly talented, but their resources were also astonishing. They were not something that the Taishu dynasty could compare with. It was also reasonable for them to be powerful. I heard that the sacred sparrow race is only ranked around 9,000 on the prehistoric 10,000 races list. Yet, they are already so powerful. I wonder how many geniuses there are in the prehistoric universe. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was not discouraged. Instead, he became excited. The more prodigies there were, the better. Only then would it be exciting and motivating for him to constantly improve. Back then, in the primitive divine spirit world, there were many prodigies from various races in the prehistoric universe. However, there were many limitations. Only divine kings could enter. Once they broke through to the divine lord realm, they would be sent away. Moreover, only prodigies who cultivated the primitive divine body could enter. Therefore, the number of prodigies one could meet was very limited. In the vast prehistoric universe, there were countless races and forces. Thus, there were many prodigies. That was what was truly exciting. Now, follow us to the dragon race's mother planet through this wormhole. A sacred sparrow race prodigy said. Then the sacred sparrow race took the lead and flew into the wormhole, disappearing into it. Then Lu Ming and the others followed and disappeared into the wormhole. Not long after, they appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. At this point, Lu Ming's blood suddenly flowed at a faster speed. This place gives me a very strange feeling. It's very comfortable. It seems that we are not far from the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now that he had a drop of primitive divine blood in his body, it was the primitive divine blood of the primitive divine dragon. It was normal for him to feel close to everything about the dragon race. This is the star sector where the dragon race's mother planet is located. The dragon race's mother planet is in the center of this star sector. Follow us. But we are only responsible for bringing you to the dragon race's mother planet. After that, you can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with the sacred sparrow race. A sacred sparrow race prodigy said. Everyone nodded. They naturally understood. Forces like the sacred fire saber sect had bribed the sacred sparrow race. Therefore, the sacred sparrow race would bring them to the dragon race's mother planet. Of course, they would not care about what happened after that. The sacred sparrow race prodigy led the way and flew forward. After a few days, a huge planet appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Dong dong dong. At that moment, Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. He knew that this was the dragon race's mother planet. It was huge, too huge. The dragon race's mother planet was the largest planet that Lu Ming had ever seen. It was at least 10,000 times larger than an ordinary planet with life. The huge planet floated in the distant starry sky, exuding an ancient aura. It was as if there were many primitive divine spirits sitting there. Even though it was far away, Lin Fan could feel a strong pressure. Moreover, there was only a sun around the dragon race's mother planet. There were no other planets. Along the way, Lu Ming heard about it from others. The war that killed the dragon race had been very tragic. Other than the dragon race's mother planet, and a huge star beside it, all the other planets around it had been destroyed. The surroundings of the dragon race's mother planet were empty. There were no other planets. Not even a single planet. There were only a lot of meteorites floating in the distance. Chapter 3566. These little birds are here too. Hee hee, great. Shall we catch a few to try? At that moment, a few snickers came from another direction. Then several figures flew over. They were also young men, and there were several hundred of them. They were all dressed in black robes, and their eyes were cold, like venomous snakes. Glacier Python Tribe. Many of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe's sky prides had cold looks in their eyes. So it's the Glacier Python Tribe on the primitive 10,000 Tribes board. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was a section in the illusory sacred jade that recorded all kinds of information. For example, information on the primitive 10,000 Tribes board, various perilous and secret grounds, etc. This information did not require divine gems or monarch elixirs to purchase. Lu Ming had browsed through a lot during this period of time, and had a good understanding of the powerful tribes on the primitive 10,000 Tribes board. The Glacier Python Tribe was ranked in the 9,000th place on the primitive 10,000 Tribes board, which was similar to the Sacred Sparrow Tribe. However, the Glacier Python Tribe and the Sacred Sparrow Tribe were sworn enemies. That was because the Glacier Python Tribe loved to devour the sacred sparrows. Throughout history, many members of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe had been devoured by the Glacier Python Tribe. At that moment, the young men from the Glacier Python Tribe were looking at the young men from the Sacred Sparrow Tribe with glowing eyes. It was as though they had seen delicious food. You little birds are here too. Very good. Become our delicacies. Hee hee. A young man from the Glacier Python Tribe sneered. His eyes were burning with passion. You are the ones who will die. A sky pride from the Sacred Sparrow Tribe shouted. His killing intent was cold as he stepped out and was about to attack. That was because he had a relative who had been devoured by the Glacier Python Tribe. When he saw the Glacier Python Tribe, he wanted to kill it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A young man from the Glacier Python Tribe stepped out and charged at the sky pride from the Sacred Sparrow Tribe. When the two of them collided in the void, there was a loud explosion. Boom. The starry sky shook and the two of them retreated. There was no doubt that both of them were third-level divine lords. Little bird, I'm going to devour you. The young man of the Glacier Python clan revealed a ruthless look on his face. He let out a furious roar, and his body started to transform into a gigantic python. This giant python was at least tens of thousands of meters long. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the youth of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe. The python's mouth was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force. The young man of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe let out a long cry. His body also transformed into a huge sacred sparrow. He flapped his wings and slashed towards the giant glacier python like a heavenly blade. The two of them fought fiercely, and energy overflowed everywhere. The other members of the Holy Sparrow Tribe and the Glacier Python Tribe did not attack. They were already close to the territory of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There were probably many geniuses from large factions in the vicinity of this starry sky. If they were to start a war now, both sides would suffer great losses, and they would probably be annihilated by the other races. Very strong. Lu Ming observed carefully. The Holy Sparrow Tribe and the Glacier Python Tribe lived up to their names on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. In a battle of the same level, perhaps no one in the Sacred Fire Saber sect could match him. Even the strongest Man Ning and Lu Xian could not. This was an innate talent. These races had powerful bloodlines that ordinary races could not compare to. The two sides exchanged a few hundred blows. In the end, they coughed up blood and retreated. There was no clear winner. Humph, you little birds. When we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, we'll annihilate all of you. The young man of the Glacier Python Tribe said coldly. We don't know who will be annihilated by then. The young man of the Holy Sparrow Tribe replied forcefully. The two sides did not continue to fight. After a short standoff, the Glacier Python Tribe flew in another direction. Although the Dragon Clan's mother planet has been revived, the seal of the 10,000 dragon seals is still extremely strong. Only a few weak spots can be penetrated. Moreover, it requires a fixed period of time. We can only enter when the seal is at its weakest. Now is not the time. We still need another 5 years. Now that we have brought you to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, You can move about on your own. Don't follow us. A young man of the Holy Sparrow tribe said to Lu Ming and the rest. After arriving at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the Holy Sparrow tribe naturally did not want to bring Lu Ming and the rest along. In their opinion, Lu Ming and the rest were just burdens. Having said that, the people of the Holy Sparrow tribe flew ahead. Let's go. Let's go. The sky prides of forces like the Sacred Fire Saber sect also left. Some of them flew in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet to check out the situation. Some of them flew in other directions and found a meteorite to settle down near the Dragon Clan's mother planet. They would wait for 5 years to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming had learned a lot about the situation of the Dragon Clan's mother planet from the illusory sacred jade. Back then, the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been sealed with the 10,000 dragon seals by the last batch of elites of the Divine Dragon Clan. This seal was extremely strong. Even the top elites on the primitive 10,000 tribe board would find it difficult to enter. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been revived, the 10,000 dragon seals had begun to weaken. However, even if they had weakened, it was not that easy to enter. Now some powerful forces had only found 18 weak spots. They were scattered in different parts of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Furthermore, these 18 weak points weren't weak all the time. After some experts had experimented with them, they had concluded that every 33 years, the seals of the weak points would be at their weakest. Only then would they be able to enter. Moreover, the strongest seal would only allow third-level divine lords to enter. If an even stronger expert tried to barge in, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. Now the 18 weak spots were in the hands of 18 powerful races. Moreover, there was another interesting point. Perhaps it was because the Divine Dragon Clan had been annihilated. Therefore, the Dragon Clan that had sealed the 10,000 dragon seals were filled with resentment. They were extremely repulsed by the powerful races on the Myriad tribe board. The stronger the race, the greater the repulsion. Now the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribe board could not enter at all. Even those below third-level divine lords could not enter. They could only enter when the seals were even weaker. Therefore, the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribe board had already given up after a few attempts. The elites and sky prides of these races had already left. In other words, the races that appeared in this starry sky were all races ranked below the top 100 on the primitive 10,000 tribe board. This information was obtained by Lu Ming from the illusory sacred jade. With the illusory sacred jade, many things were really a lot more convenient. Soon, only the 26 people from the Sacred Fire Saber sect were left in this area. Should we go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet to investigate first, or find a place to stay? Someone asked. It's not time yet. We can't enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet at all. It's useless to investigate. Let's find a place to stay first. Man Ning said. Everyone nodded, and then flew in a direction. They found a huge meteorite nearby and landed on it. Chapter 3567. Lu Xian's team also followed Lu Ming's team and landed on the meteorite. However, they did not follow them but landed on the other side of the meteorite, separated by a long distance. Although they came from Sacred Fire Saber sect, they were competitors. After landing on the meteorite, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to look at the illusory heavenly jade in his sea of consciousness. There was a lot of useful information in the public area of the illusory heavenly jade. During this period of time, the attention of the major races in the primitive universe was focused on the Divine Dragon race's mother planet. Therefore, most of the topics revolved around the Divine Dragon race's mother planet. After browsing for a while, Lu Ming learned some useful information. Those 18 weak points were now in the hands of 18 powerful races. They were strictly controlled. If one wanted to pass through the 18 weak points, one would have to pay a large amount of divine crystals or monarch pills to those races. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. In this world, strength was the absolute truth. It was the same everywhere. The dragon race's mother planet belonged to the dragon race and not other races. However, those 18 races occupied the 18 weak points. If others wanted to pass through, they would have to pay a fee. It was because they were strong. If they were weak, they would have been destroyed long ago. If they were strong, Others could only listen obediently. At the same time, Lu Ming learned that these weak points only appeared once every 33 years. Last time, the major races had already sent people in, but it seemed that they suffered heavy losses. Most of them did not pass and died. Even at the weakest time, it was not easy to pass through. It was very dangerous. However, after another 33 years, some experts speculated that this time, it should be better. It was not as dangerous as the last time. It should be easier to pass through. The dragon race's mother planet actually appeared at the beginning of the world and gave birth to 49 primordial divine dragons. It's really unimaginable. Lu Ming sighed. In the public area, someone spread the origin of the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming was shocked. Some powerful races had mother planets that were born at the beginning of the world and had given birth to primordial divine spirits. It was incomparably mysterious. The divine dragon race was extremely powerful. At their peak, they could be ranked in the top 5 of the universe. The dragon race's mother planet had given birth to 49 primordial divine dragons. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder so many people wanted to come to the Dragon Clan's mother planet to look for opportunities. How many opportunities could there be in a Dragon Clan's mother planet that had nurtured over 49 primeval divine dragons and developed for countless years? More importantly, it had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. How many treasures would there be? Lu Ming's heart was also burning with passion. The primordial divine body that he cultivated was the primordial divine dragon body, which required him to continuously condense primordial divine blood. If he could obtain treasures related to the primordial divine dragon from the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it would be of great help to him. Moreover, Autumn Moon and Xianyinqing might be on the Dragon Clan's home planet. He had to go there. Wait, the Dragon Clan's mother planet has such a strong seal. If Xiaoqing is in the Dragon Clan's mother planet, how did she get in? Lu Ming frowned as he thought of this possibility. Even the top experts of the Great Desolate 10,000 races ranking could not enter, but Xianyinqing could? Autumn Moon had entered through the teleportation platform of a secret base of the Dragon Clan. That could be explained. But what about Xianyinqing? However, if Xianyinqing was not on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, why did the map in the Jade token that he had left him point to this place? Moreover, it was left behind thousands of years ago. What was the secret behind this? Lu Ming could not figure it out. He could only wait until he entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet and slowly investigate. Boom. At this moment, a meteorite in the distance exploded. Then, divine light shone and illuminated the starry sky. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming, Man Ning, and the rest were alarmed. They looked in that direction. They were far away. But the starry sky was vast and unobstructed. With Lu Ming and the others' eyesight, they could still see some of it. Many figures were fighting and killing each other. It was very tragic, and people were dying constantly. In the primitive universe, there are some races and forces that are mortal enemies. Once you encounter them, a war will break out easily. For example, the Sacred Sparrow Tribe and the Glacier Python Tribe. Man Ning explained with a solemn expression. The others were the same. Now, in the galaxy around the Dragon Clan's mother planet, countless geniuses had gathered. If they were not careful, a war would break out. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they would be killed before they even entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet. That would be a waste. After fighting for a while, both sides suffered heavy losses. As if they were afraid, the war finally ended and they retreated. However, such a war was unavoidable. Not long after, a war broke out in another part of the starry sky. It was a tragic battle. Just like that, from time to time, a great war would break out in the starry sky. In less than half a year, Lu Ming and the others had stayed and watched dozens of great battles. On this day, a scream suddenly came from the meteorite where Lu Ming and the others were. This made Man Ning and the others' hair stand on end. They all stood up and formed a circle. They circulated their divine power and cautiously stared in the direction of the sound. At this moment, a few more screams were heard. They were incomparably mournful. It's from Lu Xian and the others. A young man spoke. His face was pale and cold sweat was flowing down. That direction was where Lu Xian and the others were staying. Let's go. We're leaving this meteorite. Man Ning made a prompt decision and was about to lead the others away. However, at this moment, a stream of light flew towards them rapidly. It was Lu Xian. They immediately saw that the stream of light was wrapped around Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian's face was filled with fear. He rushed towards Lu Ming and the others frantically and roared, "Man Ning, save me, quickly save me. Damn it, this guy wants to drag us in." Man Ning roared. Lu Xian flew towards them and roared, trying to divert the trouble. However, at this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Lu Xian's body suddenly emitted a dense black light. Then his body stiffened, and rays of black light rushed out from his body. Lu Xian screamed miserably. His glabella shone, and his soul rushed out along with the black light. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Lu Xian's soul was about to be extracted. This was too strange. "Save me, Man Ning, Lu Ming, save me." Lu Xian screamed crazily. His soul struggled violently, but it was useless. The next moment, his soul completely flew out, and was caught by a skinny young man in a black robe. Lu Xian's soul was extracted, and his body fell to the ground like a pile of mud. "Another good soul. He not bad, not bad." The skinny man sneered. He took out a wooden jar and put Lu Xian's soul inside. "You're from the Wu people?" Man Ning asked with a pale face. "You have good taste. We're from the Wu people." A cold voice sounded. It was not the skinny young man from before. It came from another direction. Chapter 3568. A few more black-robed young men appeared in another direction. There were 4 of them in total. Together with the previous one, there were 5 of them. Their attire was very similar. They were all wearing black robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. They were all skinny, as if they were just skin and bones. Black light constantly emanated from their bodies, making them look very evil. Wu people. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This was the second time he had seen the Wu people. Back in the Taishu dynasty, a quasi-emperor of the Wu people helped the barbarians to fight against the Taishu dynasty, but he was stopped by Blue Merchant with his soul power. Later on, the barbarian emperor offended the Wu people and was killed by the Wu people. The faces of Man Ning and the others were extremely ugly, and they were also extremely terrified. The sorcerer tribe was a very famous tribe in the untainted universe. It was not only because the sorcerer tribe was extremely powerful and ranked high on the list of 10,000 tribes in the untainted universe, but also because the sorcerer tribe's means were extremely strange and terrifying. The Wu people often extracted the souls of other creatures to cultivate. They were notorious for that. Of course, the people of the sorcerer tribe knew their limits. They would not offend those tribes that were stronger than them. They would only offend those tribes that were weaker than them. Therefore, for countless years, not only did the sorcerer tribe live well, they also became stronger and stronger. Obviously, Lu Xian and the others had already had their souls extracted by the Wu people. It was their turn now. Man Ning and the others felt their hearts sink. What should we do? What should we do? Someone's voice was trembling. His body was trembling nonstop, and his face was deathly pale. Let's go. A young man couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed up and tried to escape. You want to escape? How naive. One of the Wu people took out a small drum and hit it lightly. Then, the young man who was trying to escape trembled and almost fell from the sky. Then, the Wu people young man waved his hand and 3 puppets flew out at an astonishing speed toward the young man. I'll kill you. The young man from the Sacred Fire Saber sect roared. His saber light soared and pierced through the starry sky. The saber light split into 3 and slashed at the 3 wooden puppets. However, when the young man from the Sacred Fire Saber sect released his saber light, the young man from the Wu people hit the drum several times. The young man from the Sacred Fire Saber sect shook violently. His glabella glowed, and even the saber light dimmed. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, this was a soul attack that could affect the soul, just like the Wu person who had appeared in the Taishu dynasty. This kind of method was somewhat similar to the people of the Jiuyo heavenly residents of the Taishu dynasty, but the degree of exquisiteness was far beyond that of the people of the Jiuyo heavenly residents. At this moment, the saber light dimmed. The 3 puppets rushed over and entered the body of the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect. The young man screamed in agony. His body emitted a dense black light. Then his soul was pulled out, just like Lu Xian's soul. With his soul taken out, the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect was left with only his physical body. He was dead. Man Ning and the others were even paler. The Wu people's methods were too strange. They specialized in dealing with souls. Only soul protection treasures could resist them. However, the barbarians' methods weren't limited to that. Even soul protection treasures couldn't resist the Wu people's attacks. Many people who were stronger than the Wu people were often defeated by the Wu people, because their methods were impossible to defend against. Haha, you want to run away from us? How naive. The young man from the Wu people sneered. He grabbed the soul of the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect and stuffed it into a bottle. They could use these souls to make all kinds of puppets and even higher-level substitute puppets. Therefore, souls were treasures in their eyes, especially the souls of young prodigies. This gathering of prodigies was a great opportunity for them. It was even more attractive than the dragon race's home planet. Just accept your death and you won't have to suffer. Another young prodigy from the Wu people sneered. Everyone, gather together and attack together. Let's get out of here. Man Ning said. They had no choice but to give it their all. Although she knew that even if she gave it her all, it might not work. She could tell from the fate of Lu Xian and the others. However, they couldn't just give up. It seems that you're still unwilling to give up. You're courting death. A young man from the Wu people sneered. They could tell that Man Ning and the others wouldn't give up. 5 young men from the Wu people waved their hands. A large number of puppets appeared in the air and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Let's go. Man Ning shouted and was about to attack. However, at this moment a calm voice sounded. Why rush? Just kill them. It was Lu Ming who spoke. Man Ning, who was about to dash out, paused. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. Kill them? She had to admit that Lu Ming was very powerful and had already broken one of the shackles of the origin source secret technique. However, the Wu people's methods were too strange. They could often defeat the stronger ones. Facing 5 young prodigies from the Wu people, she didn't think that Lu Ming could win. However, when she saw Lu Ming's confident smile, her heart could not help but calm down. Lu Ming was also unfathomable in her eyes. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the 5 young prodigies from the Wu people were stunned. Then they burst into laughter. Ha ha! Did you hear that? This kid said he would kill us. He's just a first-level Divine Lord trash. This is the funniest joke I've heard in so many years. I've decided to take this kid's soul. I'd like to see what gave him such confidence. A young prodigy from the Wu people laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. In the primitive universe, other than the top 100 races, there were also some special races. The Wu people were not afraid of anyone. At the same level, the Wu people had an absolute advantage. Dong 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 at that moment, the young prodigy from the Wu people made his move. He hit the small drum in his hand and invisible sound waves rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Man Ning and the others shuddered. Lu Ming was the same. His body trembled slightly and his glabella glowed. He felt that his soul was being attacked by a powerful force. Even the frightening feather painting found it difficult to resist. The frightening feather painting had been refined by Jingyu himself. It could withstand soul attacks. However, the soul attacks of the Wu people were too strange. They were many times more mysterious than the 9 Serenities' heavenly kings. The frightening feather painting could withstand the soul attacks of the 9 Serenities' heavenly kings people, but it couldn't withstand the soul attacks of the Wu people. The soul attacks of the Wu people were like drills that kept spinning. They drilled through the frightening feather painting's defense and attacked Lu Ming's soul. In fact, although soul defense treasures were rare and precious, even a powerful faction like the Sacred Fire Saber sect had some. For example, Man Ning and the others also had soul defense treasures. However, they couldn't withstand the soul attacks of the Wu people either. Chapter 3569. Ha ha, that's all you've got? Die. The Wu people laughed, and at least 10 puppets rushed towards Lu Ming's group. It's over. At this moment, Man Ning and the others had the same thought. They didn't expect to die at the hands of the Wu people before they could even enter the dragon race's home planet. Soul attack? You think you're the only one with it? At this moment, Lu Ming said lightly, and then a small bell appeared above his head. Original secret technique, Bell of Evil. As soon as the Bell of Evil appeared, Lu Ming activated the power to sever the shackles. Ding-ling-ling. The Bell of Evil rang with a clear sound, but it was full of evil power. The key was that the young Wu people's soul attack was directly defeated by the Bell of Evil. Not only that, the Bell of Evil counterattacked, and the soul attack swept towards the young Wu people like a tide. The young Wu people's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but step back and spit out a mouthful of blood. His attack was defeated by Lu Ming and he suffered a backlash. His soul was injured. Man Ning and the others felt their souls lighten, and they were no longer attacked. You also have a soul attack? It's an original secret technique. Damn, it severed the shackles. A few young men from the sorcerer tribe cried out in shock. Let's kill him together. The sorcerer tribe elites took out all kinds of weapons to attack the soul. There were bells, flutes, gyukins, etc. Clang. Woo-woo. All kinds of sounds rang out, and the soul attack rushed towards Lu Ming like a storm. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Ming kept activating the Bell of Evil. The power of a shackle severed was amazing, and it directly defeated the soul attack of the 5 young Wu people. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the Wind Destroyer boots, the Void Breaker sword, and the Overlord spear appeared one after another. Whoosh. The Void Breaker sword was the fastest, and it directly broke through the void, and attacked a young Wu people. Puff. The Wu people youth didn't even have time to resist before his head was cut off. But in the next moment, the body of the Wu people youth exploded and turned into a scarecrow. His body appeared in another direction, his face deathly pale. Scarecrow substitutes. The Wu people are indeed amazing. Lu Ming frowned. At the same time, he charged toward the Wu people youth with the Tyrant God Spear in his hand. Let's attack together. At this moment, Man Ning finally reacted to the situation. She shouted and her blade flashed. She charged towards the sorcerer tribe youth and slashed a puppet in half. At the same time, the other 10 youths also attacked. The sky was filled with saber lights. Lu Ming used the Wicked Bell to block the soul attack of the Wu people youth. Without the soul attack, Man Ning and the others could finally use their full strength. More than a dozen puppets were blocked by Man Ning and the others. Lu Ming dashed past them. The overbearing deity spear was small, and he defeated 3 puppets consecutively. The overbearing deity spear vibrated and 5 beams of spear gleams burst forth, shrouding the 5 youths from the wizard tribe. Damn it! Kill him! The 5 young men from the sorcerer tribe shouted, and waved their hands continuously. More wooden puppets flew out. Ding, ding, ding. The wicked bell kept ringing. The puppets shook violently, and wisps of black mist came out of their bodies. They even let out shrill screams. These puppets were made with souls. Now that they were attacked by the wicked bell, they were about to collapse. Lu Ming rushed over and destroyed more than a dozen puppets in an instant. Wizard God descends. The 5 Wu people youth shouted at the same time. Their skinny bodies swelled up and turned into monsters dozens of meters tall. The monsters wore bronze armor and held bronze swords. This was their origin secret art. The 5 of them had the same origin secret art. The 5 of them used their origin secret arts and attacked Lu Ming together. Gate of Domination. Lu Ming waved his hands and the Gate of Domination appeared. It expanded to 10,000 feet in size. There was a pitch-black vortex on it that kept spinning. A terrifying suction force erupted and locked the 5 members of the sorcerer tribe in place. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and waved the Tyrant God Spear, cutting off a shackle. Boom! Boom! Even if the 5 Wu people youth worked together, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. 2 of the Wu people youth were forced to retreat, while the other 3 suffered the brunt of the attack and their bodies exploded. During the process of the explosion, the area constantly distorted, and traces of the scarecrow appeared. They wanted to use scarecrows to escape, but this time, the area was suppressed by the Gate of Domination. The terrifying suction force had completely locked down the area. Wisps of black light appeared and let out terrified screams. No, no. Damn it, impossible. After several terrified screams, the 3 Wu people youth were completely annihilated and died on the spot. Humph, the scarecrows also have their limits. As long as this area is sealed, you won't be able to replace them. Lu Ming laughed inwardly. This made sense. Otherwise, no matter how he killed them, the Wu people could use scarecrows to replace them. That would be too heaven-defying. Wouldn't it be impossible to kill them? You dare to kill our Wu people? You're courting death. Run! The remaining 2 young sorcerer tribesmen screamed in fear and tried to escape. But how could their speed compare to Lu Ming's? With the wind-extinguishing boots, he caught up to the 2 Wu people youth in a flash. Ah! Spare us! The 2 Wu people youth screamed miserably and begged Lu Ming for mercy. When they killed others and extracted their souls, they only felt exhilarated, incomparably exhilarated. They had never thought about how they would feel when they were killed. Now that they finally encountered it, they only felt fear. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. They even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming would not leave them behind. The gate of domination suppressed them, and the Overlord Divine Spear swept across. The remaining 2 youths from the sorcerer tribe exploded and died completely. With a wave of his hand, he took the storage rings of the 5 Wu people youth. Amazing! Man Ning and the others looked at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. They had thought that Lu Ming was very powerful, but now they realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. What did they see? 5 secret techniques of origin. Lu Ming had already cast 5 types of origin secret skills, and 2 of them had already severed the shackles. Was he still human? A monster? More importantly, was this Lu Ming's limit? Was Lu Ming still hiding his strength? The more they looked at Lu Ming, the more they felt that Lu Ming was like a bottomless abyss, as deep as the sea. Man Ning's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. She knew that she had made the right bet. She had given Lu Ming a piece of dreamy divine jade in order to befriend Lu Ming. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier she would be. Chapter 3570. Let's leave this place before the Wu people come again. Lu Ming said. The Wu people were ranked very high even in the wilderness 10,000 races. There would be more than 5 prodigies here. The sacred sparrow tribe had a few hundred prodigies. The Wu people were much stronger than the sacred sparrow tribe. Their numbers would be even more shocking. If they came in a swarm, Lu Ming would be afraid. Besides, who knew if the Wu people had such terrifying prodigies? If a few monstrous prodigies came, and their cultivation was a few levels higher than Lu Ming's, Lu Ming was not confident. Alright, let's leave quickly. I think we should find a bigger meteorite with more people on it. That way, the Wu people will be more cautious and won't dare to act recklessly. Man Ning nodded. Immediately, the group of 12 left to search for bigger meteorites. The area around the dragon race's mother planet was empty. There were no other planets. Far away, there were countless meteorites that formed a circle around the dragon race's mother planet. Everyone guessed that these meteorites were probably planets near the Dragon Clan's mother planet in the past. Back then, those planets had been destroyed, resulting in the formation of meteorites. Soon Lu Ming and the others found a huge meteorite that looked like a small planet. There were many people gathered on it. They separated in waves. Obviously, they came from different factions. Some had dozens, while others had hundreds. Lu Ming and the others landed. Some people glanced at Lu Ming and the others, but did not care. There were only 12 of them, so there was no need to pay attention to them. Lu Ming and the others found an empty space and sat down cross-legged. They waited quietly. Lu Ming did not relax. He diverted part of his attention to observe the outside world, while comprehending the origin divine power factor. Now that his sovereign divine power had awakened 5 times, Lu Ming naturally wanted to awaken his other divine powers as well. One of the benefits of controlling multiple types of God power was that once one type of God power was awakened, such as the 5th awakening of the Sovereign Lord's God power, the other types of God power could be used as a reference. That way, the path of cultivation would be much easier than the first 5 awakenings. Once he awakened 2, 3, or even 5 times and gained more experience, it would be easier for him to cultivate the higher levels of godly power. Although a few years was not a long time, Lu Ming would seize every moment to cultivate. After that, There were no more accidents. Time flew by quickly. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the 10,000 dragon seals on the Dragon Clan's mother planet to weaken. Everyone moved and gathered towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Let's go too. Ning arrived. They followed the group of people on the meteorite and flew in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. But not long after they flew out, they were blocked. At least 1,000 people had sealed off the area. The Winged Clan. Many people's expressions changed. There was no doubt that the Winged Clan was a powerful clan in the primitive universe. They were ranked 130 on the primitive 10,000 races list. This was a top-notch clan, and was much stronger than the Sacred Sparrow clan. The Winged Clan had branches in various parts of the universe. Lu Ming had encountered many branches of the Winged Clan before. Even the 9 extinction Heavenly King residents of the Taishu dynasty had branches of the Winged Clan. However, the Winged Clan in front of him was obviously not a branch, but the main clan of the Winged Clan. You are going to a weak spot on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, right? Come with us. One of the Winged Clan's prodigies said. Everyone looked at each other, but they did not dare to disobey the Winged Clan. They were ranked 130 on the primitive 10,000 races list. Now, the Dragon Clan's mother planet was rejecting the top 100 clans. The top 100 clans did not come, but the top 130 clans were definitely undefeatable. How would an ordinary universe-level force like the Sacred Fire Saber sect dare to say no? Everyone followed the Winged Clan and flew towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The closer they got to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the more they felt the vastness of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. When they were 100 million miles away from the Dragon Clan's mother planet, they stopped. This was because they were almost within the range of the 10,000 dragon seals. If they were to go any further, they would be bombarded by the 10,000 dragon seals. Looking at the Dragon Clan's mother planet from here, it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, and the scenery on the planet could not be seen clearly. This fog was the 10,000 dragon seals. They flew in a direction. This doesn't seem to be any of the 18 weak spots. At this moment, someone spoke. Some people had already studied the specific locations of the 18 weak spots, but the place they were going to did not seem to be any of the 18 weak spots. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed. That's right, this is not any of the 18 weak spots. Some time ago, our Winged Clan discovered a new weak spot. It can be said to be the 19th weak spot. A Winged Clan prodigy said. A new weak spot? Many people whispered. That's right, a new weak spot. A Winged Clan prodigy nodded and said with a smile. Now the other 18 weak spots are probably crowded with people. You'll have to queue for a long time if you want to go in. Moreover, if you want to go in, you'll have to pay a large number of divine crystals or monarch pills. However, this new weak spot was discovered by our Winged Clan, and it's under our control. If you want to go in, we won't charge a single cent. We won't charge a single cent. Many people's eyes lit up. They didn't charge a single cent, and the number of people was small, so they didn't have to queue. This couldn't be better. However, some people's eyes were filled with doubt and worry. If they didn't charge a single cent, would the Winged Clan be so kind? And they even specially brought them over? They had a bad premonition in their hearts. Not long after, they arrived at their destination. In front of them, in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet, there was an incomparably huge vortex. Like a funnel, it poured down towards the bottom of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. It's really a weak spot. Many people's eyes lit up again. Some people had seen other weak spots before, and they were indeed like vortexes. This was caused by the weakening of the 10,000 dragon seals. Now that the 10,000 dragon seals are at their weakest, it's the best time to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Alright, you guys can go in. A Winged Clan prodigy said. Everyone couldn't wait to fly toward the vortex. However, some people stopped, including Lu Ming. They didn't move. Wait a minute, let's see what's going on first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning and the others. Man Ning and the others' eyes flickered a few times before they nodded and didn't move. You're only letting us in, but you're not going in yourselves? Someone asked and looked at the Winged Clan. That was because none of the Winged Clan's prodigies moved. Instead, They landed outside the vortex and watched from afar. That made people curious. They didn't move, but they let others move. That was abnormal. You guys go in first. We'll naturally go in later, a winged clan prodigy said. Chapter 3571. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the winged men. They had a bad premonition. Even those who were in a hurry to go in stopped. They were not stupid. If they could not see that something was wrong, how could they be called geniuses? The winged men had asked them to enter first, but they did not. Something was obviously wrong. I have friends who are looking for me at another weak point. I'll enter from another weak point. Me too. I remember now. I have something to do. I have to leave for a while. Immediately, many people began to find excuses to leave. However, the winged men had already sealed off the area, blocking their way. A powerful aura filled the air. What are you trying to do? Someone's expression changed and asked. Now, everyone knew that there was something wrong with this matter. Those who did not realize that there was something wrong would be fools. If we ask you to go in, you go in. Don't you understand? A winged man's genius shouted coldly, his tone domineering. I don't believe that you'll be so kind as to let us in. This is not a weak point at all, right? Someone shouted. This is a weak point. One of the sky prides from the winged men race said. Since you want to know, I will tell you. This is indeed a newly discovered weak point. However, no one has entered it before. You are the first batch. This is your fortune. What? No one has gone in before? Are you asking us to test it? Someone shouted angrily. Obviously, they were being used as guinea pigs by the winged men to pave the way. 10,000 dragon seals were extraordinary and terrifying. Such a weak point that had not been tested was definitely dangerous and full of unknowns. The winged men did not dare to test it themselves, but they brought them here to test it. It was obvious that they were sending them to their deaths. You're sending us to our deaths. Someone shouted. Don't make it sound unpleasant. Sending you to your deaths? What if this weak point can be passed easily? Wouldn't it save you a lot of money? You have to think positively. A winged man's genius sneered. Think positively. Why don't you go in yourselves? Someone shouted. Nonsense. How can trash like you be compared to the geniuses of the winged men clan? Today, even if you don't want to, you have to go in. Finally, someone from the winged men clan lost his patience and shouted coldly. How domineering. We won't go in. Everyone, we have more people. Let's join forces and charge out together. They won't be able to stop us. Someone shouted. There were over 1,000 winged men here, but there were over 2,000 people here. If they worked together, they would definitely be able to charge out. No matter how high the winged men's talent was, those who came here, the highest cultivation was just a third-level divine lord. They were also third-level divine lords. Even if there was a disparity, it would also not be very obvious. Boom boom, everyone was moved. Powerful auras erupted as they were about to rush outside. Lu Ming was mixed in the crowd. He naturally wouldn't stand out. After all, his cultivation was still low, only at the first level of the Divine Lord Realm. He could deal with ordinary third-level Divine Lord Realm geniuses, but who knew if there were any terrifying monstrous geniuses in the winged men race? Now it was better to keep a low profile to avoid being targeted. You're courting death. The winged men's sky pride's face turned cold. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, some winged men's sky prides moved. With a flash, they turned into streaks of light and charged forward at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, there were a few screams. In an instant, dozens of people were killed on the spot. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The winged men's sky prides who attacked, and those who were killed were also third-level divine lords. However, those people didn't have the strength to fight back against the winged men's sky prides. They were almost killed in an instant. In a battle of the same level, they were almost killed in an instant. The strength of the winged men's sky prides far surpassed the others. Charge, charge together. Someone shouted. Among these people, there were also extremely powerful sky prides who blocked the winged men's sky prides. For example, there was a 5-meter-tall sky pride who was covered in rock armor. He was very powerful and was locked in a fierce battle with a winged men's sky pride. The higher the race ranking, the stronger the talent and combat strength. However, other races would also give birth to some terrifying monstrous geniuses. These monstrous geniuses might not lose to the races with powerful talents. This youth in rock armor was one such example. He roared and charged outside. Charge! The others took the opportunity to gather and charged outside, wanting to break out of the encirclement of the winged men. However, at this moment, a few divine lights shone out from the winged men's sky prides. They were extremely dazzling and terrifying. As the divine lights swept past, a large number of sky prides exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. In just an instant, at least 100 sky prides had died. The others were shocked and quickly retreated. Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he gasped. Fortunately, he and Man Ning were at the back and weren't hit by the divine lights. Otherwise they would have died too. Lu Ming was 100% sure that it was a Boundary Emperor who attacked just now. And there was more than one of them. Boundary Emperor, it's a Boundary Emperor. The winged men have violated the rules. Someone shouted in shock. There were terrifying experts guarding the starry sky near the dragon race's mother planet. These experts were from the top 10 sect masters. These experts had long set the rules that those who came here had to meet the conditions to enter the dragon race's mother planet. Now, only those who were third-level divine lords and below could enter. Therefore, those who came here could only be third-level divine lords. Therefore, no matter if it was the Sacred Fire Saber sect or the Sacred Sparrow race, the strongest experts who came here were third-level divine lords. It was the same for the other races and forces. Almost all of them had sent their young sky prides. But now, a Boundary Emperor had appeared among the winged men, which was obviously against the rules. How dare you violate the rules set by the experts of the top 10 races? I'm going to report you. That's right. The winged men will be severely punished. Many people shouted. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, really ridiculous. Some despicable races don't even have brains. Do you think that the experts of the top 10 races wouldn't know that a Boundary Emperor of the winged men has come here? The sky prides of the winged men sneered. What? The scene fell silent and many people's faces turned ugly. Indeed, the experts of the top 10 races were extremely powerful. How could they not know that a Boundary Emperor had entered this area? There was only one possibility, which was that those experts had acquiesced. I heard that the winged men and the angel race of the top 10 races have a close relationship. They might even be of the same origin. Is it true? Someone said with an ugly face and a hoarse voice. Chapter 3572. Once these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts also sank. Many of them had heard of this rumor before. It was said that the winged men and the angels were originally from the same origin, but they eventually split. The angels were extremely powerful and ranked in the top 10 of the primitive 10,000 races. They were the true overlords of the primitive universe. What was even more terrifying was that there was a rumor that the angels had an unusual relationship with the heavenly palace. If that was the case, the angels were even more terrifying. The winged men had the angels as their backing. The top 10 races might have already known that they had secretly sent some quasi-emperors in, but they turned a blind eye to it out of respect for the angels. This was very likely. I'll say it one last time. Go and scout the way, or you'll all die. A winged men prodigy shouted coldly. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Although they were all prodigies and most of them had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm, they were still too weak compared to quasi-emperors. No matter how many of them went, it was useless. They would all be killed. Moreover, there were so many winged men prodigies. Damn it! Many of them roared in their hearts, but they had no choice but to compromise. They could only scout the way for the winged men. They might be able to survive if they went to the weak spot, but they would definitely die if they fought a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming's expression was also very gloomy. A quasi-emperor was not someone he could fight. The difference was too great. They could kill him with a flick of a finger. Of course, he still had a trump card, which was the purple copper coffin. He did not know what was inside the purple copper coffin, but it was extremely terrifying. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, he felt more and more terrifying inside the purple copper coffin. Even divine lords and quasi-emperors could not compare to it. If he opened the purple copper coffin at all costs, Lu Ming might be able to annihilate everyone here. However, he might also lose his life. Even if he did not die, he would probably be captured or killed. Don't forget that this starry sky had already been sealed off by the top 10 races. Although he couldn't see those experts, he was sure that they were there. Moreover, the purple copper coffin was mysterious and very important. It was definitely related to the primordial divine spirit. If he took it out and those top experts found it, they would most likely kill him and take it away. Therefore, taking out the purple copper coffin here was equivalent to courting death. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming could only choose to attack the weakest point and fight for a chance of survival. Boom. A powerful quasi-emperor aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. I'll give you 3 more breaths of time. If you don't move, I'll kill you without mercy. A cold voice sounded. It was the quasi-emperor of the winged men. Go. Many people roared unwillingly, then turned around and rushed toward the weak points. Of course, everyone was very careful. They circulated their divine power and set up layers of defenses around themselves as they slowly flew down. The weak point was like a funnel, causing the smoke to swirl nonstop. Moreover, the range was very large. Lu Ming and the other 2,000 people could fly side by side without any problem. Slowly they approached the funnel. There was no problem. Then many people gathered their courage and flew down. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Suddenly, a huge divine dragon rushed out from the smoke. This was a 6-clawed divine dragon. It was 1,000 meters long and was completely black. It rushed toward a young man and tore down with its dragon claws. Its power was terrifying. Although the young man was prepared, it was useless. Under the dragon claws, his defenses collapsed and his body exploded in the air. Be careful, it's the 10,000 dragon seals. Someone shouted. This divine dragon was not a real divine dragon. It was formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. The 10,000 dragon seals were actually a kind of formation. Roar. Roar. Following the appearance of the divine dragon, dragon's roar continued to resound. One divine dragon after another appeared. These divine dragons were all formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. There were 6-clawed divine dragons and 7-clawed divine dragons. Every one of them was lifelike. The dragon's roar shook the sky as they charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Screams sounded. Suddenly, more than a dozen people were killed by the divine dragons and torn apart in the void. These divine dragons were very powerful. Even a 3rd-level divine lord would find it difficult to fight against them. Damn it, there's something wrong with this weak point. It's about the same as 33 years ago. Didn't they say that after 33 years, the power of the weak point has decreased? Let's join forces. Many people roared and then joined forces to attack. 7 to 8 people joined forces to fight a divine dragon. Then they rushed down with all their might. There was also a divine dragon that charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Be careful. Man Ning shouted and gathered with the others from the sacred fire saber sect. They slashed out dazzling saber lights. More than a dozen saber lights slashed on a fiery red 6-clawed divine dragon and blocked the divine dragon's attack. Roar. The fiery red divine dragon roared, and its dragon claws tore through the air. The 6 dragon claws stepped toward Lu Ming and the others, bringing with them a violent force. Lu Ming activated the battle character art and increased his combat strength by 5 times. He circulated his divine power with all his might. At the same time, the tyrant god spear condensed and shot out. The spear light collided with the dragon claw and exploded with a violent bang. Lu Ming's body shook and he retreated slightly. What a powerful strength. Lu Ming frowned. The power of these condensed divine dragons was very strong. Ordinary 3rd-level divine lord geniuses really found it hard to contend with them. Unless it was those monstrous geniuses. I'll be the main attacker. You guys support me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning and the rest. Then, an astonishing aura erupted from the tyrant god spear. At the same time, the wind-extinguishing boots condensed and fused with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming directly rushed over. The tyrant god spear pressed down horizontally. As long as 1,000 meters, it continuously resisted the dragon claws of the 6-clawed divine dragon. After 6 consecutive moves, it was hard to determine the victor. while Man Ning and the rest attacked from the side. More than a dozen saber lights slashed on the divine dragon's body, leaving behind more than a dozen long saber wounds, making the divine dragon roar continuously. Effective. The eyes of Man Ning and the rest lit up, speeding up their attacks. With Lu Ming blocking the divine dragon's attacks, they could unleash their power to their heart's content. That first-level Divine Lord kid is very strong. Lu Ming's performance also attracted the attention of some people from the winged men race. Many people looked at Lu Ming. A first-level Divine Lord has such strength. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that some small races and factions would also have such monstrous geniuses. Should we take him down and force him to reveal his secrets? The winged men race's geniuses discussed. No need. It's not like our winged men race doesn't have such strength. Let's scout the way first. Some winged men race's geniuses shook their heads. Lu Ming didn't know that his performance had already attracted the attention of the winged men race. Under his main attack, the divine dragon retreated step by step. The injuries on its body increased, and in the end, Lu Ming's spear swept across its head. Its body directly exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. Chapter 3573. The other divine dragons were also defeated one after another under the joint attack of 7 to 10 people. Among them, there were also some extremely powerful heavens chosen. Their combat strength was much stronger than Man Ning's. They were likely able to jump realms and kill 4th-level Divine Lord existences. With so many people joining forces, defeating the Divine Dragon was nothing difficult. Soon the Divine Dragons that were just formed were all killed. Lu Ming and the rest lost a few dozen people, which was not too many. The remaining people were divided into different small teams, gathered together, and slowly flew down. Roar. At this moment, another dragon roar reverberated through the sky. This dragon roar was even more terrifying than the previous dragon roar. Following that, a terrifying aura spread out and shrouded everyone. Is this the dragon's aura? Someone exclaimed. Their faces were ugly because this dragon's aura was too strong. It was like planets were pressing on their bodies, and even their souls. They needed to circulate more than half of their strength to resist this dragon's aura. What a strong dragon's aura. Lu Ming frowned. Under the suppression of this dragon's aura, his divine power was extremely difficult to circulate. It was several times more difficult than before. His cultivation was directly suppressed from first-level Divine Lord to below Divine Lord. Roar. Roar. At this moment, dragon roars sounded and divine dragons appeared one after another. They were similar to the divine dragons just now, but there were more of them, reaching a shocking several hundred. Not good. This time, not only Lu Ming but the rest's faces also changed drastically. Now their strength was suppressed by the dragon's aura, and so many divine dragons appeared. How were they going to fight? The moment the several hundred divine dragons appeared, they pounced on the group. Screams sounded. Many people were directly torn apart by the divine dragons. Even if more than 10 people joined forces, it was useless because they were suppressed too badly. If a 4th-level Divine Lord or above or a Divine Emperor came in, they would be crushed to death. Roar. 2 divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. It's over. Man Ning and the rest's faces changed drastically. Can my primordial divine blood withstand this dragon's aura? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of the primordial divine blood. With a thought, Lu Ming activated a portion of the primordial god blood's power. Immediately, a layer of red light appeared on his body, and that dragon might was neutralized. It really worked. Lu Ming was delighted. The tyrant god spear swung out, transforming into 2 spear lights that swept towards the 2 divine dragons. After 2 rumbling sounds, he successfully blocked the attacks of the 2 divine dragons. He blocked it. Man Ning and the rest were overjoyed. However, while Lu Ming and the others managed to block it, the others were not so lucky. Hundreds of divine dragons pounced, and in an instant, hundreds of people were killed. The remaining people were scared out of their wits as they frantically retreated. Retreat. Lu Ming, Man Ning, and the others also retreated with the crowd. However, those mystical dragons roared and crazily pounced on them. These divine dragons were formed by the formation. They did not have any intelligence and did not fear death. They only knew how to hunt down the invaders. Thus people continued to die. After a few breaths, another few hundred people had died. Originally, there were about 2,000 people, but now there were only about 700 to 800 people left. These were all geniuses from various powerful forces. Any one of them would have been able to suppress everyone in the Taishu Holy Court and become a top expert of the younger generation. However, in a few breaths' time, more than 1,000 of them had fallen. Lu Ming deeply felt the cruelty of the primitive universe. In small places, the competition was cruel. In big places, the competition was even crueler. Run! Many people shouted and frantically retreated. Go back! Go back and explore the way. The winged men's geniuses had completely blocked their retreat. At this moment, thousands of winged men's geniuses attacked together, and the rolling waves of attacks surged towards Lu Ming and the others. Many people were directly killed. You guys are so despicable. Damn it. Winged men, you will die a horrible death. Many people shouted. However, it was useless. The winged men's geniuses continued to attack, and the terrifying attacks suppressed them. There were even quasi-emperors who attacked. With a flash of divine light, more than 10 people were killed. As long as the quasi-emperors did not get within the range of the 10,000 dragon seals, they would be fine. With the winged men's geniuses blocking the way behind and the divine dragons in front, they were in a desperate situation. In the end, many people could only rush towards the weak points, hoping to break out of the encirclement and kill their way out. They gathered together and attacked crazily. They really defeated a few divine dragons and rushed down. Lu Ming, Man Ning, and the others could only turn around and kill their way down. However, there were too many divine dragons. Lu Ming could not protect everyone. After a while, 5 of the sacred fire saber sex geniuses were killed, and only 6 of them were left. Everyone fought with their lives and paid the price of 500 to 600 people. The remaining 200 people finally broke through the encirclement and reached the bottom. They were about to reach the bottom of the funnel. As long as they rushed down from the bottom of the funnel, they might be able to enter the dragon race's mother planet. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying dragon roar sounded. Then, huge divine dragons appeared. These divine dragons had 9 dragon claws on their abdomens. 9-clawed dragon. There were more than 100 9-clawed dragons. Although these mystical dragons were all fake and had been formed by the formation, the 9-clawed mystical dragons that had been formed were still much stronger than the other mystical dragons. We're finished. We're dead. Many people cried out loudly, their faces full of despair. There were other divine dragons behind them. In front there was a 9-clawed dragon. They would not survive. This weak point was not that weak. It was too dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the other 18 weak points 33 years ago. 33 years ago, although the other 18 weak points were also very dangerous, some people had passed through them and expressed their views in the illusory sacred jade. They were not that dangerous. It was impossible to break through this place. No one could break through. It was a dead end. Roar! Roar! The 9-clawed divine spirits roared. Their dragon claws stepped on the air, and the geniuses screamed as their bodies were torn apart and crushed. Lu Ming and the others were also attacked by more than 10 9-clawed dragons. Retreat! At this moment, Lu Ming pulled Man Ning and retreated quickly. Now he could only take care of Man Ning. He could not care about the others from the sacred fire saber sect. Man Ning had given him the illusory sacred jade. He would remember this kindness. In the process of retreating, Lu Ming waved his hand and controlled the gate of domination. He repelled a few divine dragons behind him and avoided the attacks of the 9-clawed dragon in front. However, the others were not so lucky. They were attacked from the front and back and were killed one after another. In an instant, only Lu Ming and Man Ning were left. The others were all dead. Lu Ming and Man Ning naturally attracted the attention of all the divine dragons. The remaining divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and Man Ning. Their auras were extremely violent. It was as though Lu Ming and Man Ning would be torn apart in the next moment.